Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. I've decided that today is going to be a good day. This truck running. That's a new first. As I recall, the fire truck was in need of refueling. Yeah, it had been a minute. This is why we base at gas stations. You know, it's going to be one of those pumps that doesn't want to work for me. This is going to be one of those pumps that don't work. You know, I wonder, I'm not going to test this right now, but I wonder if it's just because my generator up here on the roof for the main base is just a little too far away for the refueling, the vehicle-based refueling to not work right. But it doesn't seem to have a problem with right-click. I can hit right-click and hit take fuel. So the pump is working, it's just not going straight into a vehicle for some reason. I have a guest down here. Thought we were done with these. Neighborhood patrol skill issue. I actually have not been inside Sammy's since the most recent bombing down in the parking lot, so we'll need to do that. That's probably our first warm-up today. Let's see if this helps the situation. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the yellow generator on the roof of the base, I guess it's too far away for the right-click and refuel on a vehicle, but it's not too far away for filling up a gas container by hand. Strange things happen. If we had a random guest a minute ago, I don't trust this for a mindless fast-forwarding right now. We'll just have the blue generator turn on when we need to refuel vehicles, I guess. The Yellow one does not seem to be good enough. It's alright. This is, you don't usually want to do these too close to base, but, we're in the Northwest now. There's, not a lot of discretion sometimes. I do recall seeing 1 or 2 Zeds with weapons. So that means potential survivor zombies. I don't really feel like picking through this pile of corpses right now. Not right now, at least. Maybe later. Cleaning up any groups of foot mobiles down here would be a nice warm-up. I'm awake. I'm awake. All right. Apologize for that. Should have put out a trigger warning. Outlook noises may or may not be audible. No sneaky doing this group. Not when there's one facing me. Let's get him first. Nobody else notice me? No, we can poke this guy's face. Guy all the way over there to the right. No, okay, we're good. Come on over. So I'm promise there's no false advertising today. This is the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall right here. And we'll have to do the parking lot before we do the main building. We don't want to be getting anywhere near the main building right now, though. Until we're ready. So I said that I was going to need to check to see if there's stragglers in the building itself, Sammy's. We can do so. There's not a lot of places for them to hide in here. There's only a couple of dressing rooms, and I think maybe the bathroom's over here. Otherwise, this is a very open floor plan. No impediments to the zombies moving straight through it. Free steel sheets. Threaten me with a good time. A couple of intact doors, honestly, with how many zombies have moved through the building. Find that impressive. That's because they don't lead anywhere. No, I'm not going to start looting the entire building. Yeah, no, we'll come back for the loot later. This Sammy's is a huge investment if you're going to start looting the place. Yeah, it's like you're in universe equivalent of a Target. And this one is largely untouched, so there is a lot of loot to sort. Not right now. Not right now. I'm not awake enough for loot sorting. One thing I will do, if we do have anybody who's trying to go around the building, then they'll stay directly next to the wall up here, which means these trees need to go. I need to be able to see them coming. So we handled this. That's not. I say this as the dweller of a apartment building. This is very not legal. Putting a propane barbecue on a covered deck on a multi-story building. Like, yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You'll get kicked out for a lease violation. Yes, even in Kentucky in the 90s, they weren't that stupid. I don't think they were, at least. Now, this is what I was annoyed by. Stragglers, and lots of them. I don't want to try to do stealth kills on these guys up here to the top center. They are in very awkward places for it. Yeah, no, fuck everything about that. They're coming out here to fight me. I'll get their attention. Yep, multi-story zombies. Wait. Shammy, how's it going? Good morning. We are so back. We are so back that Fourth doesn't know what hit him. I apologize for nothing. Why take hard corners on foot when you can drive straight in? I still hear plenty of zombies in here, so that's, this building is not even close to being clear. I'm gonna give just one toot. We don't need any sirens or anything. Just a toot. And I want to see what comes my way first from the outside. The ones that are inside that complex, they're not going anywhere. That whole apartment unit or apartment building is surrounded by fences on every side except for this one. So I'm actually more curious about what comes this direction after we toot. There shouldn't be much, theoretically, but it's all theory until practice comes along. Really? You toot the horn and only 2 people show up, huh? I predict we might have some people stuck on upper floors here. We had this whole crowd of them stuck right here in the top, slightly right of center. When we first did our initial attraction opportunities here. Oops, that's, yeah. This is why we're not doing big groups yet. I'm not awake. Not yet. Heard another flippity flop. It's on the top right. Ah, there you go. She flips through a window. She's on foot on the awning up top, and now she's on the floor. That's interesting. We can see straight through the building to this guy over here, but we can't see anything else inside the building. Nope, we're too far away. We're too far away, guys. If we get it, we're too far away from the building. The PvP sweats would be very sad if I could see what's inside the building right now.
Hey!
Well, that explains why that guy is not reacting. Oh, look at that. Okay. You know what? Who shall heed the call? Talk about giving up right in front of the finish line. The human's right here, guys. You don't have to give up. The stairwell right here is probably going to be a fountain. Fountain of zombies. Actually aim at the top of the stairwell right there. Yeah, I'm still not going in there. Not right now. I do not necessarily feel awake enough for close corners combat. Or CQC, close quarters combat. I don't mind that, but close corners, CCC. Not right now. Nope, not yet. In this game, corners are the most... Well, in real life, corners are pretty damn dangerous, too. Don't know if they're the most dangerous, but in this game, corners are the most dangerous thing, bar none. Perimeter check from the outside of this apartment complex because we did a horn honk. The honk-a-donk could have brought people from anywhere up here. Okay, looking good. Now I hear a couple of zombies slapping doors, most likely on the upper floors. But like I said, we're not doing a room by room of this apartment complex anytime soon. This being a 3-story building, the moment we go up the stairs to the second floor, the third floor spawns in. That is possibly 200 or so zombies. If I'm lowballing it, a building of that size, an entire floor would be about another 200 or so zombies. Yeah, no, that is a true thing to be concerned about in a universe like this. All those bathroom zombies that we run into had to have come from somewhere, right? 1400. We still have a little bit of daylight to work with here. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it's a good idea to get started with Grand Ohio yet. How about... here's a perfect thing we could do right now. I'm going to observe the streets surrounding the Grand Ohio. Yeah. Ideally without spawning in any buildings that I don't have to. That's going to be a bit of a difficult task. I do not believe we've spawned in this building yet to the bottom center. I don't... be real with you guys, I don't even remember what building this is. It's not the Expo Center. Or, sorry, the Expo Center is... further to the north. We've actually technically passed it. When I took this area on Annie, we stayed flush with the Ohio River for the most part on our journey to this side of the map. Here on Dani the Drifter, we have gone past the stadium. I avoided the stadium on Annie, and we stayed flush with the river. So this unexplored territory up here was the route we took, going down River Road. This time we've taken Main Street. These are the outer boundaries of the Grand Ohio itself. The parking lot is not included in that. Just kind of increase the size of that square a little bit by two or three map cells, and you've got the parking lot too. I suppose I could just head down Market Street here. We just want to stay clear of these larger buildings on this side of the... So no breaching this yellow line here. Got a gas to go down there at the bottom center. As fate would have it, I have never seen this gas to go not be looted and trashed. This one has always been looted and trashed. And I don't know what this building is here in the bottom, slightly right of center. That is, it's large, like office tier maybe, but not an actual. And there's no going past it without spawning it in. It's going around it down to the bottom here. So we're deviating slightly from the Grand Ohio. No real surprises here. Just trying to consider my next navigation. I don't mind going up next to this building. This building is what it is. Furniture store looks like. Did I already do it? Did I already get too close to this one? I might have already gotten too close to this one, to the is that apartments? I think it is apartments. You see the bathtubs no clipping into the wall here. I think these are bathtubs. So yeah, I see. Yeah, those are kitchens, those are bathtubs. It's an apartment complex. Is that a survivor zombie group? There's only one way to find out. No, just a standard Louisville group. Storage units here to the left. We needed to locally source some generators. Thankfully, we don't currently. Construction to the right. I could use some floodlights, to be honest. I'm just trying to keep my distance from this building right here, this apartment. If I can keep my distance from that building, then we'll be able to take the parking lot of the Grand Ohio separate from the first two floors of this building. So I'm veering as hard as I can to the right side here. Not very often that I'll willingly hank through some bushes. That's okay. I might have gotten too close to it at some point. Too late now. No surprises here. Yeah. Population of the parking lot actually looks a little bit lighter than it was when I was here on Nora. For anybody joining, welcome. This is the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall. The parking lot is a beast in and of itself. Lots of pretty vehicles. Lots of ugly zombies. I would put myself as maybe 75, maybe 80% awake right now. I'd like to... That's a rookie number. I gotta pump that number up. I won't be going anywhere near the interior of that parking lot until I'm awake. So we're just scouting out for now. I don't think I've actually been up here much at all on my previous characters. At this point, I usually would have looped back to continue fighting the parking lot. Not for naught. I mean, there's not a lot of maneuver room up here. You're directly flush with the river for a little ways down, and then you're on. I think this will get you back up to Bruiser. Bruiser gets you to the baseball bat factory. But at that point, we're just right across from Butcher. And there's the back side of the Grand Ohio up there. I never really got a beat on how many zombies were up here on my previous attempts at the Grand Ohio, because the zombies up here were always just kind of rolled in with the groups in the parking lot. Force me to run over you. Hit that. Alright, so that is a full loop of the Grand Ohio Mall from the far exterior, keeping our distance from the parking lot and the building itself. The overall quantities thin out a little bit going this direction until you get to the... I don't remember what the interior numbers of the baseball bat factory were. There could have been a lot. Or there could have been a knot. I mean, here it is right in front of us. I'm gonna risk this. I'll just spawn in the interior and see what it looks like. It's been loaded in trash, so we can literally just drive right in. Oh, hello. Shit. Imagine taking hood damage from a goddamn cardboard box. This is not the baseball bat facility. This is a that's like a beer packing plant. Maybe production, but mostly packing in that room. Up here is this yeah, Louisville Bruisers, I think. LB. Hello. Game decided to chug for a second there. Also looted in trash. So, no doors. So, that means we can drive right in. This is a public service announcement. If it's 2 doors wide, you can drive right in. I see people talking about what the best armor is all the time. Your best armor, technically speaking, is to just stay in your fucking vehicle. Oh, a mail truck. See a lot of female trucks, not a lot of male trucks. This is... not too bad of a group. Let me get eyes on what the river looks like on this side. I might get out and turtle from this direction for a minute. If I do so, we're definitely not... There's more zombies here than there were anywhere in front of the building. This makes sense to me. The Andy Stone doesn't want you to have a clean angle of approach, so everything flush with the Ohio River, they'll seed it with zombies all the way up here. But I feel like I've got a pretty clean left flank right now. For now. Take nothing for granted here. See, that's that right there. Missed swings are a bad sign, so... Still finishing the wake-up process. Take it nice and easy until I'm awake. Know thyself. Couldn't even get the backstab. Ditched Echo Creek and went to Muldraw. Your car stalled, surrounded by Zeds. Car stalled, surrounded by Zeds. Now that tells me that you might have been driving something with a damaged engine. Or ran out of gas. Either of those things could happen. Both of them are not good. Baseball bats, lots of them. And the logs they use to carve into baseball bats. Tight corners outside there. Little courtyard in the middle, I guess. Free steel sheet. Always in the market. Very quiet place on the interior. Suspiciously so. It was like this on Annie as well. Definitely a place for long blunt users to go and enjoy themselves. Perhaps even steel sheet enjoyers like myself. Yeah. Like I said, surprisingly, in this area, a lot more of them on foot outside next to the river up here. I swear to God that I am not just casually killing small animals because I don't like them. What I don't like are frame rate drops. And frame rate drops happen when there's a bunch of animals in an area for no reason. I also don't like damages to my vehicles, which happens if you run over them. That's, yep. Right there, and I can't confirm anything about these trees to my left. As far as I care, there's 5 zombies in those trees to my left. Never trust the trees. Alright, we'll just take these guys nice and slow. I actually might not make this. No, I think I timed this one poorly. Just another way to tell I'm not awake yet. I can usually time those. Alright, we're going to do a good old classic sneaky sneak to bring some of these guys away from the group. And let them split each other up by speed. Stay flush with the building on this guy. More than just these 2 here. I can hear at least 2 on the other side of these trees. Same distance. Okay. Let it never be said that these animals are 100% useless. In the bottom right there, the raccoon, it's not running around, which means no zombies in this area. This particular area around the raccoon, if there were zombies, the thing would be running in some direction. It would not be standing still. So we can actually tell that we've cleared the group from the back here. Yes. On the other side of this is an unknown amount, not just that guy and his group, but the size of this parking lot, I forgot. This is one of the big parking lots for that shopping center that's flush with the Ohio River, as you get closer to the Clark Memorial Bridge in that direction. It runs parallel to the Expo Center up there. That was a deputy. That wasn't a deputy, was it? It was. Oh, a trooper, not a deputy. Couldn't pay me to go in there right now. All those tight corners with this many unknown quantities outside. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near that interior yet. Not right now. Moderate group in front of these buildings. At least, yeah, moderate. Facade of the building in the bottom left is concealing, I don't know, half a dozen maybe. Never liked that about Louisville or any other place that has multi-story buildings all over the place. Rain for 1 second and now snow. I told myself I was going to stop doing that. No more face stabbing right now. I'm just not very good at judging knife distance when it comes to face stabs. I'm going to do the knife. It's going to be for solo kills, or it's not going to be. It's not going to be. I gave up because I heard somebody making an aggro noise from the bottom left there. Yep, this guy right here. Because this guy saw me and started making that noise, that backstab I was lining up would never have happened. The character would have pushed him instead of doing the backstab. That's the current state of short blade, everybody. If a zombie sees you, suddenly you can't jaw stab anybody. Ever. Burned building to the bottom left. Or bottom, yeah, left, slightly left to center. Potential firefighter zombies, potential fire truck. I've noticed that sometimes these buildings, when they're burned out, they'll actually spawn a whole ass fire truck now. One coming out from inside. Oh. Interesting. So you can just flip right through the burned walls. Imagine dying in one shot from a face stab. That means you're not having a good day in Team Fortress right there. Give me my knife back. Very close to my right, probably on the other side of that corner. So it seems not all these burnt walls are built the same. This wall right here looks burnt, but I can't see the other side of it. Not sure what's going on there. Inconsistent, if I do say so myself. When in doubt, step on out. Yeah, so look at this. I can see through this burnt wall, but not this one. Even though it visually looks like there's several holes in it. Nope. Yeah, there it is. It's Chuck right there. Come on out, Chuck. That's right. Peanut. Okay. Decent warm-up. We're getting close to bedtime here. Unknown quantity to the right. I think we're not quite in range of the last time Yeah, we're just outside the radius. Scenic Mile car dealership. We did a very large pull of zombies with the light bar at that area, but that would explain that what the traffic we're seeing up here is stragglers from that. Okay. A little better understanding of the local community here. What is it about the last several kills that caused my knife to get left behind? Doesn't seem like the condition of the knife is that different. Maybe it's the bloodiness of the weapon. The bloodier it is, the faster it slides out of your hand, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of that's changed significantly. Other than that, it's just bad RNG. It could always just be bad RNG. I got plenty of that. Alright, we're about an hour out from bedtime. Let me grab anything interesting back here. Tell me that I can't get in there when that window's all shattered like that. How about engine quality 72? Now, as far as step vans go, the male step van, rather counterintuitively, is one of the only step vans you can't access the trunk from the cab. Chalk this one up to another one of the bug reports that I've submitted that has gone completely ignored. It is impossible to reach the trunk of a male step van from the cab. Every other step van in the game, you can reach the trunk from the cab, but not the male step van, which is the one step van that you would generally expect to be able to reach the trunk from, because that is how these things are built in real life. But realism for me and not for thee, I suppose. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't care which store that is. It's, we just got fatigued. We're out of here. Is this where Butcher is? Hog Squeal Lane is the next one. This one is Trotter. I suppose it would be worth it to make sure both of those are clear. This is another step van. This one's going to be full of paint. Southeastern Painting Services. I don't really care. It's a step van, and it looks like it's got good parts, so I'm taking it home with me. Even if it's full of absolute garbage, I can see glass work without any shattering. So I already can tell you it's worth something. Why could I not hook it up the other way around? Welcome to 42.19, everybody. We might not make it to third gear like this. I have to carefully vet the quality of the tires of the towed vehicle in order to do that with the fire truck. Oh, we're gaining RPM. We'll be good. That means this thing's probably actually got some decent tires. If the van we're towing right now had bad tires, we would not be towing it. We would be bottoming out. We'd be losing RPM. And that's why I just kill the rats when I see them. Because otherwise it's when I don't see them that'll kill them. Because they'll just run out in the middle of the fucking road. Home sweet home. I do predict it's going to get cold tonight. That would be a logical prediction, even if it wasn't for the fact that I've replaced some of the walls with wire fences. I committed one of the cardinal sins of YouTube today. I started slightly after 8 a.m. This stream is not going to get anywhere near as many views as the last one. All that one simple little change. Suddenly, if I start after 8 a.m. local time, YouTube does not recommend me very much. About 80% of my views come from YouTube recommendations, so we'll see how that plays out. That's not always a hard and fast rule. I've seen it get violated here and there. But generally speaking, it's been consistent. Hey, Kitten, good morning. We have gotten started with a little bit of Louisville cleanup in the northwest here, and we have our eyes on the Grand Ohio Mall. All right, first bedtime. We're a little late, but we're here for it. No. That's I've heard it quoted so many times that I feel morally obligated to. If I could pull it off, I would actually do it, but I can't. Good morning, Vietnam. I've never been voice coached, so I don't actually know what octave I'm supposed to be shooting for with that. So instead, my voice just cracks all the time. It's on my bucket list to get vocal coaching. Just to find out what my good range is. At some point, I'm going to want to relocate some of the vehicles in the line here. These, pretty much all three of these are burst into the front for building new bases, but now that we've finished most of the construction effort, a couple of floodlights would do wonders right now. I don't know if this is too far, but let's give it a shot. This is probably going to be too far. Yes, that is too far. That is also going to be too far. This might be too far, but that's a question mark. Let's see. We're able to reach those lights above. Can we reach below? Yes. Okay, that's good for now. At least on this side. The white cat. Robin Williams was a national treasure. Or am I doing small form third? Yeah, we're doing small form food there. That's my bag sorted. I should have the SWAT van a little closer. Honestly, the SWAT van, I use it so often it should not be in the lineup of cartonized ammo. So even though I'm gonna the rest of the step vans with the cartons full of ammo will go in this lineup, but the SWAT van should be a little closer. Keeping the SWAT van with the rest of the lineup is only really relevant when I'm looting lots of ammo, which there's not a lot of ammo left on the map to loot, to be honest. We've gotten most of it. There's a fair bit of parking space in here, but if I start bringing too many vehicles in, there won't be. Alright, so this one gets my empty magazines. Hang on a second, I have an interesting idea. Okay, now that's interesting. I always thought that the vehicle's temperature, ambient temperature inside of a vehicle, would be like a little bit warmer than whatever the temperature outside of it is. But that does not seem to matter at all when it comes to buildings. So these vehicles outside of the buildings are 30 degrees warmer than the exterior. Inside the buildings, temperature goes up 21 degrees. And then the interior of this vehicle is exactly the same as the interior of that one. I never really paid attention to that before. I find that funny. Basically, what I'm saying is the interiors of these vehicles don't really care what the air temperature around them is. They're just always 30 degrees warmer than whatever the air temperature of the outdoor world is. And this is where meal prep in advance is really paying off for us. 2 salads from the fridge into the backpack, 2 salads from the freezer into the fridge. And we can do that for several days in a row. So I have about 1 more hour before our second bedtime. I'm going to have our character chill for a moment here. I have to step away briefly IRL, won't be gone too long. And then when we get back, we will pull the trigger on some of the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall. I'm starting to feel mostly awake for that. So, momentarily, folks, I'll be right back. Alrighty, folks. I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Now we catch our second sleep, right on time at 5 a.m. So we already got our food for the day. We already have our activity for the day too, and that's going to be clearing the zombies that are in the parking lot specifically. Just the parking lot zombies. We don't want to get too close to the building itself. I think I'm gonna try to clear a small segment of the parking lot first, just wide enough to get a street light that we can circle around and gather the group together and blow them all up, like we did to this group to the bottom, slightly left of center there. Yeah. All right. So without getting too close to the building itself, veer around here a little bit. There is something that I can do to make this whole place a lot easier to traverse that I regret not doing sooner when we started this place on both of my previous characters. So that's exactly what I'm going to do first. It's just going to involve a little bit of landscaping is all it is. So we're going to kill this group of 4 to the bottom center, and then we'll get some landscaping done. Probably going to hand weapon kill the ones to the bottom right there. And then the rest of the parking lot we will kaboom. Yeah, okay. Plans are set. Let's execute with extreme prejudice. Key to the Permani. Usually when I find a key to a vehicle that I don't really intend on using, I'll just take the key and leave it on the driver's seat. And leave the rest of the vehicle unlocked, so if I actually want to come back and cycle through the loot on everything, that's one less roadblock. Surprising amount of keys on the floor here. Now, we shouldn't actually have to do that much towing. I said landscaping, and specifically what I mean is we're going to move the bushes. And I very specifically mean move the bushes. We don't need to remove them, just pick them up and drop them somewhere. In fact, I think I'm going to put them in that step van. So when you pick these bushes up, they become an item that weighs 8 encumbrance. You can then just turn around and drop them as an item that weighs 8 encumbrance. So you can pick these bushes up and then just drop them. You just need a shovel, which we have in the back of the truck. And then I think you need to be agriculture level 2, maybe. So it's not something you can do right away early game. But if you farm your own crops, it's almost inevitable you'll get to at least agriculture level 2. Now, I don't find it to be very compelling combat, but standing there and stabbing zombies like this is actually the fastest way to level short blade. I feel like we're pretty close to level 3. Or, sorry, level 4. Oh, yeah. Killing this guy and maybe 1 or 2 more. Don't give up, buddy. Right here. There it is. Literally one poke away. We are now level 4 with short blade. I do not expect that we're going to get very high level. In fact, there's a small possibility we'll never get another level of that. It's so slow to level. And, I have no guarantees that this character's save won't get broken next week. We could literally get an update next week that breaks the game. That is always a possibility. It's been a little while since our last one. Our last game update was June 1st, if I recall. If not June 1st, like really early June. And and whenever there's that many weeks between an update, that tells me they're cooking something big. It's not always true. Sometimes they just cook for a long time, and then it doesn't actually end up being that much. I don't know what's going on with the Indie Stone, to be honest with you guys. To be a fly on the wall of their Monday morning stand-ups. Actually, I'm going to be real with you guys. It doesn't have to be me. In fact, it shouldn't be me. But they should actually have, like, somebody who's not on staff with them, just drop into their Teams meetings every once in a while, or their whatever the hell they use for their remote business meetings. Microsoft Teams, maybe Skype. No, Skype doesn't exist anymore. It's only Teams. But I say that because then, when that YouTuber, or just, a YouTuber, content creator, whatever the fuck, somebody who's not officially a part of the Indie Stone, but is privy to their inner workings. So when they leak news about the game, and it turns out that those leaks are not accurate because, that maybe the Indie Stone changes their mind, the disappointment factor, which is what the Indie Stone is afraid of. They don't want to disappoint people. That's why they're just radio silent all the time. If they outsource that disappointment to somebody else. And that's one of the reasons I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want it to be me. But if they let somebody be the villain, oh man, you gave us fake leaks, man. You gave us fake leaks. You could do it like that. But otherwise, that would be a way of actually communicating with the community in a way that does not put them at risk of pissing everybody off by. Yeah, I know. Skype was actually the go-to form of gaming communication back when I was playing Ark. Me and all of my the Brit bongs that I played with. Sargon, Discordia, Shade Hanbei, Gerbstein, all the other ones. I met some very strange people that way. But generally decent people. See, usually if you were to add somebody on Skype, that would usually mean that they're not going to be from an enemy tribe. So I'm just going to use this step in as hedgerow storage. We'll just take it with us and fill it up. And I'm only going to remove hedgerows just like I could No. Okay, so hedgerows slow down zombies but don't stop them. And I had some thoughts about how I could use that to make the bombing more effective, but here's a problem. You can only put the hedgerows back down on dirt. So I would only be able to put hedgerows down. Like, let's just say that I wanted to put hedgerows all around this street light and then put a pipe bomb in front of it so that it would slow the zombies down as they pass through the hedgerows and capture more of them for the bomb. It sounds decent in theory, but then hedgerows can only be placed on dirt. So if I wanted to actually execute that, I would need to use a area that is surrounded entirely by dirt. And now dirt also slows your vehicle down when you drive on it. That's not going to be a problem for us here, but that's just things I'm thinking about. Strange things I'm thinking about. So, yeah, but that thought comes up because I'm wondering how many of these to pick up. The blast radius is 7 tiles, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So at least these next 8. And maybe then a buffer zone of like 2. But then more than that, because I need to be able to, if you think about it like this, I got to be able to drive around the exterior of the blast radius. And I need comfortable amount of cushion. Like, I cannot be locked in too far. So, blast radius plus 4 tiles, maybe. So that gives me a nice round number. That's 10 tiles total from the... Yeah. Let's bump that up to 12. I would feel more comfortable with that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's perfect. That's perfect. Now I am going to delete these trees. Yeah, just to give myself freedom of movement. I have a wood axe. I'm not afraid to use it. I have a wood axe in my glove compartment. Okay, I didn't intend on doing that. Just flush with the gate. There we go. So when it comes to moving cars out of the way, for this first bombing, I don't see too many that I'm worried about. Yeah. I mean, that goes for zombies, too. Okay, the spot we're clearing right now, I might actually save it. Yeah, I might actually save the spot we're clearing right now, for the building itself, right? Because there's plenty of zombies out here in the parking lot, but the building itself, right up here, when I get close enough to it, the interior spawns in, and that's a good, I don't know, 3,000 or so zombies. More than anything, I just want these trees out of the way to remove the line of sight blockage so I can keep track of everybody behind me. Silly. Very silly. I'd do free swings more often if I could actually guarantee that they'd hit these trees. I can't always do that. BTSS, how's it going? Yeah, there's really not that many of them in the parking lot. There's enough for a bombing, but we would have to... Yeah, I'm going to revisit the idea of bombing them in the parking lot. Bombing just the parking lot group. We'll finish what we started on this prep at least, because, I mean, you know, can't go wrong with that. I mean, we just did. We just finished. All that's left are the vehicles. Honestly, this right here is the niche that the race car exists for. Moving several vehicles all at once. Yeah, we're gonna go get the race car. Hope you make some more animations with different items. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the devs have been cooking a little bit in that regard. It took them half of B42 to do it, but we can now sit on toilets in this game. Small victories, right? The number one mod for The Sims 1 it finally has the ability to do things you can do in The Sims 1. Actually, let's do it like this. I'm just going to... I need the heavy combat truck, but I also want the race car for ease of towing, so we'll just... Porque no los dos, right? The race car can tow anything in any direction. As long as you don't have that 42.19 problem of not being able to hook up for no reason. I really hope that that was not close enough to the building to spawn it in. I don't think it was. I'm going to be real with you guys. If it was, I'm not going to be too upset about it. We'll know when we start pulling the parking lot whether it was close enough or whatever. If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, you have to get to a certain distance to a building for the zombies inside of it to spawn in. That is not going to be that big of a deal to anybody in your starter towns for the most part. For a place like this in Louisville, the biggest POI in the game, the Grand Ohio Mall, yeah, that's going to be very important. Get a little too close to the side of the building over here while you're driving past it on this road, and you've spawned in the building. And all, what is it, 2,000 to 3,000 zombies? I don't know the total. I've never known, I probably never will know, because there's just so many that I will always end up bombing them. And bombing activities do not accurately get their kills counted. Speaking thereof. Walks near all buildings. I mean, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world most of the time. It only really matters if you're trying to plan to take the area in chunks. Like, for example, I treat the parking lot out here as like a separate horde of zombies to be dealt with from the interior. But the way this place is, it's so big. It is so big, you can literally take the building itself in chunks. Like, if I were to spawn it in right now and fire up the light bar of the fire truck right in this area, I would only get the Gigamart and the southwest side of the mall right now. Yeah. Now, this is one towing combination that not even the race car has enough power for. The Franklin Value Line, these 6-seater things, they are actually so heavy I won't be able to get to third gear. At least I don't think I will be. No, never mind. It seems selective. I have seen times in the past where I've not been able to get the third gear in a Franklin Value Line, even with the race car. Alright, I'm feeling that Niala up there, and then that's it. That'll be more than enough space for this area. I mean, we take those two darts up there. If we take those two darts out of the way, then we've got 2 bombing sites already prepped. Problem is, I don't think we need 2 on this side. I'll revisit that thought later. I could see a scenario where we could use 2 on this side, but the second scenario is far enough into the future. I don't know if we would even reach it this stream. That might be next stream. That's not good. You have very limited turning radius if you're at the limit of the towing tether. Just trying to get it to the same parking spot as the other one, but nope. Not happening. Okay, so yeah, like I said, these 2, we get these 2 darts out of the way, and we've got 2 bombing sites. If anybody watching is new, my bombing sites, I usually focus them around the streetlight poles, because when you have 1,000 zombies chasing you, you need something that's much, much taller than them to lock onto as a point of reference so that you know where the bomb is when you detonate it. There's many ways of going about that. You can even use your own floodlights for that. Personally, I would never want to do that necessarily. That does not sound like a good idea to me. It works, but it's one of those things that works right now, but probably is going to get nerfed in the future. As in, like, you know, your own pipe bombs might blow up your own buildings in the future. Right now they don't, which is silly. But yeah, I'm going to survey another site down here. I should probably also just survey the totality of the zombies in this parking lot. There might not be that much. I might just be able to take them with hand weapons. It's an ambulance over there. Threaten me with a good time. It does seem like a lot. Honestly, it's not. Now, what the question mark is right now is how many of them are beyond the tree line to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there. That will be summoned when I start firing up the noise. I figured it's time to get the answer to that question. Not that bad. Did not want to hit that one. That's -6 storage space for your trunk right there. Yeah, see, look at this. We do have some people coming out of the forest here. Not many, though. I did expect more, to be honest. What I'm going to try to do is merge some from the construction zone to the south, if I can. Supporting the horde, yes, absolutely. Boom, bossa nas. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It's all a question of how many we're going to bring to the party. Maintaining a cruise control of 5 miles an hour is the secret sauce to luring large groups of zombies. It keeps you just far enough ahead of them without losing the interest of most of them. To loop back and maintain the attention of the slow ones, that's when we bump it up to 10 miles an hour. Now, something critical. We did not actually set the bomb yet. That's not going to be a problem because we've cleared the bomb site very well. So we don't have to worry about anybody waiting for us if we go up there and set the bomb. We've just got to make sure that there's sufficient distance between us and the horde behind us when we go do that. We do have some distance to traverse here, so that is not going to be a problem. We got everybody out of this outcropping up here, and that's good. These hedgerows will probably actually help us out tremendously for the loop backs. We'll lure the fast ones to one side of them, loop back on the other side. The fast ones won't lose as much progress as we loop back and keep the attention of the slow ones. I'm curious if we can actually maintain 5 miles an hour without bumping into too many thanks to the hedgerows. Not quite. I mean, at least not too many from behind. The side is the real question. Will the hedgerows slow them down so much that they don't bump into us if we stay 5 miles an hour? It might. No, I'm boosting it to 10. It was a good theory, but the zombies aren't affected by the hedgerows as much as I am. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull forward and set the bomb. Now that they're within audio reach, they'll still hear me if I pull up. They won't be close enough, that'll be a problem. We have one bomb right now. I'm going to need to make more tonight. So, linking the bomb to my remote controller. Standing on the right spot, right click, arm and set remote pipe bomb. Easy peasy. one other thing, I'm going to put the M16 on my back. Grab half of these magazines. Bomb is placed. Weapon stage for cleanup. Now we loop back to make sure that we don't lose the slow ones. Pull the cord. You use these cars to slow them down a little bit. Force them to go around. Cars are still a very valid delaying tactic. They're not the blockers they used to be, but they will absolutely slow them down, make them go around. I always feel like a spider spinning a web when I'm doing these. One loop there, one loop there. Turn around, cross around, one loop there, one loop there. Alright. We're almost to critical mass. Now this is where I wish I would have just gotten rid of all the hedgerows. We got rid of enough, more than enough, but it is limiting my ability to start circling the group. I get the cinnamon. Yeah, you know what? Having made those in real life, not the brand, of course, Cinnabon. That's a very. Nah, I've never made one of those, but I have made cinnamon rolls. You got to make the whatchamacallit, you gotta make the dough and stretch it real long and then coil it. Didn't get an opportunity to make a lot of those because they weren't a regular appearance on the donut shelf of the grocery store I was working at the time. The donut shelf. A lot of them were just pre-made. We put the toppings on. That was all we did. Took them out of the freezer, thawed them. We'll have critical mass once we get the last of the slow ones out of the hedgerows there. And I'm not worried about Chuck over there who's taking his sweet ass time. We have critical mass. Alright, sorting out my UI here. Finger on the trigger. Victory! My life for ire! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That was a smaller group. Much smaller. Our pipe bomb strategy is made to handle hordes 3 or 4 times that size at max, but no, that's a great start. That's a great start. Yeah, that was beautiful. So that should have wiped out the good portion of the parking lot there. Good day, Gloria Perosia. How you doing? We are gonna have a great day today. I've already decided that. It's not a matter of question. We are having a great day. I will not let fate change that. So it does look like this parking lot is nice and clean, minus all the cars everywhere. Of course, that's a problem for another day. All I care about now is clearing a couple more bombing sites for the interior of the building itself. That is our next concern. So we're going to put the fire truck back, and we're going to go get the race car, and we are going to do a little bit of car moving. I should need the gun right now. That's just going to weigh us down. Top up the magazines later, probably. All right. Great success. I am going to take the shovel with me. I may need it. Shovel is how I pick up the hedgerows. Alright, so if we assume that the first wave of zombies inside the mall can be dealt with out in front of it, then it's probably this street light right here, directly in front of the sign. That's probably our target for the next bombing site. So I just want to move all of these cars out of the way up front here. 100% of them. That is an easy win for that operation. And as an overnight task this evening, we only a couple of hours till evening, we will build more pipe bombs, because that was our last one currently. We've got our bomb making kit. We may need some more electrical components. We've got a literal billion electrical components right in front of us here. Every single one of these cars got a radio in it. Every single one of them radios anywhere between 1 and 3. Also receivers. No idea if I'm going to need sports car parts anytime soon, but it costs me nothing but a couple of extra seconds to get all the sports cars piled up together here. We've got one already over here, this Permani. Now we've got an Elite next to it. Don't want to make it too hard to drive up here, so keep them lined up. Right. Just those two ones up here now, and then we've got an entire lot up there clear. Now, something I did a little bit of on my previous characters, but probably could have benefited from doing more of, just straight up deleting these bollards. The bollards out in front here. We've got a sledgehammer. We know how to use it. We're long blunt level 4 now. Are we? No, we're long blunt level 2. Level 4 is the next breakpoint. You know what? I'm just going to go grab it right now. We'll sledge 5 of those bollards away. There was a part of me that was wanting to not do that. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to do that yet, because there is a small chance that approaching the bollards to be close enough to sledgehammer them will actually spawn in the building. I do not yet know exactly how close you have to get to a building like this to spawn the zombies inside of it in. For now, I'm just going to play it very safe, because if I spawn it in right now, then the zombies in that building become active and they can start spilling out. I don't want to do that when I need to sleep in 2.5 hours here. That's not healthy for my sleep schedule, and it's not healthy for the fact that I don't have any pipe bombs made at the moment. I need to make more pipe bombs overnight tonight, so not yet. We will sledgehammer away some of those later. You can do some very strange things with towing, especially when you have a very powerful vehicle like the race car. You can, yeah, I don't even want to speculate all the wacky things you can do when you're side by side with the vehicle you're towing. But that's a recipe for causing damage to both vehicles when that happens. So it's paradoxically, you don't want to do it to a vehicle that you actually care about, which most race cars you find in this game, they're so frickin' rare that you almost feel morally obligated to care about them. You can repair them, of course, but then sports car parts are kind of rare. This entire parking lot, so far, we have exactly 2 sports cars. The black Primani there and the blue Dash Elite there in the top center. Now am I morally invested in creating a red Niala sandwich out of boredom here? Maybe. I mean, we can triple stack them. We can even quadruple stack them now, because there's 4, all the same color. Zomboid will get boring if you don't have fun doing crazy shit. Like I said, you can do crazy shit. But you're almost guaranteed a little bit of collision if you do it like that. It's alright. Alright, we've got the parking lot cleared for multiple bombing sites, really. I'm probably going to do this floodlight, or this street light right here in the center. And, well, we're going to need more than that if we want to do the whole building. The building has, like, I don't know, an entire, at least 2 different map cells for the entire building, so if you want to get all the zombies at once, I don't recommend even trying. That's a lot of work. Take them in manageable chunks. I took an unknown number of this parking lot out when I did this group right here. Because when I did this group right here, the intent was to do a different set of buildings in this area. From all the way, you can't even see them. They're off to the far right there, or the far left. But because of where we had to bring them out in the parking lot of Sammy's here, we did end up making enough noise to bring a chunk of the parking lot back here with us. So that was an interesting time, to say the least. That was one of my biggest pipe bombs ever right there. Just through sheer number of Zed. Alright, so, we're still about an hour out from bed here. That's a perfect amount of time to get started with some of the preliminary tasks for the bombings here. Let's tally our electrical parts, because that's what we're going to need the most of. Got a couple of things we can dismantle. But yeah, there's 4 electrical parts. We're gonna need a little bit more of that. Let's go and steal some electrical stuff. I'm willing to bet that Sammy's just right here. The grocery store probably has some stuff worth. These back shelves are cookware, box of light bulbs, box of batteries, cordless phones, microphones. That's what I'm looking for. more of this stuff. Oh, there's a bunch of TVs here, too. I forgot. Sammy's... whenever I come in a place like this, I start getting in the mentality of it's just like Gigamart. But Gigamart doesn't have this. Row of TVs. Give me them. Give me every one of them. I'll keep one. I always like to have a TV in my base. But we'll dismantle the rest. Meta event to the bottom left. Sounds like it woke up a zombie that was stuck in the building up behind us there. That's going to be somewhat annoying because there is nothing I can do about that zombie. If I go into that building and if it's a zombie on an upper floor, I can't go to the upper floor. The upper floor, if I do so, it will spawn in more of them, and I don't have the capacity to deal with those right now. So that's a zombie slapping its face against a wall for a while that I can't do anything about. I think they do give up eventually, but if the player is anywhere near in the area, it takes them a while to stop doing that. Yeah, see this building right here to the left? There's been an unknown number of stragglers in there. I know that for certain, and I've never been too worried about them. But every once in a while, a meta event will wake some of them up. Alright, let me just go ahead and place one of the TVs so that I can delete the rest. Now, one of the things that I've talked about before when it comes to meta events, there was a point in time where I didn't even think that they, like zombies, even paid attention to them. Only several thousand hours in that I actually noticed that some zombies pay attention to them, but it's inconsistent. Something I've noticed more recently is that meta events have a very strong staying power. What I mean by that is that zombies who hear a meta event will wander in the direction that they heard the noise, and they will continue wandering in that direction seemingly indefinitely. And I don't know for sure if that applies to, if that applies also to them trying to break out of something. That's something I don't know. But it might. So those zombies that are slapping shit right now, when we go to sleep, they might slap all night. I have no idea, to be honest. And if they do slap all night, that actually is a problem for my character. She's going to wake up stressed. Because every time a zombie slaps a door within X number of tiles away from the player gets 1 point of stress. 25 is when you start seeing the stress mood will pop up. So that's almost guaranteed. We're going to go to sleep right now because we're tired, and it's not worth it to drink coffee just to go deal with a stupid zombie behind a door somewhere. We're going to wake up stressed because of that, aren't we? Not just that. Okay, so we didn't wake up stressed. I did hear somebody doing mouth breathing to my left. There's probably a zombie right outside. Let's go deal with them. I'm actually genuinely shocked that we did not get any stress buildup. Alright, now I'm spooked. I know I heard somebody mouth breathing to my left. Well, like I said, I'm not going in here and going a floor-by-floor sweep tonight. Okay. Now, public service announcement. In places like this, where there's a security door that's been left open, do not close the door behind yourself when you enter it. If I were to close this door right now, I would be locked in here. Because these doors are always locked when they're closed. So you can unintentionally lock yourself somewhere, and that can be a massive headache. Now, I got a machete in my hand. Machetes are great for breaking doors, so it wouldn't be the end of the world for me. But let's just say you don't have an axe or a machete, or just something that can really strongly damage doors. Oh, look at that. Storage facility loot table is what this is, so chance of generators. This is... They did that on purpose, by the way. This is very intentional. Some fucking mannequin collector. Respirator filters, bucket. Okay. Oh, bullet dodged. The zombie that was making noise was not on the upper floor, so I didn't have to go to the upper floor to deal with it. If I had, I just would have left the area until it stopped making noise, because I'm not going up to the upper floor right now. That would spawn in a couple hundred zombies. This is a multi-story building, and by going into it, we've only spawned in the bottom 2 floors, right? So they're out of the total of 4 floors, ground floor 1, the ground floor and 1 are the only 2 dealt with. Floor 3, or floor 2, floor 3, they don't exist yet, the zombies in there, so. Alright, spare generator for later. And bucket to catch some rainwater when we get our next rain. So we still have plenty of time to work with putting some explosives together. We now have quite a few locally sourced electronics here. And that is a good thing. So, how do you make pipe bombs? That is something that is a bit of a niche knowledge here. What you need first is you need to sacrifice bullets. I like to use 30-30. 30-30 is there's only one gun that shoots it, and it jams a lot. So I actually don't like 30-30 very much, but I still collect it 'cause it's ammo. What I do is I open these boxes, and it is 20 bullets of gunpowder to make one pipe bomb. And these boxes come in boxes of 20 for 30-30. So we take those 2 boxes, open them up, and gather gunpowder from all 40 of the bullets. And then we will have enough gunpowder to make 2 more pipe bombs. Let's see here. Of course, we'll actually need pipes for that, and we didn't bring any pipes with us. I kind of have been taking pipes for granted. My previous base, I call it the cozy box. It is a box, and it's very cozy. My previous base has had so many pipes at it that yeah, that was not even a concern. So what I'm going to do is we've only got a half hour before it's bedtime again. I'm just going to harvest a little bit more gunpowder so we can make a couple more of those lovely things, and then we will sleep, and then tomorrow morning we'll head down to the cozy box and we will acquire more broken iron pipes specifically. You can use either iron pipes or broken iron pipes. I prefer broken iron pipes because actual iron pipes are useful for crafting. Or not crafting, but building things out of metal. Like these gates that I use to get in and out with the vehicles. Those require pipes. I feel like they shouldn't, but they do. All right. Just put those 10 leftover rounds away. That away, and we will finish the task of making the bombs tomorrow after we catch our sleep. More beneficiary of meal prep here. 2 salads out of the fridge, 2 salads out of the freezer and into the fridge for tomorrow. Okay, which vehicle to take? The most straightforwardest answer to that would be to just take the race car, because then I can come back towing something else. I'll probably... I'm going to think about which vehicle to tow back with me as we drive here. Cozy Box is not far, it's just down this road. Now we will be getting out and killing any zombie we come across with extreme prejudice, because we need to have a very clean supply line between our current base and the destination. You know what? If I pull this group here, it'll fix the music. You guys may have noticed the music died. Sometimes when the music dies, I just start playing it myself. But if we aggro 3 zombies at once, combat music kicks in. There it is. And that actually fixes the rest of the music. Right? So the combat music, when this goes away, it'll fix the regular music. No backstabbing you, huh? Did he just punch a guy with a car? I love doing that. Interesting. I did not expect to see that many down this road. Later. I can at least bypass them. Even while towing, I don't think I'll pull too many of them. We are now on East Main Street. This leads straight to our destination. Really? I wiped out this parking lot a long time ago, and yet somehow stragglers? Alright. I'm just going to shoot these guys. Because there should not be that many zombies here. Really shouldn't be. We made so much noise here that it doesn't really make sense for there to be random stragglers. There was a bombing here previously. couldn't even begin to tell you where those zombies came from because if you look closely, you can see the blood spray from a previous bombing here. This was one of the mega ones that we did on this streetlight when we were clearing the stadium. I don't know. Maybe they were the stadium has a third floor that we actually spawned in at one point, and the third floor, I don't know if I ever fully cleaned out every quadrant of it. So I don't know. The off-map migration also does some strange things. Alright, here be the cozy box. This is where probably the biggest fleet we have in Louisville is stationed currently. Not the worst place it could be because this is pretty central. Let's take some iron pipes. That's what we're here for specifically. We are storing iron pipes and broken iron pipes in the first bin here. I'm just going to load some stuff up directly into the trunk. And then I'll take 4 directly in my backpack, because that's how many we're making right now. So we've got 4 for the current batch, and several for future batches. None of the rest of this metal I probably need anytime soon. I'm just going to take the stuff that'll be annoying to get on a whim. That will include some actual iron pipes, actually. Actual iron pipes are kind of just as annoying as broken ones. I can fit at least 8. I'll be a happy man. I am a happy man. I can fit exactly 8. Alright, and we're going to take with us the expedition ambulance. That would be this one right here. I call it the expedition ambulance because it's usually the first one to go to a new location. That was a little different. We did that, I mean, honestly, Louisville is a little different. Louisville is different because the expedition usually means going a few blocks down the road. So it's a little bit less necessary to have a specific dedicated vehicle for bringing a cross-section of new supplies to a new location. That was for clearing the rest of the map, that kind of a strategy. Tragic strategy. Strategize. I can words, I promise. Alright, so next order of operations is find a parking spot for our ambulance fleet, because it's, our destination does not have as much parking space as the Cozy Box does there. The Cozy Box has the entire Central Park to park in. That's why they call it a park, because you can park anywhere you want, right? I've taken a look at your x-ray, and I'm afraid you suck. I need to practice my French accent. Not just my French accent, my obnoxious French accent. Yeah, see, we can get past these guys for now. We're not making enough noise to lure them up, but they're migrating. They're migrating. And then this one here. This must have been the one that I heard on the way back here. I heard somebody making mouth noises. That wasn't the only one I heard, apparently. See, I could go in there room by room, floor by floor, and clear every single one of these townhouses. No. It can come outside and fight me, or it can just sit there and continue making noises impotently. I am not that desperate for clean streets that I'm going to go room by room in every single one of these apartments. Not right now. Apartments, townhouses, whatever the fuck. These tight corner residential buildings that always have a chance of a zombie being in a bathroom. Don't let the 3,500 hours fool you. I am just as vulnerable to bathroom zombies as anybody else. I could do the ambulance fleet on the back of the building here. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, so no, I don't want to do that. Now, here's why. The location of the generator means that zombies are incentivized to come to this side of the building and kind of group up back here. What that means for parking is that means that if I put vehicles back here along the back wall of the building, zombies can, you know, get attracted to the generator noise and end up standing in the blind spot of one of these vehicles. Public service announcement: ambulances and step vans have a blind spot. Where did my character go? You can't see her anymore. And that goes for zombies too. If you park on a facing like this, there is a possibility that a zombie will be hiding in your blind spot. Don't do that to yourself. Park somewhere where they're less likely to be standing in the blind spot. That's something you have control over. I suppose I could make use of this door here. Yeah, if I park along this side, then with that door we do still have easy access to the trunks. That is amenable to my interests. So the ambulance fleet will go on the back wall then. I want to try to kind of keep this front lot limited to active use vehicles if I can manage. This is my welding variety vehicle. It's got my stash of torches and rods, which are the most important things for welding. Welding torches loaded with propane and stacks of welding rods. Those are the two most annoying things to source. They're also completely finite. Once you run out of welding rods and propane, you will never build anything out of metal again. That's how the game is currently built. There is no substitute for welding rods, nor propane. And a fun story about that, I think I told this once or twice. Recently, I was at a hardware store in the local area, and out of an abundance of interest, I decided to look and see just what did a propane torch cost these days, you know? I couldn't find a single propane torch. People don't use them anymore. Electrical torches, you just plug them into your fucking outlet. That's what almost everybody seems to use these days. Not a single one of those in this game, though. That would be a little too overpowered, wouldn't it? Just put down a generator and be able to weld without propane? Yeah. That sounds like something that would be a very lovely quality of life mod. Alright, so this one is this is construction, specifically, so it doesn't need to be... Now that we're done building here, as far as I can tell, we're done, for the most part, with local building. I can put this one in the lineup of our long-term storage down here. Citrus Wave right there, that's propane tanks, specifically. So we got torches, we got tanks. All of our torches are full, so we don't need the tanks right now. And I haven't even done anything with the painting truck yet. The painting truck we literally just brought here because I saw it. I haven't even looked in the trunk yet. I took one look at the vehicle and realized it was decent quality parts. That's all I need to know. So now I can do what I much prefer to do and put my active use vehicles right in front of the best parking spots here. Can even clean up my local community. Public service announcement: trash can be picked up and thrown in the trash can and deleted. Can also be used as campfire fuel, but not for very long. It usually every piece of trash is less than an hour of burn time. Have you missed the action? That's a good question, Kitten. To be honest, I have no idea. I just know that. Now that being said, I did find a butane torch, so it's not like it's completely fallen off. But I think butane is probably, if you're looking for like gas-powered torches, butane is what they do nowadays. And I know for a damn fact that they had butane back in the '90s because I actually had a I don't name any names here. My drama teacher. So I did theater for a little while. My theater teacher, for like a small group. Her son died of butane huffing back in like 99, 98. Like I was single digit age, so it was late 90s. So I know that butane was definitely a thing, and it was definitely a household thing. But more specific than that, I'm not sure. Okay, so we went and got. But by the way, Ken, you did not miss the. You missed a little bit of early action, is what you missed. The first pipe bomb detonation where we cleared out the parking lot. We have not spawned in the building yet, so the building itself, that is on the horizon here. We are going to assemble 4 pipe bombs now that we have these pipes. Yeah, that's No, I mean, you know, if you think about certain fumes have a certain effect. If you've ever smelled gasoline, don't do that. That's not good for you. Some people do that a lot, and it's very not good for them, but they do it anyway. I mean, it's kind of a niche addictive thing that you can get addicted to. Not a good thing. Don't get addicted to that. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you know, if you get addicted to something like that, that's very hazardous to your health for various reasons. Okay, so we've got 4 pipe bombs. Now what we need to do is turn them into remote pipe bombs. For that, we need to make what is called a crafted trigger. Crafted trigger it costs a little bit of glue. All the glue we've ever found is consolidated into this duffel bag right here. So we'll get 4 of these made. That will be, what will that be? That will be like 1.5 tubes of glue. Oh, we actually ran out of scrap electronics. Okay. I didn't expect that. We had like 14 or so. Okay. No, we can, we'll just go right next door and rip up a couple more TVs. Yeah. We're also going to need more duct tape soon. This is my last roll. So I'm going to take the duct tape. I'll also take this tube of glue that's half full. And we'll finish making the pipe bomb just right there in the building around the corner where we can go to get some more electrical parts. That's something I should have picked up some more from the cozy box while we were there, because there was definitely some more electrical parts in there, but that's okay. There's also some more electrical parts right over here. There might be some watches in these too. Wrist watches, digital watches. So there's 2 right there. KTO, how's it going? So now we can make our last remote trigger. Is there much different in a CDD? Yeah, okay, so I've said this before about CDDA, but it bears repeating. CDDA is just the fuck my shit up fam of startings, right? You start like several months in, injured and, you know, surrounded by fire. So you're not just injured, you're guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but highly likely to take a few burns on your way out. That's all it is. It's just a I find the starting of Project Zomboid to be too easy and I must play something harder now. That's what CDDA is ultimately. Now if you're into it for the role playing experience, then sure, yeah. But I take a bit of a different approach when it comes to role playing in a game like this, where, you know, your start is going to determine how your quality of life is going forward. Speaking of quality of life, y'all hear that? That is the sound of inevitability. That is the sound of somebody having a alarm clock in any one of probably 200 bedrooms that are within 70 tiles of us. So we just picked up 4 TVs. We're just going to dismantle all 4 of them. And that should hopefully get us enough 6. We only got 6 electrical parts from all those TVs. I'm going to be real with you guys. We might not have enough in the local area. Give me some more. There is a premium tech ham radio there. There's also a house alarm. Yes, you can make your own house alarms. It's probably more of a PvP thing. CDDA does have higher pop. Okay, yeah. Colder winters. I did not know that. So I actually, I figured that CDDA might have some different sandbox settings, but I do not know what those sandbox setting differences are. I actually did assume it was similar to, I assumed that CDDA was similar to Apocalypse, aside from the start. But, yeah, beyond that, that is outside of my wheelhouse. We cannot scrap a desktop computer if it's in our inventory. We have to place it and then right-click and disassemble. And that only got us electrical wire, so if you're right-clicking to disassemble things, you're less likely to get parts. You're more likely to get, well, not as useful things. Hair dryer. You know what? I'm going to take one of these chrome toasters. Don't take toasters for granted. You can't make toast anywhere else in this universe. It's nothing but electronics, this entire row. This place would actually be amazing if you were trying to level your electrical skill. Because a lot of these things, like, these desktop computers, they do give a lot of experience when you disassemble them. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Value Tech walkie-talkie. All right. That should be more than enough. So all we have left to do, we've made the last remote trigger. All we have to do is actually add the triggers to the bomb. That costs a little bit of electrical parts too. So add remote trigger to bomb. That's 2 each. The other materials are the crafted trigger, the pipe bomb, but then duct tape. We've got 1 roll of duct tape that is full. I think a full spool of duct tape is 5 uses. So this will use up most of the duct tape, but there'll be 1 charge left. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 remote pipe bombs. That honestly should be enough for most of the Grand Ohio Mall, if we're efficient about it. Yeah, we can definitely do that. So I was definitely incorrect in saying that CDDA is only a start of game problem. No, it's a slow everything down for me fam as well. Not my wheelhouse at the moment. I'd be less concerned about quality of life if it was not for the fact that during the B42 experience, you're going to be starting over your saves a lot more often. So all of those electrical parts we didn't use go into the local electrical storage. We picked up a toaster. We're going to place that toaster. Someday we'll make toast. Today's probably not that day. Tube of leftover glue, can into the bomb making kit. And everything else that we have on us is meant for the field vehicle here, the combat truck. Took a little bit of trunk damage with the most recent combat. Not too awful much. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put the M16 on my back for cleanup. And 4 reloads. E-tool can get put away. You know what? I'm going to hold on to the E-tool for now. We will put that away after I've determined that we don't need to move any more hedgerows. Definitely don't leave things sitting around in your satchel if you carry one. Because if you carry a satchel and you leave stuff in it, then that's just a lot of dead weight. The satchel does not have a very good encumbrance reduction factor. Okay. So, we do still have enough daylight left to get started. I do not suspect we have enough daylight left to do both sides of the Grand Ohio Mall. So, I do have to step away briefly before we get started on this, because we got to lock in, and we're going to need to stay locked in. So I'm going to actually pause the game. I don't usually pause the game when I step away. But in this case, we're going to do that. So we'll pull up, and I'm going to hit F2 to pause the game, and I will be right back, and then we will get started with this. All right, one moment, folks. Alrighty, folks, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. He left us. He left us. Hopefully the chair had something to contribute. I always leave you guys in good hands. Alright, so the first thing that we're going to do, and I would have done this earlier if I knew for a fact that it would not spawn in the building. The first thing we're going to do is set the bomb and then sledgehammer the some of these bollards out of the way. So we have in our backpack here a bomb and a controller. Unpacking those. Right click on the bomb, link to remote controller. So this bomb is now linked. Right click, arm and set remote pipe bomb. So this street light in the middle now is our point of reference. It looks like we are not close enough to the building to spawn in the interior. So we can take out these bollards. I'm not going to take out every single one of them. We're going to do, like, just enough to get, like, the main plaza here where the tiles are. So this is going to cost us a little bit of muscle strain. Yeah, we're in yellow muscle strain. We're going to go into red muscle strain from this. You know what? No, I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. Can you arm bombs, leave them in a car, make a car bomb? Not currently. In real life, you could theoretically do that. So, I don't know if YouTube wants me talking about this because now we're talking about real life things. Car bombs are actually not the most effective way to kill humanoid-sized targets outside of the cars. If you're doing a car bomb, unless you're like loading the car with explosives to the point where the car's chassis itself becomes shrapnel. If that's what you're going for, you're going to need a lot more than what, like the gas in the tank, for example. If you want to, because, people will think of car bombs as like just setting the car itself, like detonating the gas tank, right? That's what some people will think about. Is just detonating the gas tank. That in and of itself is not going to do a lot to like a relatively small explosive radius around the car. If you're going for maximal damage, like what the guy did to the feds, I forget his name. The guy who did the man, I forget. I should know this shit. I really should. It wasn't my agency that he bombed, but it was one of the federal agencies. What he did is he loaded a like a very large vehicle with explosive ordnance and then parked it somewhere. So in that mindset, then you can turn a car, because at that point there's enough explosive ordnance for the car itself to become part of the bomb, the chassis. Anything short of that, if you don't have enough ordnance to make the chassis a part of the shrapnel, then putting the explosive inside the car is actually just going to make it not as effective for things outside of it. So in the context of Project Zomboid, of course, which that's all we care about here. We're not talking about bombing anything in real life. Shut up, YouTube. Shut up, YouTube. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a video game. Just so happens that our targets are humanoid. I seriously doubt I need to get rid of all of these. In fact, I kind of just started moving those without thinking about it too much. I wanted to pass a little bit of time to get the muscle strain off of me. McVeigh. Yeah. Oh no, Grand Ohio does not have shutters. Only the, what's it called? Crossroads Mall has shutters. Maybe I feel like this mall used to have shutters, and I don't know why. I've never been to this mall prior to, like, 42.12 or 13. So I wouldn't know anything about this mall prior. More bombs mod lets you make propane tank bombs. Now, the thing about propane, I personally wouldn't want to turn propane into a bomb in this universe. Just because propane is, once it's gone forever. There's the devs of this game are never going to give us the ability to make more propane, so the idea of detonating a propane tank sounds like a very silly thing to me. I would very much prefer the ability to make fertilizer bombs, if we're going to be talking about McVeigh. Okay, so what we've done by eliminating those bollards is now we can drive in a nice big wide radius around this street light where we've got the bomb placed. We're going to need the ability to do that. I'm just going to take out a couple of bollards here, not any significant amount. Uncle Ted. See, propane, when it comes to using propane to build stuff, you're going to go back and forth between running out of propane and running out of welding rods. Those are the two linchpin materials. I was talking about this earlier. If you want to build things with welding in this game, it's dub rods or propane. One of those two are eventually going to become a problem. And that eventually is going to happen a lot sooner if you do nothing but build out of that, and you build a lot out of that. Things to think about. But now is not the time to think about that. Now is the time for pain. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna do a thing. This particular music track gets a little repetitive in my mind, so I'm actually gonna put on my mix here. Propane and propane accessories. All right, folks. This is a custom mix that I've made of the Project Zomboid soundtrack, and I like it a lot. It's just 6 different tracks at the highest action octave, or the highest action variant. Now, as you can see, I'm actually at stage 2 stress right now. That's not good. I don't want my character to be stressed right now. I'm actually going to just blink a few of these guys with the M16 really quick. We've got 17 shots in the magazine. That did not help as much as I thought it would. It's alright. I think she's a tough girl. She can handle it. Oh, you know what? I actually have a tactical response to this. I do. I have chewing tobacco. This is going to sound really stupid. I have chewing tobacco on my driver's seat. And this is why. For these niche scenarios where I need to tactically get rid of some stress, but I don't have time to sit down and read. Now that also made us sick, because of course it did. But it got us out of stage 2 stress, so we're no longer building up unhappiness. I'm here for it. So remember, we placed the bomb right here on this tile that I've got highlighted green. So we don't have the zombies don't have to go far. They don't have to go far at all. When we're running the light bar and going parallel to the building, we want to stay within a certain distance so that we continue to make noise very close to the building. I'm going to loop back at about 10 miles an hour right as we get to this station wagon here. 10 miles an hour should keep me ahead of most of these guys. Yeah, if I keep a good enough distance, I won't bump into them. That'll spare me a little bit of damage. It's just the noise. I just turn on the flashing lights because I want to. It completes the experience. I don't think I would actually have to. I wish. You have no idea how much I wish that was possible. Hello, Juggalos. That would be fucking amazing. No, unfortunately, if the light bar gets damaged, the light bar can get damaged, but I don't exactly know all the criteria that has to get met for that. If the light bar gets damaged, you can only repair it by finding more light bars. And yes, you can drive straight into the doorways. Alright. They've gone from a stream to a trickle. That does not mean that there's not plenty more of them. Sometimes they're very slow to get through the building. I could be wrong about this, but I think the car horn actually goes a little bit farther than the light bar. So if I get all the way up to the door and toot, we might get a few more. But at that point, we'd be waiting for them to go all the way across the building, so I don't necessarily want to do that. We're getting close to critical mass. In fact, I would go as far as to say we're pretty much there. Still coming out of the center mass here. Coming out of the Gigamart. Oh yeah, We're getting close to it. I do kind of want to get... what I really want to see before I'm ready to blow this group up is I want to try to see if we get all the fast shamblers out of the building. If there's still people coming out of the building, but they're slow ones, I don't care that much about that. It's the fast ones coming out of the building, because that tells me that there's still pockets of, you know, mobile zombies that could be heeding the call. And if there's fast ones in there, that means that there's even more slow ones in there. So I really want to see the ceasement of fast ones coming out of there. Which, we're pretty much there. Yeah, we're pretty much there. There's still one or two, but definitely past the prime on that. Like, I could blow it right now and kill about 80% of them, but that's not what we do here. We strive for peak efficiency where possible. Popping off early is that's the younger man's problem. Okay. I think we've got our group. I'm going to get my UI ready here. Make our inventory screen a little smaller. And we're going to get our finger on the trigger here. Fell into my trunk, and I missed a spot with the. I should have taken another look in the back there. That's the first time I've ever had the ragdoll system send them directly into my trunk. That's really funny. Got some lady hanging around my trunk now. Come on now. Now, I predicted that there would be plenty of cleanup. I could have... I'm going to call that like about 80%. We've done a lot better recently than this. But this is not bad. We've done a pretty good work there. This is where the hedgerows could come in great use. I'm going to try the hedgerows as something to assist me. I'm going to drink half of this coffee. I don't think I'm going to need the full thing. But if I do need the full thing, then we'll just drink the other half. Okay. I was admittedly a little bit impatient. A lot of these are people who really should have... I mean, when you see all these slow shamblers, after a pipe bomb detonation is a skill issue. That just... a skill issue or just, you know, a patience issue in this case. Which, that is... yeah, that's still a skill issue. And we do have one approaching from the left there. That being said, slow shamblers, I prefer to melee them where possible. I could do this all day. Okay, maybe not. Just because I probably could doesn't mean I should. South times 1. I don't bother with crawlers. They require way too much closeness to deal with melee. And that's what I was afraid of. Fast Chandler coming from not the forward direction is not good. And I probably couldn't see him because of the trees. One quick check back here. We're looking okay. One off is no concern, but if let's just say that I saw 3 like that guy right there, I'd just fall back. I would just fall back. Because uncounted for fast chamblers in this area should not be flanking us. That would be a situational awareness skill issue right there. But I think we've done great things here. Now, of course, the building itself, like I said, multiple map cells that it encompasses. I don't expect that we're anywhere near being done with it. But we're right coming down towards bedtime here. So you could say that we finished the first phase right in time for bedtime. And yes, Chamicho, we have sent them back. Hey, some of these people might be going to heaven. I like to imagine that Zomboid, from a religious perspective, is probably a purgatory. If you become a zombie, then maybe it was the luck of the draw, who knows. Maybe it was the luck of the draw, but maybe it's punishment. And punishment that does not involve eternal damnation. Perhaps the duration of your punishment is tantamount to how bad of a life you were living or something, I don't know. I've said this many times, but if you explain zombies from a religious perspective, it makes far more sense to me. Religion or fantasy, right? Far more sense than trying to make it scientifically accurate. Because every time I think of scientifically accurate zombies, all I can think of is, why are they not being used as infinite energy machines? Because these things never stop moving. Put a bunch of zombies on treadmills and just get infinite electrical generation. I mean, if they never die, they never decay. And the only thing is destroying the brain that'll actually stop them. Otherwise, zombie apocalypses would be relatively boring because the best strategy would just be to hole up somewhere and wait it out. I do believe the game's music should not have broken completely, so we can turn that back on. At some point, I will upload that mix that I'm using. All it really is just a 6 different of the high intensity combat musics for this game, just transitioned together. How is our current M16 magazine looking? 14. I'll top it off with any of the loose that I have on me. At some point in the very near future, I'm going to need to load some more. Well, probably not. What I need to do is take full loaded magazines out of the SWAT van here and put them into the heavy combat truck. Because we already have, that was 40 M16 magazines already loaded. Literal thousands of shots. Not what I wanted to do. Let's see how much of this actually fits, though. Oh, it'll fit. So the current magazine, we'll just stick all the loose ammo we have into it. Yes. M16 is a great platform, but if you use it too much, you will piss away every single 5.56 bullet that you have, and you'll still have billions of zombies to kill. So you've got to use it selectively, very selectively. And unlike the shotgun, there are no zombies that will very reliably spawn in that have, like, you know, a little bit of ammo in a gun that's on them, right? If you want to use a gun type that every once in a while you'll find a zombie with like a magazine full of bullets for it. That's going to be 9mm or shotgun, because law enforcement zombies aren't too hard to find. You can find a little bit in each town. Chances are semi-decent of a shotgun with a few shells and a 9mm with a few, sometimes almost an entirely full magazine. I should have a sharpening stone here. I'm going to go ahead and deploy the mobile one, and we'll rebuild the mobile one later. Yes, I quite literally carry around a sharpening stone in the truck. I don't use it as often as I probably should, because sharpening with the sharpening stone is an order of magnitude faster than the whetstone. We used my sword a lot there, but we only took 2 durability hits, so that's good. Yeah, the sword and the hunting knife are good right now. We have not had very much rain recently. Had a little bit of snow for a moment, and then nothing. To supplement my water supply, I'll leave some buckets on the ceiling and let them catch rainwater. Dump it into the main barrel. Speaking of the ceiling, I have an idea. Should have another floodlight somewhere. Probably in Plonky's. We did determine that one space that I wanted to put a floodlight was too far off. I'm going to try another spot here. What if I put a floodlight on the roof? Right in this corner. So that I catch the prime parking spots here. I think that's going to work. I like it. That'll also illuminate some of the roof. Now, of course, if I'm going to do that, then I'm gonna want to stop looking at all this ugly stains on the roof here. We can do something about that. We have the technology. We have the mop, and we have the buckets with a little bit of cleaning liquid and a lot of bit of water. Decent overnight activity. Something that lets me fast forward without wasting too much time. We are now out of cleaning liquid. Close to being out of water, so let me take some of this from this bucket and... we'll add some more cleaning liquid. So this bucket's got about 5 liters of water in it. All we need to do is add a little bit of cleaning liquid to it. I'll just do like 80 milliliters. And now we've got a bucket of diluted cleaning liquid. Those frame drops that we're seeing here, those are probably something we can solve if we close and reopen the game. So I think I'm going to do that after we get our second sleep here. And now we're in purgatory. So the purgatory is for the survivors then, huh? That does remove one of the moral complications of, are the zombie... Is there anything left of the person in there to suffer? Because if so, then this is absolutely a purgatory adjacent. You can even sympathize with that from a completely a-religious perspective. Releasing them from their suffering. BEA, beautiful. I do hope the devs fix this strange issue where putting stuff on top of wooden crates causes it to just not show up. Alright, we'll catch our second sleep here. And then we are going to close and reopen the game, flush any sort of memory leaks. And then we'll take another swing at the Grand Ohio Mall, focusing on a little deeper into the interior and the other side. I've actually had dropped frames today. 1,117 total. That's 0.2% of my stream. I don't like it. That's even worse than yesterday. I'll think about that. There's not much I can do about it other than lowering the quality of the recording. Which, that's not something I want to do. I pride myself on streaming 4K at 60 frames per second with 5.1 surround sound. For all, probably a very, very, very small portion of my audience are watching through the YouTube TV app with a TV that actually has surround sound plugged into it. That is the only way, unfortunately, for you guys to have surround sound, which is what I'm streaming in. Everything else gets remuxed to stereo. So, I try. I do. And I do hope that someday YouTube will allow those of us who just watch it through a web browser to actually experience surround sound. Because, I mean, I've got a surround sound apparatus. You can literally see most of the speakers. You can see 4 out of the 5 of them. But if you're watching YouTube through a web browser, nope, doesn't work. It will only ever... The website will only ever serve you stereo. And I don't even know why. It's not like it's beyond the capabilities of Google. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of the people watching right now probably won't ever notice the frame drops. If it wasn't for the fact that OBS literally tells me, and it throws a little error message in the bottom here when the encoding overload occurs. Some little deep lore, if anybody here watching was not here the other day when I complained about this. Basically, all I did is I made the horrific mistake of updating my graphics card drivers. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I mean, honestly, it used to be such an uncomplicated thing. It used to just be that, oh, wow, oh, there's a GPU driver update. I better get the latest one because that just means it's going to be better with the latest games, right? Not anymore, folks. That's not the world we're living in now. Now we're living in the world of our share price goes up if we do more with this fucking AI chatbots. So, wow, would you look at this? We're coding this percentage of our drivers with AI chatbots now. Look at our share price. It's going up. I'm sorry, guys. It's going to get worse before it gets better. That is one of many ways that, and I'm not one of those anti-AI people. I think AI is a very fun and interesting tool that has certain applications. But we're in that phase where people have tried to compare AI to the Industrial Revolution and like the cotton gin and, oh, everybody who's, this would be kind of the equivalent of trying to use the cotton gin to build tables. Like you can compare AI to certain types of machines coming out and suddenly making an entire industry out of, if we're talking about like the industry of composing emails. Yes, if all your job ever relied on was composing emails with good grammar, I'm sorry, you're cooked. I'm sorry, because then, somebody can make a chatbot do it for them now, and they don't have to pay them. So that's unfortunate. Now, if your job required creating art for people who don't care about the quality of the art, I'm sorry, guys, it's over. That doesn't mean that it's over for actual legit artists, though, of course. I've maintained that it's just that there's going to be a contraction in that industry because now the corporate skin suits who never cared about the quality of their corporate art can just have some fucking chatbot generate the art for them now. So the people who actually care about their art will still commission artists. If I'm writing a book currently. If I get to the point where my book is popular enough and I can crowdfund it, I will commission actual artists to do more key art for the book. But that's an expensive thing. I can't afford to do that. But because I actually care about the quality of the art, I'm not going to just let the chatbot fucking do it for me. There's a lot of people who don't have the same scruples. And there's a lot of people who have gotten really cynical about it and are just like, what's the difference now? What's the difference? There is a difference. I mean, I'm hardly an artist. Don't look at my DeviantArt, please. I'm not an artist, but I understand the arguments that artists are making. There is no soul to AI art. And that's okay. There doesn't have to be for everything. I mean, AI art makes some fantastic fucking memes. 10 out of 10 memes. But yeah, I think about these things a lot these days. Yeah. I mean, that's an excuse that a lot of, so that's a valid use case, I suppose you could say, is using AI slop as storyboarding just to get a very quick and dirty imagination of what something might look like. But here we go. Yep. See this corner of the building? See how all these zombies are just chilling here? Here's the first of several pockets. What I'm going to do is we've only got the attention of a couple. I'm going to hurry up and delete a couple of these bollards. As soon as they break one of those windows, we'll have another couple seconds before they get through. Alright, that's it. That's more than enough. I just need something that I can get through easily enough without having to make too many strange maneuvers. Now, we have not placed another bomb yet. That's okay. So we got the food court right here. Sell your soul to AI. Nah, man. There's no need for that. I do believe that we're coming up on the tail end of the shock phase where everybody's like, oh man, AI can do anything. It's gonna completely change 100% of everything. It'll change a lot of stuff, especially in the places where People who want to cut corners are going to use it to cut corners. We have not yet hit the breaking point of the people who want to cut corners, use AI to cut corners, are going to actually go out of business for it or take massive financial losses for it. We haven't yet hit that peak phase that needs to happen. We also have not yet hit the point where the people who are trying to build data centers who have no idea what they're doing, there are still plenty of venture capital firms just dumping money into them. And until that stops, until the people who actually think that somebody who has no idea what they're doing can build a data center and maybe hit that oil of being the next Claude or some shit, it's not until venture capital dries up. And I hate to say it, but if you have a 401k, you're contributing to the problem. I'm sorry to say it, because having a 401k is a very financially reasonable thing to do. The problem is, what you're saying when you have a 401k is you're saying, hey, Wall Street, I got all this money and I don't know what to do with it. Why don't you take it and do what you think is best? I'll give you guys 3 guesses where they're putting it right now. I'm not telling, this is not financial advice. I'm not telling everybody, go close your 401k. But awareness is a good thing. Go and look at your portfolios. See where it's getting sent. If everybody who hated AI immediately right now just went to their retirement planner, you know, their T. Rowe Price, their Prudential, their whatever the fuck it is nowadays, Empower, whatever the fuck they all are. These greedy little. I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want my credit rating to drop. These people from a certain tribe who have found a way to siphon money from the working class in order to make a Faustian bargain with them. Every single one of them went over there and looked at their portfolios and said, no, divest from AI and put everything into industry, non-tech industry. So, like, you know, oil drilling, whatever the fuck. You know, there's other reasons to not like that stuff. But if every single person who hated AI did that right now, they would feel it to a certain extent. It would not stop anything, and that's the black pill of it. 401ks are a small portion of the stock market. But, I mean, there's more power than people understand. And that's an unfortunate aspect right there. Same problem with commercial... whatchamacallit, securities-backed real estate. Say what you will about the man in the White House right now. He's holding that bill hostage. I've expressed my questions about that bill. I haven't read the text. I don't know of anybody on YouTube right now who's actually read the text of the latest bill. All I see are headlines about the bill. Oh, this is a huge bipartisan bill. It's going to reduce housing costs. Does that bill that's going to reduce housing costs, does it say on line 2700 of the bill that builders are now allowed to use cardboard instead of plywood? Because if that's what it says, we don't need it. Houses in the United States are already really fucking cheaply built. They're already barely going to last the next 10 or 15 years. We don't need that problem getting worse. I did hear something about bans on large firms owning huge amounts of houses. If that works, great. If that works. For some reason, I have questions about whether that's actually going to work. Now, with this group that we've now assembled, I'm going to have to do an ad hoc bombing. I don't really feel like leading them all the way over to the other side. I really don't. We have enough room down here. I am going to set the bomb at the base of this parking lot. And we're going to use the edge of this row of parking barriers here as a point of reference. Normally I prefer something tall. We don't have time for that right now. I got a bomb out, link it to the remote controller. We're going to place it right at the edge of this row of at the edge of this row of little concrete barriers here. So the reason I'm doing it that way is because even if there's a big blob of zombies here and I can no longer see the edge, I can see where the other edges are of the rest of the rows, and I can correlate that. I have something to fixate onto, right? That's the goal here with these bombings. We need to be able to fixate on something when that, to figure out where the epicenter of the explosion is going to be. I did have a hot take about the, tangentially relevant to the problem of AI and eating up all resources imaginable. Particular to the Steam machine. The Steam machine has had its cost driven up because of the AI garbage. I got to thinking about, is there anything that our boy Gabe Newell, creator of the Gabe Cube, is there anything that Steam can do to actually take advantage of the AI crisis? Specifically the RAM and storage crisis. Storage, not necessarily, but RAM. I wonder if it's worth the effort to even consider this. But one of the biggest problems right now about the RAM crisis is, let's just say that everything that I want to happen happens, and venture capital starts drying up, and AI data centers that are being built right now that have all this RAM supplies already allocated to them, perhaps even already purchased. Let's just say that the bubble contracts tomorrow, and all this RAM floods the market, and it's dirt cheap. It's high bandwidth memory, HBM. That is generally useless for desktop PCs like ours. But Valve is a pioneer in hardware compatibility. Could they make an offshoot of the Steam machine that uses high bandwidth memory with an ARM core? These are questions that I would love to see answered. Because if that's the case, then we might see a Steam machine even better than the one that's currently out, for half the price. Just going off of, on this channel here, we actually just the other day looked at what it would cost to build a functional equivalent of my current computer. I paid about $6,400 for this computer as at the time of when I built it, 2023, and we put together some parts. It actually ended up being cheaper to use 5090s instead of 4090s, RTX 5090s instead of 4090s. Same with the processor. So we would actually be forced to use newer parts. So we couldn't, because if we use the older parts, the current parts that are in it, they would be more expensive. So 5090s with an AMD Ryzen 9950 X3D, it would be about twice as much. It would be about 12 grand. Not a price I would ever want to pay, or any reasonable person should pay, really. But it got me to thinking, if you took out the most expensive parts of that equation, the memory would cut it back down almost to what it already was for me. But you can't exactly cut the memory out completely. It's just that, you could probably get some really good bulk deals on something like HBM once the AI craze crashes. But that's also, it's going to be like, let's just say that Valve, innovated super hardcore on that. They added some features to the Proton compatibility layer, and got it so that you can run, an ARM, run the SteamOS on an ARM core and have it emulate Windows games and do really efficient things with HBM. The problem of HBM oversupply is eventually going to get corrected. So that would be a very temporary problem. In this mindset, it's temporary as in 5 or 6 years maybe. Yeah, 5 or 6 years after the AI crash, if there is one, which I pray there is one. That's enough for the oversupply problem to be corrected. However, it ends up getting corrected, right? Whether it ends up getting, completely fucking recycled, that's the darkest timeline right there. Completely fucking recycled, just all that HBM, and it's basically worthless. Yeah, this group was not as big as I thought it would be. It's not that bad. Not a bad thing, not at all. And this is probably not the only group we're going to do today. In fact, once we blow this group away, we're probably going to start driving into the building and going all the way to the back part of the building, and then luring another massive crowd out of the building. I sympathize, to be honest. I sympathize. I was laughing about it yesterday, you know, having one of those maniacal, evil Joker laughs. When I saw PC part pickers prices for RAM of certain types because they were using scalper prices, $13,000 for a couple of 32 gig sticks. I just started cackling when I saw that. Because the reason I found it so funny, you know, it's funny because someone somewhere out there who's been given a blank check by venture capital is probably going to fucking pay that. Nobody would bother setting those numbers if it wasn't a chance that some dumb fuck who's been given a blank check is going to pay that. So those people who ever end up doing that, those are going to be the ultimate bag holders of the AI bubble. Nobody from Microsoft, Amazon, OpenAI, nobody from any of the companies that need to collapse are going to be making those stupid decisions. Regrettably, those companies have everything they need and more at the moment. You know, obviously OpenAI and their Stargate project, that's not complete yet. I hope it never will be. And I do hope that the deals they signed, where they end up getting a portion of the global RAM supply, I hope those deals go completely dry along with the rest of the project. But I have no guarantees. None of us have guarantees on that. If there's one thing I learned, I'm a bag holder for GameStop. Bag holder. I still own about 200 shares of it. Some of which I've actually made a profit on. I did sell a few shares after the most recent price hike, but I don't know if it's ever gonna price hike again. It doesn't have to. I'm not the kind of guy to sell very often, and when I do, the money never leaves my investing account. I might end up being a bag holder for SpaceX too. Its price has already dropped below what I bought in at. I'm not that upset about it. I wasn't doing too much with that money anyway. More than half of what I put into SpaceX was just money that was already in my investing account. So I couldn't have pulled it out of the investing account without a 20% capital gains tax. So fuck no, I'm not doing that. That money was going to go somewhere into the stock market. I just decided to put it into stock that I don't know what's going to happen with. The one thing that I'll credit XAI, SpaceX, Musk in general, I have to give them credit. They're trying to do their own hardware for everything. They're still using a lot of NVIDIA GPUs, but they're trying to do their own hardware all the way down to the fab. And that's not something any other company's trying to do, because that's a lot of work. This is harder than I expected. This is harder than I expected. I think we'll do all right here. Just going to take a little bit more damage than I wanted to. Okay. Detonator in hand, right click. Perfect. We even have a hanger on here. All right. You know, if I'm going to use the M16, I should probably actually get it out. M16 is amazing for high volume cleanup. And high volume cleanup is a lot easier during the day. Look at that. Look at that. We're getting perfect shots. Oh, that's beautiful. I love clicking heads with a perfect crosshair. Broad daylight with no bad weather. We get this perfect little crosshair here. Alright, so there are two things we can do to bring a billion more of them out of the mall. Neither of which is something that I'm going to do immediately here. I am going to recover this ambulance soonish. It's a pretty looking one. Now, it's a pretty looking one because it spawned in a parking lot. It is not a wreck. I do think that it's probably not going to actually have a very good engine quality because of that. It's probably going to be in the 70s, and because of that, it's actually going to be one of the worst in my fleet in this area. But that does not mean I'm going to leave it. I actually have to stop by the base right now to get food, because like some kind of an idiot, I forgot to bring my food with me today. Imagine having everything you need to wipe out thousands of zombies, and then forgetting your lunch. That is the life we're living right now. Wow, there's a substantial delay to my stream today. My non-VPN mirror is showing me like 15 to 20 seconds behind. That's way higher than normal. That's another thing that it's never happened before. I have not changed anything about the streaming settings. It's the only thing I've changed is I made the horrific mistake of updating my GPU drivers. And it's just fucked with everything, man. I have been closer than ever before. I have never done a GPU driver rollback in my entire life on my actual computer. I have done it on work computers. That's a completely separate thing. Sometimes our work computers ever so often will accidentally talk to Dell, and Dell, because we have Dell laptops, they'll sometimes get their automatic updates to certain things. Not supposed to happen, but it sometimes happens. And there's a reason that it's not supposed to happen. It's because the rest of our software is not built for certain things. I can't be more specific than that, but yeah. I want the race car right now, because the race car is going to be used to... I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll do that later. I just needed to get food right now. And now that we have food, I might go ahead and do the upper floors. Yeah, there's no reason not to. However, this time I don't want to do the next bombing by the seat of my pants. I would like to do it. We'll do it right here on this side. Alright, linking the next pipe bomb to the remote controller. And we are placing it on this streetlight here. And now what we're going to do is, I want to say that we've lured a good chunk of those that are in the front half of the building and on the first floor. There are technically two... Okay, so technically, this is a 4-story building. But in practice, there are just 2 floors that have double height ceilings, right? So the way this works is the first floor has been dealt with. There is not much of a second floor. The third floor will not spawn in until the first time we go up the stairs. So these stairs just right inside, right upstairs here. The moment we crest the stairwell to the landing on the second floor, there's like a second floor landing. The second floor landing is where there's not that many Zeds. As you can see, stragglers all over the place in here. Nothing surprising about that. I have an idea. We're going to quiet light kill these guys. As quiet as we can be while we've got a fire truck. The stragglers that are in this area can't possibly be that good at hearing and or attention span, because otherwise they'd be outside with everybody else. so I have a plan here. Yeah, I have a plan here. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I've identified that the next large pocket is near the, let's just call it the recreation center of the mall. Anybody who's been to a mall knows that every once in a while they'll have like a little play place for the kids, like kind of out in the middle. This one's got a pretty big one, and it's also a pretty big congregation zone for zombos. And that place that I'm talking about here is just like, I'm probably highlighting the outer edge of it right now with my my little map highlighter in the top corner there. So, how we prosecute this. I want to spawn in the upper floor, immediately run back downstairs, fire up, punch a little deeper in, fire up the light bar, and then bail the hell out. That is going to be the goal. So we're sneaking right now. We're sneaking up the stairs. The moment we crest these stairs, another 1,500 zombies or so, I don't know the exact count, another large number of zombies in the 4 digits will just pop into existence, because that's how this works. You can hear it. You'll even be able to hear it. Just listen very carefully to how many mouth breathing noises you hear. That's the sound of several thousand, boys. All right, and here we go. So we're not going to try to bring all of them down at once until we come all the way up here, and then... As you can see, some of them are falling from on high. Not the most comforting situation. In fact, one of the most terrifying things is to fire up a light bar in a building of this size. Oh shit. You gotta be at a very, very solid angle to get through that. We had somebody in the chat was asking about do the lights on the light bar actually help. That y'all just witnessed was one rare scenario where the lights are actually objectively helpful, because they help your ability to see all around the vehicle in complete and total darkness. So if anybody just joined and you didn't see me place the bomb, right here is where the bomb is. Now we just got to bring everybody outside and have them get a mosh pit going. Now that we have gotten zombies to spawn in on the upper floors, you're going to notice a few... these days, I've only ever seen Homelanders. I call them Homelanders because all they do is just fly across the screen. And it reminds me of that surveillance footage where one of the first times the boys directly saw Homelander was just zip, zip, zip across the sky. He was looking for that invisible dude. Because that's all we're seeing right now with some of those glitch ragdolls, is they just zip all over the place. That is happening because they're falling from the upper floors and something is breaking with the ragdoll system. You didn't even finish clearing the crossroads. Well, that's high pop for you right there, isn't it? High pop is that is pain. There's no gun store there, so you're not going to come out of there with a surplus of ammo. There is a gun store in this place. In fact, right now we're on the net positive. Ooh, hang on. Is that a... that guy has got a duffel bag, but it's not a police duffel bag. It's just a duffel bag of a very similar color. If I nail him with a drive-by here, I don't know if that will have been successful. I think it was. Yep, we got him. Yep. We got a Homelander in the fields. You would think that there would be some kind of manager, like a ragdoll manager, that just detects movement and just, if it detects some sort of this massive discrepancy. This ragdoll has moved 20 tiles in the space of one frame. Just fucking delete it. Like, seriously. But I don't know if this managers are kind of a Unity game engine thing. I was looking at Paralives, the code base for it, and boy howdy, that was like 24 different managers for that game, and it's still horrifically incomplete, the live mode is. Build mode and character creator are fucking amazing. If anybody's interested in the life sim genre, Paralives is on its way there. Regrettably, the hardest part of a life sim is the actual life sim part of it, and that's the most incomplete part of the game, so... But they've got the best foundation I've ever seen. Better than any of the Sims games ever. Now they just gotta finish the job. Godspeed. So what I'm doing is, if anybody's not familiar with my movement patterns here, we're boosting to 10 miles an hour when we need to backtrack, and then when we're closest to the building, as in our sound bar is reaching the farthest distance, we lower speed to 5 miles an hour. Now, if there's a lot of zombies closing in and I don't feel like taking vehicle damage, we'll boost it back up to 10. Like, right about now. This is my beater-upper. It's okay to take some damage. If I can limit it, I will. Record bombing runs. Actually, so far, the past two have been pretty not as efficient as they could have been. And I'm okay with that. I mean, we've done 3 so far this stream, I believe. Hello. Okay then. Alright, regrettably I have to do this. I hate this. I hate this so much. The game's completely frozen. I'm not going to... I'm not fighting that. I'm not fighting that. So when the game freezes up like that, that's going to count as a crash. Just going to close, reopen the game, and that's probably going to delete all the zombies. I don't like that. I really don't. I mean, that's just a waste of my time. I couldn't get that beautiful detonation. Now what probably happened, and I couldn't even see this happen to verify it. You know, what might have happened is we might have bumped into the glitch ragdoll, like the glitch ragdoll that you guys saw floating all over the screen. If you hit one of those with a vehicle, your game will crash. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if we hit the, we should still be in the truck, and it should still have the light bar running, it should still be started. So if it doesn't delete all the zombies, which usually the game actually will delete all the zombies around you if you crash and there's a bunch next to you, it'll delete a lot of zombies, like for 40 tiles or something like that. But we'll see. There goes nothing. Yeah. Oh, no, look at... Oh, okay, okay. Okay, we're in business. Beautiful. Yeah, okay. I'm pleasantly surprised. I was actually expecting the game to delete all the zombies, because that tends to be what happens when you crash, but, geez, that stupid ragdoll is still floating around. I should have taken the opportunity to just delete... Okay. So... let's finish this bombing activity if we can. I think we can do it. Yeah, we just pick up right where we left off. I think we're good. Now, when the game froze up, that was an app hang, is what that was. When the game freezes up like that, and I still hear zombies making noise, I'm usually likely to just close the game, because at that point sometimes the simulation keeps running. Simulation being zombie movement and whatnot. Sometimes that stuff keeps happening, even though the rest of the game seems to be frozen and you can't interact with it. So when I see that happen, my gut instinct tells me just kill the game. Just kill the game, reload it. If we had sat around and waited, the game might have recovered, or it might have considered it a full crash. I don't know. We just hit the shadow zombie threshold, which means we now have more than 500 on screen. Shadow zombies, if anybody is not familiar, those are zombies who you see them flash for a moment there. Zombies rendering without textures or animations, so that the game can save some resources. I'm gonna go ahead and blow it on this pass. Okay, hold on. Yeah, just a little longer then. There was a moment we could have hit the trigger and we would have gotten a pretty decent percentage, but I think we can do just a little better. Not quite on the ones directly behind me. Okay. That's the thing that I need to practice the most, right? Is the ones that are directly behind me, getting them merged back into the group at the last second. That is the skill issue that I've been trying to improve on. I was actually doing pretty good about it for a little while there, but that one I would give myself about 8.5 out of 10, maybe. Now that being said, we've had like 9.5 out of 10 lately, so we have a proven track record of doing even better than that in terms of how much of the current group we were able to blow away with one pipe bomb. That's what we're shooting for at this point. You know, we wiped out the vast majority of the group already, so I'm not even slightly bothered about cleaning this up. Okay, that's not good. I should have fallen back a few moments ago there. Instead of pulling out the M16 just there, the M16 is long distance really. It's got a 4x scope on it. This is the optimal range rating. I should not be shooting too much closer range than this. Otherwise, I'm just I'm wasting ammo at that point. Okay. This is mostly slow shamblers. We can melee all these guys. And make the Raven Guard proud. We attack, we fall back. Slow shamblers can be split apart very easily. To say that just because I got to switch to melee doesn't mean I can't have just as neat of a pile as if it was a pipe bomb. That's what we do here. We do neat piles. Keep their attention. Slow shamblers are the most likely to lose focus. I didn't even mention the last couple times I've done this, I'm almost 100% sure my sword needs to be sharpened, so I just switched to my machete for a bit. When I get to the point of being sure that I need to sharpen both, that's when I just think a little bit less about it. And this is why sometimes I like to have a grindstone in the field. Beautiful. Now, believe it or not, we have an even longer distance gun than the M16. We haven't used it much, but right now this is actually a great cleanup op. This is the MSR 7. Sorry, the MSR something. MSR 70. The fact that it ends in T, tactical, I always forget. Sometimes I fail to differentiate it in my brain from the JS3T, which is the shotgun. See, I don't feel like going all the way into that pile of corpses just to kill a few of these guys. All right, beautiful. Yeah, the MSR-7T. Look at this thing. It's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful sniper rifle with an 8x scope. 4 in the tube. We didn't take that much trunk damage either. Every time we bump into a zombie with the side of the vehicle, that is a chance. Basically just a dice roll. It's a dice roll for a chance at trunk damage. And trunk damage means less carrying capacity. I have repaired this trunk a record number of times. But it can still fit everything. Now, I'm going to probably repair it soon anyway. And I'm not going to just stand here and snipe zombies. Because they're going to continue coming out of the building in a orderly fashion. And I just got sick. So that's it for today. We're good. We are very good. In fact, what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm just going to put the truck away for now, because we need a repair to both the hood and the trunk, and probably the windshield, too. I mean, if the hood is damaged, which, as you can see, there's a little bit of visual damage on the hood, that means it's below 50%. That probably means that the windshield is not far off from needing to be replaced. So I might actually steal some parts from vehicles. But we're also just going to straight up steal that ambulance. So there's a couple of vehicles from that parking lot that I'm just going to straight up tow back to my base here. Before we do that, my sharpening stone is right over here. Let's sharpen anything that needs it. Much faster than the whetstone. Just the sword. Okay. Jammy Cho, that is one way of doing it, for sure. If you have enough rags, you can level tailoring straight to 10. That's going to be a lot of rags, though. What I recommend to level tailoring, if you can pull it off, if you have the patience and the planning for it, it'll reward you very well. Do plant like 30 flax in the October of your first winter, and just keep it watered. You're not going to have too much problem keeping it watered. Alright, so I'm already done with this stupid ragdoll floating across the screen. If we bump into it, it'll crash the game. So I'm going to do this, right? Speaking of crashing the game, if you have a glitched ragdoll on screen and you just go to the menu and you turn ragdolls off, the game, at least in my experience, the game crashes shortly thereafter. So instead of dealing with any of that, what I'm going to do real quick is just I'm actually just going to quit the game completely. And then in the main menu, after launching the game again, we'll turn ragdolls off and then reload the save. That is, I feel like, the best way to address the super-duper glitched ragdolls on screen without, forcing ourselves into the likelihood of a crash. So, deal with that here. Thanks, Papa John's. They always email me special deals on pizza when I don't need to buy pizza. I shall not fall to the temptation. It's one of the very, very, very few companies that I'll allow to email me ads, because every once in a while it actually becomes useful to me. Alright. Oh, I forgot to do it. Is it too late now? Hang on. It might be too late now. I'm such an idiot. Now that's funny. The little tooltip, if anybody can't read that. Use physics hit reactions automatically unchecked in multiplayer, as ragdolls are not yet available in multiplayer. Don't forget to toggle them back on when returning to single player. What if we're in this area, huh? All right, if I crash now because I waited until now to turn it back off, mea culpa. At least we'll know what happened. The game has gotten a lot better at recovering from crashes. There was a point in time, early on before the double digits in B42 builds, right? So I don't remember exactly when. I want to say 42.9 for some reason. Just prior to like 42.9 something or rather in that range, the game, for most of its lifespan, was very bad at crashing. Or like when you had a crash, you almost expected your save to be messed up somehow. And I personally witnessed that a couple times. My save I would have a crash for some dumb reason. Take your pick, you know, all kinds of things. It's unstable, we expect it. But the thing that I'm very glad that they started fixing is that saves used to have all sorts of weird problems when recovering from a crash. Those have mostly, almost all been redressed. I cannot think of the last time where I've had a crash and it's caused me a problem of any sort. Is that I think she's got a hunting knife in her. Yeah. My current hunting knife is probably better condition, though. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? It's crashed. Your game forgot what day it is. Now, to be real with you guys, ragdolls are actually objectively beneficial for ranged combat right now. A zombie that gets ragdolled by a bullet is going to stay down a lot longer than a zombie that, you know, with ragdoll physics off, that just gets knocked down just onto their back straight away. Ragdolls are objectively beneficial to your combat experience in that regard. And at some point, ragdolls are supposedly coming to melee combat. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. I just recall hearing the devs say that they intend on ragdolls being for melee. Alright, so I never even looked at this thing. Let's just see what we got here. Ooh, look at all those 100s. Oh, boys, I was not expecting that. Alright, what's the engine quality? Here's the real kicker. You click on the engine. Engine quality 63. This is actually the worst ambulance I've ever seen. I mean, it's alright. It's pretty. Sometimes I just like having a vehicle in my fleet that's pretty. But we are going to have to make sure we do not accidentally confuse this one with the expedition ambulance, because the expedition ambulance, the first in the lineup over here, the expedition ambulance here is the best in my fleet by far. Prettiest, 100 engine quality, no dirt on it, and it's got all of my important supplies in it for setting a new base up. So. Yeah. Most of your crashes send you to midnight. That's unfortunate. That was actually the problem that they were supposed to have fixed. Breaking time. Breaking time in space, as it were. It's actually cool that we got some duct tape here. Duct tape is something I'm running low on currently. For bomb making specifically, duct tape is what whenever you're making bombs, duct tape is to put the remote trigger onto the bomb. It's a decoration at best. It weighs 15 encumbrance, but okay, the game currently calls it a single bed with green metal frame, but the gurney only provides an average quality of sleep. So despite being lightweight and easy to move around, it's no better than a high-quality sleeping bag, really. High-quality sleeping bag in a tent is a lot easier to carry around, and it provides a better quality of sleep, or the same quality of sleep, I suppose. All right. Non-essential crafting materials go on this side. Memorabilia in the corner here. And clothing of any sort to this side. Now, there are some first aid categorized items that are completely useless or are not the best way of doing something, and therefore I don't want it in my first aid boxes. So cotton balls, I think you use cotton balls with rubbing alcohol as a other way of sterilizing a wound. However, alcohol wipes are more plentiful and require fewer objects. So alcohol wipes, I mean, I do this in real life. The last time I took a major injury in real life that I needed to clean up myself, literally just nothing but alcohol wipes. Now, what this game is lacking, in my opinion, to make it a accurate example of the way you would deal with wounds in real life, is that we need more than just these bandages. These bandages are not good enough. I took an injury semi-recently on my scooter, where I kind of slid across the ground and across the asphalt, rather. Slid across the asphalt. That injury was, if I had just put, like, one of these ace bandage sort of things onto my, what do they call it? Road burn. Yeah, I guess road burn. It was a huge abrasion. Most of my right leg, below the knee, most of my right leg below the knee had like half of its surface area covered in abrasion. Gauze pads where I needed a lot of those, because you would want to change the gauze pad frequently to make sure it doesn't get anything wrong with it. 2,300 on the dot. We have half of this salad to eat. Put away the empty bowl, and this hunting knife is probably just going to be a decoration. Well, probably. I'll just put it here with the other spare. And it is now our first bedtime. Target somewhere to my left. That is not the first time I have heard a breathing noise somewhere in the not too distant area after going to sleep. And yet, there's nobody here. At least nobody that I can see. And that's spooky. That's very spooky. I don't like it. It could be either one of these buildings. Either of these apartment complexes. It's not showing the upper floors. Hang on, there we go. So there's two apartment complexes, both of them 4 stories tall. We have spawned in the first 2 floors of both of the buildings. The upper floors are not spawned in yet, so it's nobody on the upper floors. Somebody on one of the first 2 floors in either of these big segments of building here. That could have been what we heard, because all I heard was something in my generic left. So that could be anybody in this area, that could be anybody in this area, and they could be on the 2nd floor. There is one thing I could do. It would be a lot easier to do during the day. If I go to the 2nd floor of my base, I can actually see better. Not that far away, but if there was a zombie like on the 2nd floor of any of these balconies, we would at least be able to see them on this side. But on the other side, I don't know if that's even possible. Yeah, my base doesn't go far enough for that. So the, what's it called? This area over the gas pumps is actually 2 stories tall. I could get on top of that platform, on top of the gas pumps, if I built another staircase and then a little footbridge going across. That would enable me to see a little bit better. There's a part of me that wants to do that. The only question would be, what else would I do with that? Would I make it safer and build a little catwalk with railings and everything? Probably not. See, I don't have the same problem on this side of the street as I do back there. On this side of the street, there's no fences blocking my view. I can see clearly that there's nobody on any of these balconies. Okay, good to know. Nobody behind these tree lines. Parking garage in here has been dealt with. More steel sheet. Yes, please. Well, I don't know. Now, there's one other thing that I would... the last place that they could be, that actually is probably likely, somewhere right on the other side of this fence. If that was the case, I would not notice, even from my own roof. It seems a little iffy. Sometimes you can see over fences like this from elevated points. Sometimes you can't. It seems like there is some sort of limitation to that. I have been very unenthusiastic about going back there. It's just a maze of trees and potential leftovers. Nothing good will come from this. And yet, I must. Honestly, if I hug the fence here. Yeah, if I hug the fence, I think we'll be alright. I could just be going insane, to be honest. Not that there's anywhere to go, I'm already there. Pickles are still good after a year and a half, right? More than anything, I'm not even looking as much as listening right now. That little sound of a breathing that I heard in the bass, it sounded a lot closer than anything potentially back here. Piano. Fun stories about pianos in this on this channel. Ah, key to Butcher Apartments. We are east right now. East, northeast-ish. I'll just start with E for that. Well, we successfully cleared anything on the first floor for this particular area. That's good enough for me for now. Got some cookware while we were out. I was down for more of that. The sponge, we picked that up specifically because we have a collection of them here to recharge our respirator filters with. Sponge, charcoal, glue, and a rag, and then a mortar and pestle in order to recharge your respirator filters. I have all the materials to do more of those, but I don't want to do it right now because the, doesn't make sense to at the moment. I'm calling this key to the ambulance 63 because it is the weak ambulance 63 engine quality. Those remaining keys I probably don't need. Those are not vehicles in my immediate fleet, so I'm just going to toss those out. Going to do reading material somewhere over here. Oh no, magazine rack for the magazines, of course. And the last of this salad. And then tomorrow morning we've got more salad where that came from. Two salads out of the freezer into the fridge. And after that, that's after tomorrow's food is consumed, we will need to make some more salads because we'll be completed with all the meal prep that we have gone through. Alright, and that's my bag sorted out, except for the empty magazines. Don't gotta go very far to get those cleaned up because the SWAT truck is right here. I picked the right vehicle to park inside. Alright, it's bedtime. If anybody watching is new, we have 2 bedtimes here. We go to bed at 2300 and then 5 a.m. So that leaves us with a couple of hours in the middle of the night to screw around, but by doing that, that enables us as a restless sleeper with the wakeful trait. That particular combo basically just means if you sleep twice every night and then wake up sometime like now, if you wake up at 8:30, you won't get tired again until sunset usually. There's a few things you can do to fuck that up if you let yourself overheat. This is one thing I always care about. I care a lot about my insulation because if you overheat, you get tired faster. Something that this game is very bad at explaining. None of the tooltips say that. None of the loading tips say that. But if you are hot, your fatigue builds up faster. I wish I had went several thousand hours in this game without knowing that. In my opinion, there should not be an effect at all, ever, that is not described somewhere. Loading tip, tool tip, mouse over the buff, or the mouse over the moodle in the top right, and see whether it has, you know, some text that defines problems that it causes. That would be all a very good thing if any of that was applicable to getting tired from being hot. I can logically that does kind of make sense. I mean, that's actually relevant to me particularly. I'm the kind of person who absolutely despises the heat, and I would much prefer to be colder than hotter. And I do absolutely feel a little bit of that brain fog if I visit my boomer parents who live in Florida every once in a while. I am no stranger at all to the brain fog that gets caused by the heat. I actually forgot that our 9mm was discharged. So we've got an empty magazine to throw out and an empty bullet, or a racked bullet there. And then we replace the magazine on standby and we're good to go. Speaking of ammo, we are ready for another box of 357. That's my revolver. Straight into the bandolier with that. It's already loaded up. Okay. We're not going to forget food today. I did forget something important last night. The ambulance we recovered needs a new battery. I think this is that's a standard. I might not have a charged heavy duty available. That would be a Newfers right there. I'm just going to go ahead and borrow... I will borrow a battery from one of my other ambulances that are parked in the correct place. Now I just need to make sure to remember to give the battery back to it once we have charged up the one that was already in the recovery vehicle. Hello. There we go. Maybe I shouldn't have stuff right next to the doors. So we'll just take out the one that's not charged, plug the one in that is charged. They both look the same. There we go. And then the uncharged one can go on the charger, and when it's done charging, we put it back into the other ambulance. Don't let the appearance fool you. The one to the right is a standard battery, the one to the left is heavy duty. I do think there should be some visual separation of those. So now all we've got here is an ambulance that does not start anywhere near as reliably as the others in the fleet. But it has a perfect light bar and some really good parts on it. So... So what? What does that mean to me right now? Not too much. In fact, the parts on it might even be better used elsewhere. So for now, I'm just going to store it down here with the other vehicles that are either carrying long-term supplies or are just donor parts, like the Southeastern Painting Services there. In fact, I'll probably do a battery trade for this one too. This one's battery is kind of weak. Yeah, it is kind of weak. There is some gas in the tank, though. I don't have to think about that. I have almost no need for a weak battery. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that behind. We will just make a point to pick up another one. Key already in the ignition. Don't even have one of those on my chain right now, so I can hold on to that. I'm going to take the windshield and the hood out of this thing, and those are going to go on our combat truck. Engine quality is the magic zoomer numbers. I shall not invoke them currently. It's going to take a little bit more of a momentous occasion for me to invoke the magic zoomer numbers. Yeah, in terms of donor parts, the Southeastern Painting Services will be used up first. So we'll slap that window into the ambulance. So I can at least say the ambulance has a full set of good parts. Looking good to me. All right. Now just replacing the hood and the windshield of our heavy combat truck, and we are back at it to the Grand Ohio Mall. Try going to school 1 p.m. and 28 to 30 Celsius. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm assuming that's a school that doesn't have very good air conditioning. I was, okay, as an American, as a Yank, as a burger over here, I have been absolutely, one of the great realizations of my adult life was just how much of the world does not have air conditioning, as just like, you know, in every building. It's just like, you know, just a thing to have. That blew my mind. That blew the absolute hell out of my mind. I was floored, to say the least. Our windshield's actually okay. Yeah, we don't need to swap it yet. And the hood has actually not been repaired yet. So we can actually leave those here for future use. I will do some repairs, speaking thereof. We'll do one to the trunk and one to the hood, have this hood on standby. Yeah, 131 is perfectly fine for a heavy-duty active use. We're not yet at the point where I want new tires on this thing, but we're getting in that general direction. One of our tires is down to 77. For all of my active use vehicles, I usually prefer to have tires performance 75% or higher, if I can swing it, which, I mean, we have an entire parking lot of parts to choose from here, so I am perfectly within reason to be choosy. Needless to say, we have completed all of our maintenance for now. Off we go to see who is remaining in the building. You had a dangling ceiling fan in a classroom of 40. Oh my god. Oh my god. I also, another thing that it took me a very long time to understand was that I am not uniquely affected by the heat. Even the people who don't seem to mind it are actually affected by it. And I know this for a fact because here in the United States now, we kind of have a bit of a political disturbance. We're in a bit of a, I guess you could say, interesting times. To such an extent where the politically well-informed, we just call summer riot season at this point because, yeah, we haven't had our big one yet, but it's coming. It's going to be a little bit closer to election time, so probably late July, early June, perhaps. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there'll be a curveball. Maybe something extremely stupid will happen during the 4th of July. I can't rule anything out. Politics is a very strange thing right now. Currently, the individuals who stoke unrest are in favor of one political side that is several percentage points below the other political side, both of which are sub 40, so it's not like that's saying much. I mean, by my own, that actually measures up pretty well with my own assessment. If I had to like give my how much approval I have for each political party, they're both way below 40, probably mid 30s. Real Clear Politics does some pretty good polling work on that. I'm just gonna go in here on foot. I was gonna drive, but nah. I just want to go by sound here. Ah, look at that. Look, okay, here we go. Why, you know that big line of zombies we just witnessed? That line where just, it just seems like some wall? That was the outer radius of where they can hear the sirens from if I'm parked right in front of the building. So we actually witnessed just now. We witnessed how far into the building the sirens go if I roll the sirens and I drive right up to the front door. Because if any of those zombies had been just a little closer, they probably would not have been in here. They would have been joined the last group that came outside. Okay. I'm also getting supremely overheated. What is the exterior temperature right now? It's below fucking freezing out here. But we've reached that phase where if I wear my warm clothes outdoors and then go indoors and start sneaking around, I will get too hot. I have ways to redress that. However, what I'm doing right now, I'm switching jackets. I'm taking the scarf off. I'll switch the shirt too. I have two shirts that are exactly the same, except one has holes in the chest and the other doesn't. Damn it, I'm trying to do something. Can't you go die over here somewhere? Somewhere where I won't have to run over the corpses. So the jacket has changed. I was wearing the cowhide one with the spots. Now I'm wearing my leather jacket, which has holes in the chest. Why a jacket with holes in the chest? Jacket with holes in the chest, your chest, neck, and head are the places where body heat ventilates most. So if you leave those uninsulated, which, holes in your clothing means there's no insulation. If you leave those uninsulated, you do not get hot anywhere near as quickly. So I just took the scarf off, just took off the, so you see this is with the insulation tab. The colors go from red to blue based on your insulation levels. This high insulation on my lower body and my upper lower arms, my hands, that's perfectly fine. Most of your body heat vents through this area that is now light green and dark blue. There is a trade-off to that, of course. If I stand around outside and I stand still for too long now, I will get cold, and it will take significant body heat generation, running around and shit, to reverse that. So effectively what I just did is I dressed for moving around indoors a lot. I'm going to need to. How's my sword holding up? That didn't feel very good. No, we're good. We're at 70%. Sword is 70, machete is 90. You know what? I don't feel like putting down this sledgehammer right now. You just got pwned. I'll have the sledgehammer wipe out a few of these bollards so I can more easily drive in and out of there. I don't think I'll need the sledgehammer too much once I get back inside. There's very, very few doors of consequence that will not have been immediately destroyed by the zombies coming out of the building. No way in and out of here. Sledgehammer could destroy these low fences in the middle and then get a way in, but no. This is just to take a peek. Peek has been taken. I actually forgot about that. All the other entrances are perfectly fine to drive into. Let's just do a little right here. Just do a little toot right here and see who heeds the call, because there's going to be plenty of people who will have migrated down into audio range. They can hear us and come on outside. Gonna melee all of them. Assuming they all heard the call. Okay, maybe not. Well, I'm more than ready to go in there. And the only last thing I'm going to do to prep to get in there is I'm going to put my heavy armor on. I do not go into a tight, close quarters space like the Grand Ohio Mall, even though it's technically wide enough to drive in. No, I'm not going in there without my heavy armor. Heavy armor is kept on my passenger seat, so that is... Observe my protection levels, watch how they go up. Gloves are now on, bone choker is on the neck, coat of plates is on the chest, and that covers the gaps left by my insulation level clothing. There's one more thing that I can do that this is going to have the opposite effect. This is going to lower our protection levels on our feet, but it's going to make our feet quieter. So I can do a little more sneaky sneak. We'll have to see if I have the opportunity to do any more sneaky sneak. Very, very, like 90% of the time, you will see me wearing boots of some kind, and therefore my feet will be louder. This is one of the rare times where I am going to go ahead and wear sneakers. That makes my feet quieter, and it makes my movement speed faster. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, make it all the way to any sort of loot places that are worth looting. Just in case I do get that far, I'm taking my frame packs, both of them. So these frame packs, they weigh 8.0 encumbrance, but inside them they can fit 45 encumbrance. So I am actually capable of carrying more loot on me right now. If I have a bag, one of those frame packs in both hands, I can carry more loot than a trailer. New base here. Hell no, we don't base in the Grand Ohio Mall. This place is just too big. I could never guarantee that I had cleared all the zombies out of it. Now that's interesting. Oh, these are traps. Okay, so you don't see these anymore if you have ragdolls turned off. These zombies with no clothes on, I believe they're actually still, like, not dead. I think the moment I... Yep. Like I said, traps. Now these might have been some of the ones that were flying across the screen earlier. Because there's nothing for them to fall off of to land in here. So that would explain everything about why they're here. So with ragdolls turned off, sometimes zombies will fall off of high places and then kind of turn into that state we just saw them in. And there's another one. There's two. Yeah, both of these guys here. Three. But those guys are all outside, I believe. So let's just go deal with them. Look at all these. These are all the glitched ragdolls, I think. I don't know if you guys saw that. Hang on, let me show you this. Observe what happens when I open this door. Top right corner of the screen there. See how my character gets scared for a second? That's because she's seeing a zombie that is not dead. Yeah, no idea what's going on with these things, but I believe they are formerly the glitched ragdolls. If anybody wasn't here earlier, we turned ragdolls off to improve stability because these zombies here, were formerly flying across the screen. And I believe the situation with these zombies that just lay on the ground until you walk over them, I very rarely see them when ragdolls are enabled. Usually when ragdolls are enabled, they're not glitched and they'll just, hello. Oh, is this a legit one? Okay, then. Yeah, this is a legit one. Just a naked dude with only a newspaper on him. All right, then. Nice. I think this is the last one up here. Did you notice the gender swap, too? It was a dude, and then suddenly it's a chick. Now it's a corpse. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, these things are dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that for some reason this is just a glitch, they show up without clothes right now. I probably would not have noticed those if they had not spawned without clothes. I mean, I would just kind of, I would see a corpse nearby and it would go in one eye and out the other because it's not a moving corpse. All right, as we were. Oh, we never did see this guy outside, so he might count as inside. Okay. Now she's outside. It's no longer a he, now it's a she. Odd. You'll notice that a lot with these. Now that's interesting. We were within position to do a jaw stab, but we couldn't. Usually if we're in position to do a jaw stab, but we push instead, that usually means there's another zombie who sees us. But where? Where? I don't know. I don't know, guys. Whoa! I've never seen that happen. If you're standing on their chest, they usually can never get up. Huh, okay. Good to know. I'm going to have to pay very close attention to that in the future. I was doing a little bit of a flex there, to be honest. I was doing a little bit of a flex. If you stand on a zombie's chest in the past, they would never, ever be able to move. Like, you could sleep with a zombie. Well, no, the game wouldn't let you, but you could. In theory, you could. Because simply standing on their chest is apparently enough to turn them into a not threat until you stop. Y'all hear that? That is the sound of 1,000 terrible things coming this way. When they find us, they'll blast us into oblivion. I wish I memorized that line. Hello, then. There's no more sneaking allowed at this point. I'm actually falling back a little farther. I've spotted already another couple of, yeah, that one right there. And a few more. So, I understand perfectly well seeing them here. These ones make perfect sense. What they are people who fell from the second floor walkway of the mall. So I perfectly expect to see them here. What's up, George Lucas? I was just making fun of your movies. Alright, one coming in and three glitch ragdolls on the floor. Possibly more than... Yeah, that looks like 4, actually. So 2 coming in, 3 coming in. We're switching weapons. I'll usually try to use the knife if I can, because that's the only weapon that I need to get. All my other weapons on my belt right now are weapons I've maxed out. So I'll use what the situation calls for, but if it doesn't call for anything specific, I'll try for the knife. Yes, this is the biggest mall in the game. Actually, just the biggest building in the game, bar none. There is no building with a greater amount of floor real estate. In terms of actionable loot, I'm going to be real with you guys, this place is not... It would never be a priority for me. Because anything you can find in this place, you can find more of elsewhere. Even the grill shop right here. The grill shop right here, probably going to have several propane tanks partially used on the floor models, but then there's probably going to be full ones in the somewhere in these shelves. But this is not the best place for propane in Louisville. We've already been there, and we came home with 24 full propane tanks. So yeah, I can just look at the shelves here and tell you we're not going to find 24. We'll probably find a fair few, but not 24. Let me just dump the ones that I see on the floor. And then we can come back later with like an empty step van. I spotted one zombie that was upright and movable, and I've spotted at least 3 that are traps on the floor here. I'm just going to drop these propane tanks outside. Like I said, we'll come in here with a step van at some point and just like drive the van straight in here and pick this stuff up. That's a very easy thing to do. I need to be advised on my flashlight battery. We're down to the last 5th. It'll probably last for the rest of this evening. But I don't know. We'll find out. I don't think anybody's aggroed onto me right now. Specifically... No, one. Bottom? Upper floor somewhere, I think. Yeah, the way that sound faded instantly, it was somebody on the upper floor who took one look at me and then turned around towards the staircase. Which means... staircase, most likely. No? I have no idea then. Maybe a particularly slow one who turned towards the staircase. In any case, hello! Alright then, this is the reality of life when ragdolls are turned off. You run into these a lot more often. I don't know if that is... that might be that ragdolls are supposed to do that someday. I think maybe the fact that these are still in the game, I feel like they would have been removed if it was not intended that they might someday be applied to ragdoll zombies. So in the future, just based on the precedent that this sets, because I feel like the devs want this. I feel like they want zombies to, you know, get ragdolled by something and go inactive, but then come back when they sense a human nearby. That makes perfect sense, because it's something that could kill you, right? That's something the devs of this game would really like, wouldn't it? This might be the guy that I heard earlier. He might have finally made it down the stairs. Alright, 3rd time's a charm, you get the poke. Mad Dan's Den. Yeah, Mad Dan's Den is actually, that's probably a pretty good source of propane, too. When I think of Mad Dan's Den, I think of, like, electronics and appliances and whatnot. Location isn't bad, but you're a little ways out from most towns. Somebody heard me, and got aggroed inside here, I believe. Yep. More than one somebody. Yeah, we've got to be very careful coming around this corner here, because basically, this is where the wall was. If anybody wasn't here about 5 to 10 minutes ago, when we first drove in here, right around this area, there was just basically a wall of zombies. And the reason for that is, beyond this point, we are deep enough that all of our using of the sirens and light bars outside was not going far enough in to drag everybody out. So we're actually getting a small taste of what the population feels like inside this place if you hadn't had a chance to drain the building. Like, we did actually punch a little bit deeper with the vehicle initially, but after a certain point, they lost track of us. I think the one we're hearing in this area here is second floor. Worse, it's second floor and doesn't know how to jump down to us. Those I hate a lot because what's actually happening, and we can't see this, but what's happening is the one making those aggro noises to the left there is she's on like the third floor and she's just walking towards a ledge that has like a low fence in front of it. Oh, look at that. She figured out how to do it. Now she might be a trap like the others. Let's find out. I'm actually 90% chance she's a trap. Yep, got it. The reason I could tell that is there's a little subtlety to the way they, if you pay very close attention, like these ones here we know are 100% dead, but this guy here we know is 100% not dead. Observe the way they move when I move. There's a slight judder to the ones that are not actually dead. This is not going to help you much when ragdolls are like the norm and you don't even turn them off anymore. You'll only notice things like this when ragdolls are off. I think there's actually two here. Yeah, look at that. There's this guy, and then I think there's somebody right underneath him. Just one somebody, thankfully. Yeah, based on all the noise I'm hearing right now, there are quite a few just right around this corner right here. I do not feel like having a very large fight indoors right now. I can handle it, but I don't feel like it. It does not feel like a good idea right now. So if I get the slightest whiff that there's going to be too many of them, we'll go back, get the truck. Situations like this make me wish that I could make the flashlight more powerful. The heavy-duty flashlights actually can reach farther. Yep, look at that, look at that. The clothing store there. Yep. We're also actually, we're at risk of getting sick now. Too many corpses around here. My mask can no longer prevent stage 2 bad smell. So we're coming down the tail end of needing to just back up and either go get the respirator mask or just take a break. Sometimes I wonder if there's actually like a rhythm that you should think about when how often to just turn around and check your six. In a place like this where you could always have somebody come up from behind, there's no preventing stragglers, right? We do our best to prevent there from being large blobs that could ever come up behind us, but stragglers in a place like this, you'll never prevent stragglers from showing up behind you. And I think often about How often should I check my 6 in a situation like this? I spend so much time avoiding situations like this that I don't really have a good answer to that. Like, I just go by gut feeling, and I use the movement keys, and I check my 6. You're not a trap, you're not a trap. These 3 up here are traps. No? Do we just have some nude zombies nude for no reason? No. No, they're not corpses, I can't loot them. I don't know what's going on with these guys. Ah, there we go. Just had to be at the right spot, I guess. Every single one of these guys could have been one of those ragdolls that fly across the screen. Just to give you a comparison of how many were just messed up. Okay. I want to check real quick and see if the bad stink follows us all the way into this. It does. Okay. The bad stink, sickness can actually kill you now. Eventually it can kill you real bad. Usually I just fall back and stop doing whatever I'm doing when I get stage 1 here queasy. Right now I'm just looking at more propane if I can find any. If I can't, then I'm out of here and I'm not coming back. If I find a lot more, I'll come out of here and then I'll come back with a step van or the other ambulance maybe. One of them has spotted me around the corner there. Power half the mall with 1 Jenny. I believe you, and in fact, I might actually do that. I've never tried, and I'm actually kind of curious to see what that feels like. Of course, plenty of propane tanks up here. Okay. What this means, though, is that I think we can get most of the propane tanks with 1 go. I can fit 4 in this bag I'm pulling out right now. And look at that, there's 4 in here right now. And all of these here, all 6 of these, are going to be at, like, partial use. So I'll just come back for them. And then the last 4, well, would you look at that? I have 2 frame packs. Like I said, I can carry more than a fucking trailer right now. I don't think I'm going to be able to pick up that last one. If I put it in a different bag, yes, okay. Neat. So this is what peak carry weight efficiency looks like. A frame pack in each hand and a military backpack on the back. The reason you can't do 3 frame packs is the frame packs have a very weak encumbrance reduction factor. So even though they can fit more than a military backpack, they reduce the weight of what you're carrying a lot less effectively. So when it comes to just peak efficiency, carrying them as much as you possibly can at once, I'm torn between 2 military backpacks and 1 large frame pack, or right now what I've been doing, 2 frame packs and 1 military backpack on the back. That feels like the best. Feels like the best, but then you run into situations like this where I couldn't fit that last propane tank into my backpack. Even though I had room for it, my inventory didn't. I was already at the cap because of the weak encumbrance reduction factor. So a lot of dumb things to think about when it comes to all that. Citrus Wave is completely filled up with propane tanks. Plonkies has plenty of room. Plonkies can get all of these. Now, let's say a zombie just showed up and I needed to drop both of these. All I gotta do is click a button to equip a 2-handed weapon and she'll instantly drop them. That is, I have no strong feelings one way or the other about that. Yeah, no, the parking lots are some of the worst that stink. Now, we basically at all times have a bandana on our face, but that falls off pretty quickly when corpse piles like those are around. For that, we have a half-mask respirator right here. Now, the current respirator filter in there is pretty weak, so I don't expect it to last long. So I'm actually going to take one of these replacement filters with me. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish cleaning up those foot mobile zombies that are still outside. I just drove right past them because my hands are full. But now we'll wipe them out, and then we'll go back inside and get the rest of that propane. What's up, losers? I was actually hoping to kill them before the combat music kicked in. Oh well. This right here is definitely one of the former Homelanders that was flying across the screen. Might as well be a free knife kill. This is also an example of where ragdolls are objectively beneficial, is when you're shooting them. Because if you shoot them but you don't kill them, with a 357 like the one I'm wielding, you'll almost guaranteed ragdoll them if it's not a one-hit kill. But with ragdolls off, it will instead just knock them down straight on their back and they'll get up a lot faster. I think those were all the loose foot mobiles in the parking lot, except for those guys who are coming out right now up there. So back to being slightly more quiet. And we'll just go pick up the remaining 6 propane tanks from those floor models. Now, we're wearing the respirator mask right now. That means that it does not matter how many corpses are around us, we won't smell them as long as the filters are good. The filters will drain themselves at a rate that is proportional to how many corpses there are. I don't know if there's even a ceiling to that. If there's enough corpses, you might blow through a filter very quickly. Even with the filter on, I usually treat it as if I'm on very limited time, because I really am at the end of the day. It's because I don't see the filters actively degrading. They very much are. Even though I seriously doubt these floor models would ever be lit inside of a business establishment like this one, they still all have, like, partially used tanks. In fact, in a store like this, I'm pretty sure they would never have live propane in the tanks. Oh, speaking of live propane. All right, then. More than I thought in here. I do believe I can get away with just having one backpack filled with these, and then my main backpack. Hello. That's why I kept facing that direction. In fact, I heard somebody flip. And I could never tell where the flip occurred. It could have been this window right here. That was when I heard that flip just now. But otherwise, I'm keeping my eyes on that door right there. Now, even though there's 6 tanks out here, We might be able to fit all 6 of them into the next bag. These tanks being of... Yeah, look at that. Okay, so these 6 propane tanks out here weigh 44 encumbrance. The frame pack can fit 45. Fucking amazing. We might run into inventory limitations, though. Yeah, the last one I can't pick up because I literally cannot fit 7.33 encumbrance into my main inventory. So what I do now is I drop my sword, and then I try again. And then I can do it. And then I just put my sword back on. It's stupid, but this is how Zomboid works when you're trying to carry a lot of stuff at once. Which we have now done successfully. We're out of here. And we're coming home with another 6 full propane tanks and 6 partial full propane tanks. Oh yeah, Nana Madhouse. The basically the pipe bombing started almost right at the beginning of the stream today. I've done so many today that I will probably go ahead and put a link in the description for people watching the VOD. Anybody watching in the future, I will put timestamps in the description of when we start and then finish the various pipe bombing activities. Because there's 3 in this parking lot, and then we did another one elsewhere. Yeah. Gotta bend the rules to make things work, right? Ah, look at this. We've got skeletons up here. Good. That means the corpses will fully dissipate soon. My respirator mask still has a little bit of juice in it, but it's mostly done. Just put that away because that's where it belongs. Might have just barely enough room for these full propane tanks in this vehicle. There's a coffee machine in this vehicle that needs to go in our base because we don't have one there. I can do 2 more over here, and then I need to probably do the passenger seat. No, passenger seat is other stuff. This vehicle is now full. Citrus Wave, perhaps? Yeah, Citrus Wave has got room. Beautiful. Now all these other propane tanks that are partially full are destined to get left on the floor near where our empty torches are, because those the ones that are partially full. I want to empty those first. Whenever I think of propane tanks, I think of extremely heavy deadweight wind that becomes less and less useful as they get closer and closer to being empty. So anything that I pick up, any propane tank that I pick up, I want to, that's partially full. I want to get it not partially full, get it 100% empty as soon as I reasonably can. So these 6 that we just picked up, starting with this one, which is the lowest, I'll separate it from them, and that will be what we use to refill these torches and any other that come up. That battery charger should have finished a while ago. And I owe a battery to ambulance right here. And I also am still wearing my armor. That brings me to stage 2 discomfort. That will stress me out if I sleep in it. Apparently a lot of people on Steam forums didn't get the memo that the devs changed it so that discomfort doesn't make you unhappy anymore. Not directly, at least. Now it makes you stressed instead of unhappy. Which is still kind of annoying, but it is not anywhere near as bad as unhappiness. Because stress goes away as you kill zombies. So if you are wearing heavy armor and just killing zombies at a reasonable pace, you'll never notice the stress buildup. It will literally, most people, by the time they've built armor for themselves, most people are not going to struggle with the, kill enough zombies at a fast enough rate and you won't get stressed out. That's not a problem. By the time you've built armor, you know what you're doing enough. Probably won't suffer from that. We're still about an hour from bedtime, so I'm putting my shoes back on. I wear regular boots for regular activities. Sneakers only for quiet indoor stuff. Or newly acquired coffee machine can go somewhere. We don't need to overdo it on the soda machines. One is enough for now. And this is why having a garbage bin right in the middle of the base is actually a great thing, because now when dead batteries come up, I don't have to go far from the fresh batteries. Beautiful. And we're close enough to bedtime. Now, we're still in that awkward phase of the year where we're going to get cold overnight, most likely. I think we might be okay for now. With the bandana on our face, that bumps up insulation to the head to at least light blue there. Everything else is over 1, so the chest to the neck of the head. I can't guarantee I won't get cold. I don't know what the temperature's going to do tonight, and I don't really care. If we get cold, then we'll put another layer on. So it is March 2nd now. It was March 1st yesterday. March 2nd, 1995. What we need to do today is have a stop by our base, main base for this area. If anybody watching is new, this is not actually my main base. This is a field, like a forward operating base, an FOB. My main base for Louisville is at a grocery store that I call Jericho. No point in calling it anything specific because it is a eastward-facing building, and so you can't see the label on the front. It's probably a Gigamart competitor, so maybe a Greens. I don't know. But that is now our destination. We're actually exploring new territory on the way there, real quick, because why not? Oops, don't want to do that. It's a cop car right there. Now, here's a funny thing. Right now, 42.19, the latest build of the game, I cannot hook up for towing a trunk-to-trunk tow. So even though I've got the most powerful towing vehicle in the game, I should be able to do this hookup. I can't. If I were to try, it wouldn't have worked. Rather regrettable, if I do say so myself, because I would have loved to steal that. That is a vehicle that is capable of towing a step van. Someday in the future, perhaps. But yeah, we're just taking a quick eye at uncleared territory there. We are now back to this going forward is now cleared territory. This is the fossil oil field. I have cleared the fossil oil field of anything but the stragglerest of stragglers. And this road, I believe, is going to take us straight to 1st Street. Yep. And 1st Street is my main, like, very well cleared supply line through Louisville. So it doesn't really matter how I go in this direction. As long as I go in this direction, I will eventually hit 1st Street, and 1st Street will be cleared all the way back to Jericho. Here we are. All that's left of the zombies that would be in this area are these little hard-to-spot dark red stains on the ground. We wiped out anybody on this street quite a while ago. And thank all that is holy, respawns are no longer a problem for those of us who play Apocalypse. Those of us who play lore canon mode. The correct mode. Now, the correct mode is whatever mode you have fun on, but if people get haughty and say that Extinction mode is the only real mode, I'm just gonna laugh in their fucking face and tell them Extinction is not lore canon. Fuck you, your argument's invalid, sweaty bastard. The funniest thing is, I don't think I've ever come across somebody who has tried to argue that Extinction mode is fair. I think everybody, even the sweaty people who prefer Extinction, I think everybody's on the same page that it's not actually fair. That Extinction mode can and probably will at some point checkmate you. There was somebody who, there was a Steam forum, people were suggesting YouTubers for Project Zomboid. I ever so humbly promoted myself a little bit there. But I also, I also contributed that Mick Spoons is great if you're looking for edited content. Go subscribe to Mick Spoons, he's fantastic. But in that thread, there are some people who are like, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a YouTuber go this far in Extinction mode. And I'm like, well, I can tell you why this YouTuber hasn't gone this far in Extinction mode. Because I took one look at it and I told you that you're gonna die. And it's not like the meme with this game. Oh, this is how you die. This is how you die. You will never die in the default settings of this game if you do everything correctly. This game is Mistake Punishing Simulator 9000. The only time I will die in this game at this point is if I make a mistake, which it's always possible. Murphy's Law and everything. But the point stands: if you do everything right, you won't die. That is not true for Extinction mode. If you do everything right in Extinction mode, you can still die. Extinction mode is fundamentally not fair. And of course that's where the sweaty people will probably come in and say, life isn't fair, kid, or some shit like that. We're playing a video game, right? It's not life, it's a video game. Just in case anybody forgot. Easy thing to forget, I guess. This generator ran out of parts, electrical parts to fix with. So I'm going to need to fix that. But at least we got it refueled. The fuel levels were down to like 20% here. So I didn't let it run out, but I've done better than that. And I should do better than that. But yeah, if anybody watching is curious about Extinction mode, I'm not telling you not to play it. I'm just telling you that's where the meme of this game, this is how you died meme, is not really a meme. It's an inevitability. Because if you got 4 sprinters coming at you from 4 different directions, and you're not next to something that can impede their movement, like a low fence, you are completely at the subject of random numbers. If they happen to make a pathing decision that is not optimal, or if maybe you go straight for pushing instead of swinging, or if you swing every single time and don't miss, and you somehow add a level 10 at a weapon skill and you can guarantee one-shots like I can currently on this character. That's one of the reasons that in the past I've said that maybe someday I might play Extinction mode by like taking one of my character's saves who started out in Apocalypse and got really far, and then things got to Extinction mode. I have not ruled out doing that. That actually sounds like might be kind of fun. Because this character right here, level 10 strength, level 10 fitness, level 10 long blade. If 4 sprinters come at me from 4 different directions, I have 1,000 times better chance at fighting them back than anybody in the first 2 or 3 months of the game would. Because if you're playing on playing all the settings as the devs give you with Extinction mode, very, very, very few people, except for maybe some of the experts out there, can get to level 10 axes that early on and give themselves a very, very, very solid chance of instantly one-shotting 4 different sprinters coming from 4 different directions. That becomes far more possible. But I digest. I've made my point. It does. Yeah, I mean, KTO says doesn't even need to be from different directions. I believe you. I've never even tested that. I don't need to test that. I know enough about zombie movement at this point to tell you that 4 sprinters, 4 different directions, it is a checkmate unless you are somehow capable of ragdolling or one-shotting them. And ragdolling them that's just a different type of massive dice roll, right? Let's just say that you start extinction mode, you get really lucky, find a 9mm, carry it with you everywhere you go. You can probably ragdoll the sprinters, but then you're being forced to discharge a firearm there. In this game, there are very few situations that truly force you to discharge a firearm. Case in point, I very rarely discharge it unless I want to. I can't remember the last time that I've actually been forced to, because every time that you would think that I'd been forced to, it's really just a case of me being choosing it as the optimal solution for the fight. There's never been a situation where I've been forced to ragdoll zombies that were coming at me that I could not have otherwise escaped, because that doesn't happen. That's what this game has been built from the ground up to assume. But what can I say? You will call more sprinters. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and that's what I said. It's a dice roll. It's a dice roll, because what is the sprinter chance? 1.5%? I forget what it is, but it's 1.5%, and I think the population is higher. That part I don't remember. I remember it being a single-digit percent. My brain meat wants to say something between 1.5% and 6%, but I don't remember the numbers, because I don't really care. All it needs to be is 1%. Obstacle, prey, you can ragdoll them. Yep. Because suddenly you discharge the gun and instead of 4, there's 6. Then you're being forced to ragdoll 6 instead of 4. But, I don't know. I've said this before, there are ways to make this game fair for sprinters. All the devs need to do, and they're probably not going to do this, all the devs need to do is add a dodge button. I should be able to, if there's sprinters in this game and you want to make this game fair, and when I say fair, I mean specifically that we have a chance to get out of situations that sprinters could put us in using movement-based options, which is true for every other situation that zombies put you in. There is always a way out. There is always a way out unless you have put yourself in an unwinnable situation by going indoors somewhere that you shouldn't have gone indoors in, right? I'm a big advocate of the fact that there's always a way out. But if there's multiple sprinters closing in on me, and I have a button that I can push to instantly move me 1 tile in this direction, or 1 tile in the other direction, or 1 tile back, 1 tile forward, if that was the case, balance it however you need to do. But from a gameplay design perspective, balance that however you need to balance it, but make it exist. Maybe a high stamina cost. Maybe there's a limit based on how much you're carrying. Stage 1 encumbrance, you can only do 2 dodges in a row before tripping, or I don't know. There's all kinds of balances that you could do to make that feasible. And I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to do, but the devs, the game director, in that interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, kind of said that they're done working on major systems for extinction mode. So that really blackpilled me on that. I don't think we're ever going to have a dodge button in this game. I think it belongs in this game. If you're going to have sprinters, you should have a dodge button. Because then you're just playing a soft Dark Souls at that point. And I'm not opposed to Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a very well-balanced game. I'm pretty sure, now I don't play that many of Dark Souls games, I'm pretty sure that if you build your character right, there's technically always a way out. It's just extremely obscure and specific to whatever boss you're currently fighting, right? You gotta learn all the telegraphs, you gotta learn all the this and all of that. In this game, you only gotta learn how 3 different zombie speeds operate. And then the universals between them. And then all the extremely weird situations that they can put you in, which I find that to be far more compelling than just, every single boss is a different enemy type that you need to contend with. Looks like the eggs that we put directly in the fridge are stale. That's perfectly fine. I do not think I actually managed to do... I forgot about the generator on the roof. That is one of the things we're here for. Zombies are insane toughness. Yeah, I mean, okay, so that argument, KTO, I do believe you're correct, but I do feel like this whole game is built to get you killed if you do the wrong things. But in extinction mode, that's where that paradigm falls apart. There are no right things. The right thing is to not play it. So yeah, it built to get you killed in a slightly more literal sense than the rest of the game. I want to be very careful about saying that a mode is built to get you killed, because a lot of people who play this game will say that it's built to get you killed without any asterisks next to that statement. And that's just not true for Apocalypse. If I don't make any mistakes, I will not die. There's no old age mechanic in this game. I won't age to death. The heart attack update isn't here yet, so it's not like I'm going to die from eating too many sticks of butter. I can't guarantee that won't happen in the future. Who knows? Maybe someday they'll add age. Age is not currently tracked in this game. Like, your character's stats literally do not track how old you are. So yeah, the age just doesn't exist right now. But the game's very unfair. Maybe when NPCs get added, maybe we'll have age. I don't know. Sky's the limit. The devs can do whatever they want with this game. And that would be really cool if they did that. Alright, now that we've got the generators here fixed... Oh, no, we haven't. In fact, we need more electrical parts. We need a lot more. Do I need to go afield to get more electrical parts? What does my supply look like here? We've emptied it. I have no electrical parts in this crate. I am going to disassemble some of these electronic devices here. I think I'm beyond the point where I need to care about these radios and walkie-talkies and whatnot. We're also, if anybody's here for the heavy combat, it's going to be a while before we do that because fog today. It is foggy outside, and I like to call fog no shooty gas, because if you go shooting in it, your bullets don't do very much. I'm not exaggerating. Fog is no shooty gas, so we aren't shooting today. And if I'm not shooting, then why would I put myself in combat? I want to be able to pull out a gun and have a pretty good chance at instantly killing a zombie. Not a pretty good chance at instantly wasting a bullet. So I'm just not going out today. It's not anywhere that I'll have to do heavy fighting. We've got 10 electrical parts. That's usually what I like to have in one bag. So we're going to go get some more electrical parts today. I can think of several places where we can get a lot of electrical parts, but one of the easiest are these townhouses that we just drive past here. Every single one of these townhouses probably has a TV in it, among other things. So we'll grab TVs and other things. Regrettably, I forgot to bring with me my handbag, so I don't have any frame packs right now. I also never emptied the pipes that I put in the trunk of the sports car there. Should not have done that. I'll just kind of parse around for any obvious electrical things on the ground. These bathrooms are an easy win, potentially. You go in the bathroom, check the cabinets, hair dryers or hair irons. Also electrical parts. Zombies opening doors, again, that's another great example. KTO mentions that in extinction mode, zombies opening doors are a thing. You know, I haven't seen Ranzer in a while. I hope he's doing well. But one of my viewers, Ranzer, he's put in many hours in this game. He's talked about, I think he was mentioning that he sets his game up so that it's kind of like extinction mode, but no sprinters. And I can't remember if that was him or one of my other hardcores in the chat. I have a few hardcores in the chat here who will tell me about their game settings once in a while. And KTO there, I know he plays on high pop. And I think you've made some loot adjustments too. But yeah, I probably would not mind zombies opening doors if it was, if the locksmithing thing that they've added to this game, if that was finished. Because currently it seems like there's underlying infrastructure for locksmithing, but it seems unfinished. A little bit more unfinished than most of the rest of this game. I mean unfinished in the sense of there's literally no way to make new keys right now. Like, you cannot even duplicate existing keys, I don't think. And most importantly, there's no way to key new locks. I don't know if that's going to be, like, added to... Maybe they're going to add more professions. I don't know. Like I always say, sky's the limit. But there is literally a key duplicator machine that you can pick up and put down. You just can't do anything with it yet. So that's something, again, you know, cart before the horse with these devs. They're adding zombies who can open doors in a game mode, but they have not yet finished all of the countermeasures applicable to preventing doors from being opened, right? So you've got, yeah, that particular aspect of Extinction Mode, I'd be happy to... I would find that very compelling. The occasional zombie capable of opening doors, there just needs to be countermeasures that we can work with. And I'm totally okay with that. There also needs to be auto-locking, right? We need to be able to go to the UI accessibility menu and just check a box that says automatically lock door when closing if key is present. Just like how auto-drink is, right? That is a level of tedium that I'm not interested in accepting. Manually locking the doors every time I close them. No. I don't want to manually do it. Just give me a box to check so I can automatically do it, and then I will be perfectly happy to play a game mode with zombies that can open doors. Because I would actually kind of find that rather compelling. You can... Oh, so you can duplicate existing keys. So that's good. So that means that they're further along than I expected. But they're definitely not... In my humble opinion, they're not finished with the locksmithing mechanic in this game until we're able to key doors that are not keyed. That is my take. We should be able to, like, take a doorknob to maybe one of those key duplicator stations, or just get the tools for it. We should be able to take a doorknob to one of those, you know, get some tools for it, and we should then be able to make keys for a lock. You know, if people can... If I can call a locksmith in real life right now and have them rekey my front door without bringing the doorknob somewhere, then yeah, that's something that belongs in this game at some point somewhere. We don't have very many antique televisions, so I'm just going to delete that one right away. The rest of them I will delete in bulk once we pick up a couple more. Okay. So now what I do is dismantle premium tech televisions and value techs in bulk. When you do them in bulk, you don't have to pull them all out of your bags one at a time. It's enough spare light bulbs for a box of them. Now that's interesting. I didn't know that red light bulbs were easily sourced from TVs. But we just dismantled 6 TVs, and we just got 6 red and green light bulbs. That is good to know. I actually thought that red light bulbs were just a really rare chance from a radio, which I do believe is still the case. Nope, we're not washing any of that with toilet water. Oops, didn't want to hit that. Okay. Picked up some soap, so washing is faster. Oh, you might have... Okay, so y'all just heard that, right? That was the sound of a door that was locked being unlocked. And I didn't even really think of that, because I do actually have the keys to all of these units. But if let's say I wanted to lock this door, right? Let's just say we were playing Extinction Mode, and zombies were capable of... Well, we wouldn't just be casually walking into buildings. There would be a lot of tedium just to enter a single building safely. But for this particular aspect of it, if we want to lock a door behind us, We have to right-click on that door every single time. That right there is a level of tedium I'm just not prepared to accept. Zombies being capable of opening doors, it doesn't belong in this game until we have the ability to automatically lock the door behind us. Otherwise, we are just wasting God knows how much of our life right-clicking on the fucking door every single time. No, I'm not interested in that. That doesn't feel very fun to me. There's a lot of tedium in this game that I'm okay with that a reasonable person probably wouldn't be, but that's a step too far for me. If anybody is just recently joining, we're taking a bit of an easy day right now because we have a lot of fog outside, and I don't like fighting in fog, so we're just gathering some electrical components because we ran out of generator repair parts, and that's no good. Don't run out of that. These yellow generators are great, but they will break if I let them. I believe there's just one unit left in this row that has TVs. What makes no sense is making doorknobs. Yeah, that another thing. I'm level 10 blacksmith. I can make my own doorknobs. But if I want to lock them, nope. We have padlocks. We have heavy chains. But can I use a heavy chain with a padlock to chain a door to something to make it impossible to open unless I unchain it? Nope. That'd be negative. Level 10 blacksmith, I can make a goddamn sword, but I cannot make a simple deadbolt to flip on a any door. Literally any door. Okay, and that's it. Carpentry stuff. I ain't no blacksmith in real life, but I have carpentry skill in real life, and I can tell you that the differences between a deadbolt and a door hinge from a shaping the metal for the purpose. Not that big of a difference. If you're a blacksmith who can make a hinge, there should be no excuse. You should be able to make a deadbolt because it's literally just a slightly different shape for the bolts, and then the perforated the pre-drilled holes in the metal so that you can screw it into the wall or nail it in the wall as this game would do. Remember, you can't use screws for anything in this game. I don't know if you'll ever be able to use screws for anything in this game. This game gives you screws, but you can't do anything with them. '81 engine quality. Still fails to start 3 times in a row. Murphy's Law, baby. I want to say that we have enough scrap electronics for the bags now. Not even close. I prefer to have 10 per bag. We have 26, and there's 4 bags, so yeah, we're working on it. But electrical parts in large quantities it's surprisingly not as easy as one might think. Now, this row of units here, we start running into chances of stragglers that would have not been pulled by driving back and forth. So, you gotta be careful with that. Cereal. Propane. Wasn't expecting that. I knew that there was some propane between these, So, y'all want to play how many bedrooms are within 70 tiles? How many bedrooms do you think within the next 70 tiles? We're talking about at least 2 or 3. Probably 2, but I don't know. Some of these units might have 3. The second floors, I think, are slightly variable in their construction layout. And I think some people have home offices instead of bedrooms, but still. Yeah, do you really want to go room by room in a place like this just to find the fucking alarm clock that's probably going to stop ringing the moment you go searching for it? I have opinions about these things. There's also a zombie that has now heard that, it's heard the siren's call. I think the devs made it so that you don't need a crafting surface to dismantle a TV anymore. But I honestly can't remember. Yes, please do that. I'm not even lying when I say that I have started hearing that sound, the one we just heard, that stupid little ringing. I have started hearing it several hours after I've stopped playing this game. And I don't even know why. That specific noise, there's something about it. It lingers in my psyche for some reason long after the game's been closed. I can't explain it. Come on. This is so tedious. Trying to min-max your inventory. Like, seriously, 0.3. Oh my god. My god. It's going up. It's literally fucking going up. That is so stupid. That's just also, okay, I can complain about that, but that's just the fucking, that's just the, sorry, niche problems, very niche problems. All I wanted to do was pick up one more TV, but it's impossible unless I start dropping stuff on the floor. Speaking of impossible. Oh, why didn't I do that? I should have just done that from the start. I just dropped them on the floor there. Then I just step outside and I can dismantle them all at once. Yeah, no, that is a very valid concern. And regrettably, guys, I have tried going into the game files. I'm not. You guys are looking at somebody who knows a little bit about modding. I'm capable of modding the game myself. I would have done it a long time ago if it was something that I'm capable of doing easily. It's not. I actually tried it on stream once here, and if you want to just go in there and replace one of those kinds of sounds with just a blank audio file, for example, you've got to decompile the Bink library, or whatever the fuck it's called. Bink, I don't know if that's even the right library. It's fmod. Got to decompile it. The fmod sound bank, you got to decompile that shit, and then you've got to recompile it. But the problem is the latest version of fmod that is publicly available doesn't seem to do it right. The fmod tools that I'm using did not recompile it properly, and we ended up breaking all of the audio in the game when we tried to simply replace a single sound with dead air. So not only are the sounds baked in, they're baked in a way that I personally have no idea how to override. So I'm saying this as somebody who is a very casual modder. I'm not like some expert or anything. But I know a few things. And those few things are not enough for this game, regrettably. That is, anybody who ever tells you that Zomboid is, oh, it's the most moddable game ever. Ah, stop right there. It's great for moddability. It is great. You're going to hit a brick wall at some point. And those brick walls come in such strange places. Such strange places. The engine does have some inherent limitations to it. We are very close. To be honest, if the fog had lifted, I would have been done with this by now. I would have just called it close enough. But we've got all day fog today. It's past 1300 hours and still foggy. So I'm not going out there fighting that fog. Nope. We are just gonna keep doing what we're doing. Honestly, we've gotten so many red light bulbs. I'm gonna probably use those for my the lights at my forward base, just for the hell of it. I've no longer got the ability to carry around multiple TVs to disassemble in bulk, so we're just going to disassemble them as we pick them up. One more TV, and that will at least be 40. Now, when it comes to our field bases, there is actually a supply of electrical parts. I think something in the 20s back at the Cozy Box. I have not emptied the electrical parts from the Cozy Box. I kind of don't want to. But what I'm going to do is use those. I'm going to take most of those forward with me to our forward base at the gas station outside of the mall. And we'll use those for generator repairs there at that location. And that's my inventory full. Not a bad use of a foggy day, all things considered. We'll also refuel the gas cans. Whenever I refuel the gas cans for my multi-generator base, I usually at this point just siphon it from the vehicle that I'm driving at the time and then go fill up the tank of that vehicle. So that's exactly what we'll do for the race car here. This one did get repaired. One of them didn't get repaired all the way. See, it doesn't look like these are on, but they actually are. Tweaking on the TVs. Eh, you're not wrong. I think the big gas tank for the sports car, which is what we got here, I believe that is a 52-liter tank. So we should have no problem filling up all these gas cans from it. This one... good, and then this one down here, I believe this is the one that we ran out of repair parts for. But regrettably, we didn't really come home with any surplus of electrical parts. Yeah, literally all 40 we have gone into our generator supplier. And don't need to refill the gas can up there. We actually have a spare up there. Now, that being said, there actually might be some electrical parts in one of these two vehicles. I'm going to chuckle morbidly if there are. There are some electrical related things, but it doesn't look like... No, there's not... there's no parts in there. I'm usually very specific with my electrical parts. I make sure they get to the right place most of the time. But I've been known to make mistakes. Sometimes very silly ones. Yeah, see, we've got a couple of electrical adjacent things here. Just no scrap parts. Except for this, which I hadn't dismantled yet, which, yeah, let's just do that. Grand total of 1 spare scrap electronics part. Edging along here, I suppose. Now, when it comes to filling up these crates with things, I have no interest whatsoever in filling up this crate with amplifiers. I disassemble so many electrical things that if I start putting amplifiers into crates, I will fill those crates up, and I will wonder where all the space went. I will put some amplifiers over here for now. That is a memorabilia bin, so it's not going to fill up quickly. Wise. These boxes of light bulbs will go outside. Hey, Command, how's it going? We are doing some fun things today. Today has been a bit of a... This specific day in-game has been brought to a deadlock by the fog outside. So we've been doing some base maintenance and resupply of electrical parts here. I don't think I'm going to need more propane tanks up in the field anytime soon, so should cost me nothing to leave this partially used tank right here. I'm getting some extreme deja vu right now. I'm getting extreme deja vu. One of the last moments that I was on Nora, almost exactly like what we're doing right now. It was foggy, and we had left an extra propane tank behind, and then we went off to do something, and then our save got broken by an update. I'm getting those vibes, guys. I hope I'm wrong. In fact, there's a pretty good chance that I'm wrong, but who knows? Maybe maybe Monday we get a blog post, and maybe Wednesday we get a patch. I don't know. The devs have been pretty good about giving us blog posts before just dropping a patch that breaks updates, or breaks saves, rather. First time for everything, though. Now, I don't feel like doing the laundry with the laundry machine right now because the fog's finally lifting. So I'm actually just gonna wash my clothes with sink water and soap because I have soap, so it makes this go a lot faster. I'm actually gonna hold on to the cereal too. Never know when my next weight gain phase might be. So I think we're out of here. We should not need to do any blade work. We've got replacement knives, swords, and machetes waiting for us, already crafted. So just leaving behind these aluminum parts. And these boxes of light bulbs have a destination over here. This briefcase is replacement bulbs for all the lights out here. Have not needed it for a minute. I believe I've confirmed that light bulbs don't burn out if you're not around. That's the only explanation I have for the fact that 90% of my parking lot is still lit here. I don't think light bulbs actually have a chance to burn out if the player is not there. So Schrodinger's chance to burn out. The simple act of not spending too much time here at Jericho has helped us in that regard. Now, it is March. That means we have a few possibilities in terms of crops that we could plant. Not many that I'm interested in. Specifically, we recently got extremely, struck by lightning lucky, and we found a few rose seeds. For reasons I do not know how to explain, rose and lavender seeds have been removed from regular agriculture loot tables. So you could go to every single farming and supply store on the map, and you can very likely come home with 0 rose or lavender seeds. There is one particular thing to look out for, and that is a gardening basket or a toolbox that spawns in a agriculture loot table. Those two particular things have like a 2.5% chance at spawning rose seeds or lavender seeds. And we actually fucking nailed that. We nailed that. We have a packet of rose seeds. So come, what is it, April? Yeah, April is the best month, so that's next month. Everything else on here appears to be stuff that I'm not too interested in. I mean, I'd never successfully got strawberries last time. There is a possibility I might do a round of strawberries. Strawberries' best month is March. Now, strawberries are very sensitive strawberries are very sensitive to water levels. If you plant strawberries, you cannot just set it and forget it. All it takes is like a week without water, and I think you'll come back. They'll start to be dead. Don't know that for sure, but yeah, that's always pay attention to where it says minimum water. Anything that says 70 or 80 for the minimum water, you're gonna want to keep checking them periodically. Especially summer crops. Fall crops. All right, this is a meme on this channel. Fall in Project Zomboid means you're getting storms every other week. I do not believe that anything that you plant in the fall you really need to worry about. Okay. Anyway, if I was going to do strawberries, it would probably not be more than a single plot of 5. So let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh dear. Our plants are actually a little bit weary here. Speaking of not very much water, the kale here and the garlic can actually survive being at low water. So the fact that we haven't had any rain for a while, not a problem for these things. They'll survive for the most part. This is why I leave buckets on the ground next to my crops. Yeah, see, this garlic actually doesn't even really need to be watered to full. Garlic can survive at 30 below. But while I'm going to do this, I might as well do it the rest of the way. What did I give to the kale for it to be immortal? I don't know. Perhaps I unknowingly made a bargain with Baphomet or something. But this kale was planted in September of last year, and it continued to grow and bloom throughout the winter, and I harvested it multiple times throughout the winter. I think I still have a screenshot somewhere of the fact that the kale was just covered in snow and it was still blooming. That was funny. Kale is a super crop in this universe, like super duper crop. But I don't know if we even saw any strawberry seeds over here. This is our locally sourced seed collection. As you can see, we've got our rose seeds right here. Looking forward to those. Look at this. We do have some strawberries. Okay. Considering my options now. I want to be able to plant sunflowers. We've got 2 seed packets right here. So that's a row of 10. I'm not above just doing bunched up crops. People will tell you to space your crops out by 1 tile so that diseases can't transfer between them. But in the latest version of Build 42, diseases are almost non-existent. You'll get mildew every once in a while. I don't know if I've ever seen mildew actually spread successfully. I'm sure it happens. I've never had it spread more than 1 crop plot that I can recall. I don't even know if I've had it spread 1 crop plot off the top of my head, but if I have, not very much. So there's other diseases in the game code. I don't think they're actually active right now. So right now, diseases are not a concern. And I mean, even if those other diseases that I'm thinking of, the only one that's incurable is, what the hell was it? Something devil fungus. I forget what it was called. There's like 1 kind of fungus that's incurable. And then when that comes along, you just kill the crops. Whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and allocate. Yes, we'll do these strawberries here. Okay. That means I am going to need 2 full buckets of water, which we got right there, and then some compost for them. And we're also going to hit them with fertilizer. Fertilizer just kind of increases the growth rate. And I want to do that because I want to see if I can harvest these strawberries before we have to plant the sunflowers. Because that would be optimal for my mind. Then I won't have to dig anything more. So if you get out 5 bags of compost, that's actually enough for 20 crops. We don't have 20 that we need to compost. We have 15. I think 4 bags will be enough for that? Question mark. What about this garlic? I don't really care about the garlic. You know what? None of this has been composted. Okay. Yeah, so 5 bags, and we'll just do this whole row. Well, I gotta actually plant them before I do that, so. Scrolling through my stuff here. I don't want to plant those. I should actually probably get them out. You can actually cure it. Oh, I did not know that. Every time I saw the devil fungus, whatever the fuck it is, on B41, the few times I harvested crops in B41, I just fucking killed them all. I think, it has something to do with, like, intentionally lowering the water levels, doesn't it? I think I remember looking that up and just being like, nope, and then just deleting the crops. I'd probably do the same now, all things considered. If I saw that and it required me to intentionally allow the water levels to get that low, I would just, this entire sector must be purged. Exterminatus. Not exterminatus extremis, we don't need to wipe out the entire garden, but yeah. Now, these strawberries are going to be a risk because I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't want to have to come back here once a week. I quite literally have set up my generators specifically so that I don't have to keep coming back to my main base every single week to refuel them. But we'll take that by ear. Perhaps situations will arise that will incentivize us to come back this way anyway. In any case, if it continues to be extremely dry and we don't get any rainstorms, anything like that, for the next month or so, it's going to be very annoying to try to keep these strawberries alive. You may notice that after composting those onions, most of them change growth phase. That is absolutely a thing. They only had hours left on their growth cycle. But this is why I like doing crops in rows of 10. Just about everything except fertilizer will add up perfectly. Fertilizer, of course, being 8 per bag, 8 uses per bag. That's going to be very difficult to get that to line up with everything else, which is multipliers of 4 and 5. Right, so 2 rows of 10, 20 crops. That takes care of your multiples of 4 and 5, because seeds come in packets of 5. And compost, which you can actually make yourself, comes in units of 4. So 20 just feels like the perfect balance for my rows of, rows of 10, but in multiples of 2. Trying to optimize it for 8s doesn't really make sense. I'm never going to plant something that needs to be fertilized in quantities of 40 or higher. That's just not it. No. There's no making those numbers add up. We're just going to fertilize the strawberries once to see if that reduces their growth time enough to make them non-competitive with the sunflowers that I want to plant next month. And if that doesn't work out, then I'll just I'll just deal with it. I'll just dig more crop plots. It's fine. I don't want to, but I will. And we are carrying yet another box of light bulbs that needed to go over here. Speaking thereof, we do actually have one burnt out light bulb in the parking lot here. I love having a fully illuminated parking lot. Just, it feels like an oasis in the desert here. Small patch of civilization, as it were. Everything else I'm carrying around. We don't even need eggs at our destination. So we could pick up some eggs, and I'm not even going to really bother. Now, the way the compost works is you put spoiled food or poo into the compost bins, and then eventually it'll start filling up. You start seeing the little dirt-looking appearance when there's enough to fill up a sack. So some of these compost bins might have less than 10% worth. I don't really care about these compost bins if they're less than 10%. I'll just leave them to cook. Got rid of the rest of the sacks, and now these 2 new bags of compost get added to the collection. And you know what? While we're here, I'm going to milk our lovely cow and then drink the milk because I'm very hungry right now. That will be a good thing for us. And by that time, it'll be time to sleep. And what we'll do is we'll sleep, and then we'll go fill up the gas tank of our race car here. And then proceed with completing any logistics that we need to do overnight. Oh, look at that. Raccoons curl up and go to sleep at night. That's really cute. That's really cute. I've never raised raccoons in this game, so I didn't know that. My cow is a good cow, so I'll pet my cow. My cow has also been pregnant for 2 years now, since near the beginning of the game. I don't think she's ever going to give birth. Nope, she is still gestating. She has been gestating since I brought her here, which was, we're coming up on a year, I believe. I don't know what's going on with that. I hope it's just an artifact of the fact that we started this save on a previous build of the game, and then while the game was updating to new versions, the devs changed a few things about animals. Those changes that were made are probably contributing to this issue we're observing here. We also have a baby rabbit here. This baby rabbit is well fed and not thirsty. It also has, it's also orphaned. There is no mama rabbit here. And it does not matter that there is a female rabbit and a male rabbit here. They are not breeding, and even if they were, I don't think the baby will ever nurse from anything else. And therefore, we have to hand feed it. Which we're capable of doing, but if it's not hungry, then I don't have to. So I think our aminals are good to go. The food containers there. As you can see, the food containers are still well stocked. The water refills along with the rain up here. We've got 50 liters in that tank. So, yeah, aminals are good to go. I'm just going to go catch a sleep. We've got a bed actually right on this side of the base in addition to the other side. It's a big base, isn't it? We didn't get cold overnight. That's how you know spring is finally here. We're wearing our vent. Okay, so we're still wearing the scarf. That'll be an interesting question mark. And look at that, we got some rain. TBA as to whether this rain is going to be thick enough to actually get us some hydration in our empty buckets and our crops and whatnot. But, well, okay. That answered that. Temperature fell below freezing and now it's snow. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. So now the play is we're going to go down to our gas station that's just slightly to the south. We're going to fill up. We're going to swing back here. We're going to pick up one of the ammo trucks and take it forward. I don't have any strong feelings about which one because they're all going to come to wherever we're operating at some point. Actually, okay. I don't know about that. I'm reconsidering that notion. We're blowing through Louisville. There is a future, a foreseeable future where I actually leave Louisville. I don't know if that will ever happen. It's never happened before. I always come to Louisville and then my saves get broken by an update. I've never not had that happen, but let's just say maybe B42 stable is getting closer. There are other things on the map that I could hit that are not Louisville. Louisville's obviously the biggest, so. What that means, though, is that moving all of my ammo supplies from one side of Louisville to the other, not always necessary. Yeah, not always necessary. What I'd rather do at this point is start moving stuff from the Cozy Box area. Maybe. Yeah, I'd rather move it from Cozy Box. Okay. Hey, Brad FX, how's it going? Caught us in a logistical phase at the tail end of one here. Just got our race car filled back up, and we're trying to decide which stockpile of ammo to carry forward to our current area of operation, which is right outside of the Grand Ohio Mall, biggest POI in the game. I'm going to take a look at the ammo that's in the vans that are currently on our lot and see if that helps me make a decision here. These three right here are the remaining ammo stockpiles. A little bit of everything back here. Some calibers I'm actively using, some I'm very much not. Less of what I'm actively using in this one. Except for the shotgun. Also kind of less. It's like this one's got 5 cartons of shotgun, but everything else is something I'm not actively shooting. Except for 9mm, but 9mm is a bit of an outlier. Yeah, there's no easy answer to this. I'm going to leave these 3 here. Because what I want to do is let's just plan for the eventuality that someday we might leave Louisville. Like I said, it's never been a problem for me in the past. My saves always break after I go to Louisville. But if they don't, then I don't need all of my ammo here forever. So these 3, they will stay here at Jericho. Possibly indefinitely. Like, let's just say I want to hit Louisville Airport. Louisville Airport is further to the west. Or east? Hang on. I'm so bad with ordinals. It's to the right. It's to the right. Right? So we're facing north right now. It's to our right. But the point being, if I wanted to get some of my ammo stockpiles in that direction, it'd be a lot easier to move them from here than from deeper into Louisville. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about with that. I think, oh, you know what? Right now, what would be most useful for me would probably be Mr. Hung's. Because then I can build another grindstone out in the field, which I need to do. Yeah, we've got large stones back here. Hell yeah. Okay. Mr. Hung's it is. Everything else that's in Mr. Hung's right now is not really important. But those large stones that I left in there when cleaning up this area, yeah, absolutely. We can now make another grindstone. Probably 2, if we wanted to. A grindstone costs at least 2 large stones, but it's more like 1.5, or like, what's the right word to phrase this? 1.5, yeah. It's 1.5. If you have 3 large stones, you can make 2 grindstones. It's a little weird how the material breakdown goes. Grindstones are just a very easy way of sharpening your swords. I like to have one at each of my bases. I suppose at this point it really doesn't matter which side of the train station I go through on. We can get through either side now. If I'm going straight to Butcher, Butcher is the, I guess you could say, the informal name of the gas station base that I'm currently, Oh, I'm a doofus. Ah, I'm a doofus. I'm glad I caught this. I was not supposed to leave this generator running. This generator is just to be turned on when I need to refill here. I left it running for way too long here. Imagine forgetting that you left a generator running. Admittedly, the sound for generators is a lot more likely to fall off than the sound of zombies slapping doors. I don't think we have any scrap electronics in the area. I foresee a possible couple of them here. This clock has a chance to give us some, but it also might just give us wire. There we go. Also, I think that I've never tried doing one of these fluorescent lights. Yeah, maybe the fluorescent light will actually do the trick. Yep. Fluorescent lights give you these interesting, like grayish light bulbs that give you a cool look to your whatchamacallit, like a lower Kelvin temperature. But they're very rare. Those light bulbs are not common enough. I would not ever want to have more than like 1 or 2 floodlights running those, I would never be able to keep them replaced. They would get pissed away. Alright, we got that generator fixed up. I don't think Mr. Hungs needs more gas. Let's check. Ah, no, Hungs is fine. It does need a battery charge, down to 80%. Nah. Let's just leave it running. Charge the battery. Now here's a question. I'm passing the parking lot base right now. One of my mothballed field bases here. There is not going to be much cleared territory. Maybe. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna stay on Daniel Boone here. I'm gonna take the third right, and then first left, and then I'll be back to Main, East Main. That should theoretically all be cleared territory. If so, then that will be the fastest way to Jericho from Butcher right now. Rudy Grady would be the fastest if I cleared it. This little section of unclear, I can guarantee you there's probably dozens and dozens. More than I could kill in one night without running out of nighttime. So for now, yeah, let's do it. Let's do that. There may be a few stragglers on this road here, but that's all territory that we would have done major bombing operations just outside of. And so anything left would just be a few foot mobiles who didn't get the memo. That's the second, and then here's the third right up here. Also, I shouldn't forget about these. These vans are going to be filled with stuff that I can disassemble for electronics. So let me mark that on my map really quick. 6 vans. 6 of the CNN vans. That will help me remember. Now every time I open the map, I'll notice that. Alright, here's my next turn. So, stragglers from the luxury apartments there. No big surprise to that. We never cleared the luxury apartments room by room. And then this is the most likely territory for it. Now, was I supposed to turn here? I believe this... Yeah, this is my first... Yeah, Sacramento to Ponderosa to Maine. Yeah. But we have confirmed this is definitely outside of cleared territory, though. So we can sneak by this time, but yeah, with populations like this, this will become untenable quickly. Every time we drive past little groups like that, we leave them in the middle of the road, so logistically speaking. I also don't think we've actually gone to the Mega Cathedral there. We hit St. Michael's. I do not think that's... No, that's a completely separate one. Otherwise, this road is clear. We are now passing the... Okay, this road better be clear, but it's not. We're passing the stadium now. I heard the fucking squeaks. I hesitated. I looked around. I didn't see it. These stupid fucking things. Yeah, that was a little bit of damage to my sports car tires, by the way. My race car tires, rather. I don't like it. I really don't. In real life, but running over a rat would be no more damaging, would be less damaging than running over a speed bump. And people don't normally associate speed bumps with damage. It's just, it's not even quote-unquote damage, it's just like a slightly elevated form of wear and tear. Don't anybody tell the devs that they forgot to add speed bumps to this game. If the wrong person tells them that, they'll fucking add them. Remember, speed bumps would make it very, very difficult to drive quickly through places like this. And yet, their presence would be kind of realistic. Because, especially out in front of anywhere where, you know, full of low-income housing, which means lots of kids, which means lots of kids running out in the road getting hit by cars, parents complaining to the city council, and the city council addressing their concerns by installing speed bumps and forcing everybody physically to drive slower. That is how things work in a social contract nation like the United States. Not a single person would ever consider actually speaking to the parents about why the fuck their kids were playing in the middle of the road. Nope. That is not... Nope. Absolutely not. That's not how this country works. I know, right? No, that's cones. Yeah, cones, no damage yet. Big yet, though. Big yet. I'm hungry, so I'm grabbing some junk food really quick. Not just gonna put me right in front of a convenience store that's been unlooted by me. So we're just a little bit past our bedtime, but we've successfully arrived home, and most of the zombies, the ones I got out and killed, were the ones that are on my supply line between Cozy Box and Butcher here. Butcher is the name for the gas station base, our new FOB. I will be going back and forth between Cozy Box and Butcher much more often than Jericho. I'm going to call that luck, that I got that parked perfectly like that. I mean, I was going to have to get into it anyway. I got to shut it off. Battery should be charged by now. Why is it exactly like getting a CPA? That's the words busy work come to mind. I mean, you're not gonna hear me say that HR as a concept is unnecessary and full of busy work, but it is absolutely the existence of HR in smaller companies is a symptomatic of the owners of that company not willing to make their middle management get their hands dirty with stuff like that. That kind of mentality belongs in bigger business, in my humble opinion. But I have also not spent a lot of time working at like medium-sized businesses, right? So I couldn't tell you for 100% sure whether that's the case or not. Just going by feels. Yeah, we've got like 62 cooked eggs here in the fridge, so we did not even need to bother picking up more. However, we are out of food, generally speaking, perishable food that has been prepared to be eaten. I will take out 2 slabs of rabbit meat and cook them, and 4 bushels of kale and cook them, and the remaining slots will do eggs. So rabbit, kale, and egg salads is kind of what I've been nourishing myself with when I'm not trying to gain weight. And it's been working out for me pretty well. I like it. I'm going to assume that this is going to be 6 salads worth here. Probably with leftovers. Yeah, no, that's something I sympathize with. Especially, okay, so my coworkers and I tried to make a manual for my team's job, you know, my team's first line tech support, so all the different weird situations that come up. We failed at our job. It was a digital document, like we never printed it or anything, but we still failed to keep it relevant. Things in my industry just change so often that trying to create a manual or an SOP for my team is just almost impossible. Now, application-specific SOPs, right? Somebody calls about this application, that's a lot easier. We've got that. Everything else is literally just a spreadsheet. Like, we've got a spreadsheet that says somebody calls about this, do that. Somebody calls about that, do this. And that's the best we've been able to do. It's just a spreadsheet that, because, it's a spreadsheet, so if something changes, we can scroll through it and find the out-of-date information, update it. And even that, we're struggling. I mean, honestly, there's still some information on that spreadsheet that has not been relevant for at least 3 years, and I can think of at least one specific example. Yeah, that's, but that's also just unique to my industry. That's, not every industry out there moves as quickly as IT stuff does. We've got active development on almost everything these days. Active development means user interfaces change. User experiences, sorry, not just UI, UX. UX. Spreadsheets are great in the right industry. Spreadsheets in place of something that shouldn't be a spreadsheet that's always a red flag to me, but it can be done with a spreadsheets, and it isn't better elsewhere. I'll take spreadsheets over just asking an AI over it. Hopefully not too many of my folks in chat have had their livelihoods threatened directly by AI. If you have, I'm very sorry for your loss, because AI, I was talking about this earlier, but we're in a phase as a civilization where we've found the hot new technology and we're trying to make it work in many places where it does not work and never will work. And there are people with really deep wallets trying to make it work everywhere. And then there are people who, bad people in my humble opinion, who would have done bad things anyway, regardless of AI, who are just using AI, the AI boom, as an excuse to lay people off. Oh yeah, we're going to replace these 4,000 workers with AI. Oh, look at that, my share price just went up. Oh yeah, we were a little quick on replacing those people with AI. We're going to rehire them. We're going to renegotiate their rates now. Absolute fucking slime balls. Every single one of those people, I wish the 10th circle of hell upon them. Anybody who does that, who just uses AI as an excuse to be like, all right, let's lay a bunch of people off, and then, oh no, AI is not working out the way we thought it would. Let's rehire them and renegotiate their rate. It's happening. That is happening actually surprisingly a lot right now, and regrettably, that is well within Keynesian economics right there. That is going to be happening. It's going to continue happening. It has happened. It will continue to happen. Alrighty, we have got food for today. We have got food for the next several days. We are putting away the supplies we brought with us to include some fun stuff. We can actually make some fun stuff now. We've got pancake mix, sugar, yeast. We can make some, we can make sandwiches if we want to. Peanut butter, jelly. It's been a little while since I've put the necessary mental energy into separating my small form into stuff that I should use sooner rather than later. Alright, refilling water, and we're back at it. There's a little bit of rain I noticed. It's probably going to be off and on, based on what I've observed over the past couple of hours. If it continues, it will most likely be on and off and on. So, not raining right now, but it might later, whatever. I don't expect that the rain is going to be dense enough to bother us if we're doing combat ops outdoors. Let's break out the shotgun, boys. It's been a little while since I've used it, and we've got plenty of ammo for it. This is going to require me to change my bandolier. So, bullets bandolier goes in there, shells bandolier goes on me. Then I put my bags back on. And I'm glad we did this, because I just noticed I forgot to empty these battery boxes. So whenever we're breaking out the shotgun, we put on the shotgun bandolier, and then we double check to make sure that the shotgun we're going to use has the ammo straps on it. Ammo straps, I don't know what's going on with ammo straps right now, but you can't find them. They don't spawn in loot tables like they used to. I don't know if that means the devs are trying to phase them out or something. I don't know why they would remove them from loot tables and not remove them, like, you know, functionally from being added to guns, but they can still be added to guns. You just can't really find them, like, 99% of the time right now. But no, we managed to get really lucky and find 2 of them. And the only place we found those so far has been a duffel bag, a police bag. So you see cop zombies and they've got a blue duffel bag on their back. We have found exactly 2 shotguns with ammo straps in those bags. And it's not guaranteed. It does not happen every time we have actually found plenty that have never had any of those, so make of all of that what you will. But yeah, we've got the best shotgun we can possibly have for quick elimination of condensed large groups, even in close quarters fighting, which is what we're about to do here. Gloves, choker, and chest plate. And we're putting the respirator along with replacement filters into our backpack. And because I intend on going loud, I am not going to bother changing my shoes, just for the sake of being quiet. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going in the mall. We're about to make Ray Epps very proud. We are going inside the building. We are going inside the building. Oh, no, no, we gotta go inside the building. Now, speaking of the building, outside the building, if anybody wasn't here earlier, all 3 of these were today. Basically, we started doing pipe bombings out of the gate today. I think we might be done with the biggest pipe bombing operations for now. I think we're going to use hand weapons for the rest of these zombies. And the biggest reason for that is I think we've reached a point where it's going to be it's going to be really annoying to try to bring the zombies outside. It's going to be really annoying to try to bring these guys outside. So I'm not even going to try. I'm going to kill them where they stand indoors here. Sounds like upstairs. Right now I'm really just letting the engine of the truck do the heavy lifting for pulling zombies. The truck engine makes plenty of noise. Hello. Okay. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was a frame rate drop that resulted in a zombie being half a tile closer to me, and I was forced to push. That's not good. If that happens again, I'm going to stop what I'm doing. I'm going to close and reopen the game. I don't know if that was an isolated incident or not. But if it doesn't feel like it is, don't put up with that. There's some kind of memory leak in the game. I don't know what it is, but you don't have to put up with it. The game starts feeling chuggy when it doesn't normally feel chuggy. Like that. Yep, we're... Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. Nope, we're going outside. We're going to close and reopen the game. I will not abide frame rate drops when a zombie is right the fuck in front of me. That is another way to die in this game that nobody should ever have to put up with. So, second verse, same as the first. We're gonna do what we were about to do, but we're just going to very quickly close and reopen the game. I'm sorry about the fucking watch alarms. I'm not standing on those piles for 2 hours deleting watches. There's nothing I can do about them. It was. I can't stand that. Frame rate drops when I'm getting charged in melee. I can deal with some frame rate drops if I'm driving. Because, of course, you know, driving, you're loading in new textures, and it's just a big old cycle on your VRAM. Whatever, I can deal with that. Not when I'm in combat. Fuck no. I will do whatever I have to do to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll lower the whatchamacallit, the game resolution before I'll put up with that. Not that I don't think that's actually the problem. I think there's just a memory leak, and you don't notice it unless you spend a lot of time in Louisville in the same session. The simple act of going back and forth between my main base, Jericho, just earlier, that may have flooded the Java memory banks there. Caused a couple of problems that this engine is not currently capable of handling. Alright. So, as we were, just rolling on up there, and, oh, okay, you know what? There's one more thing we can do, and we don't have to restart the game for this. I know that some POIs, and usually this happens with the biggest, like the military research facility, higher zoom levels, actually, just disabling them, even if you don't zoom all the way in and out, keeping it the higher levels, everything above 150%. Turn off everything above 150%, hit apply. Now you're no longer capable of zooming out to a certain extent. And I think just by lowering the max zoom level, I think that actually makes it so that the game doesn't try to bite off more than it can chew in certain... I don't know anything more technical than that. But that does feel like... it feels like it helps. One of my viewers suggested that, and it definitely helps when I was at the MRF. Speaking of annoying noises, if you get out of a vehicle and you're holding down the right-click button because you're trying to aim really quickly, your character will leave the door open. Doesn't visually look like it's open. Remember, the devs did so much with vehicles, and then they stopped at door opening animations. Oh, man. I suppose you could say that maybe they realized that they don't even have door opening animations for real doors, let alone vehicle doors. But that's been fixed. We got those now. Vehicles should catch up soon. Speaking of catching up. Now, this is going to be an interesting situation because I've got the shotgun, and I'm not afraid to use it, but I need to start using it at the right moment, right? See, one of the problems with the shotgun is it will pull zombies in from farther away than our siren or our horn can. SWAT vans more rare than race cars. So Gaming Wonder, that's an excellent question, and that's like a you're getting into some advanced statistics to provide a real answer to that. The short answer is Murphy's Law applies, right? Murphy's Law. I prefer the interstellar definition to it. Whatever can happen will happen, given enough chances. And when it comes to race cars, you get 23 chances, and that's it. When it comes to SWAT vans, however many vehicular spawn points there are in Louisville, there is a very small chance for one of them to be a SWAT van. I think that's how it works. I think SWAT vans can spawn in regular vehicle spawn points as long as those spawn points are in Louisville, right? Because it's the LCPD, Louisville City Police Department SWAT van. And that lines up with my experience. I've found exactly one SWAT van on Annie and one SWAT van on Dani here. So that's two SWAT vans in about 2,400 hours of gameplay, maybe. Because we never found a single one on Nora. Nora never got too deep into Louisville, so that's going to be a question mark there. But yeah, I want to say that race cars are rarer, just because the chances of them actually spawning are slightly higher, but the places that they could spawn are vastly lower, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, if anybody joining right now is not familiar, when you turn ragdolls off, as we've been forced to do because it literally caused us to crash because some glitched ragdolls recently. When you turn ragdolls off, zombies that fall from a high place have a chance to become glitched and not render properly, and actually be traps, right? So what this zombie right here is supposed to be, I think what it's supposed to be is a zombie of a specific appearance that is just lying in wait because they fell off of a high place and knocked themselves out. But then they smell fresh meat and they get up. But their appearance is giving them away. You'll notice their appearance changes right when I step over them and wake them up. That one even, that not just their appearance, that changed their sex too. But yeah, these, you don't notice these if you don't turn ragdolls off if you're playing B42. I do not know if these things manifested in B41. Look, here's, okay, there's two here, actually. You can only see the outer limbs. This one here, and this one here. But they're there. And I would like to deal with the ones that just pop up out of nowhere first. Two of them up there, but at least they're very visible. I'm in need of a sharpen. You know, I should have actually used those stones I brought with me. Maybe put a sharpening stone in here somewhere. But I don't have anywhere to put a sharpening stone. I'm just going to sit in the safety of my truck and then sharpen my machete. For anybody joining, welcome. We have entered the building. We are making Ray Epps very proud right now. We are inside the building, and now we're going to go steal Nancy Pelosi's desk. I'm gonna get up on the. I'm gonna go steal the podium, and the mainstream media is going to write horrific articles about me for the next 6 years, as if I destroyed democracy. Instead of doing the equivalent of what people do every time their fucking sports ball team wins, and go riot and burn buses and shit. Can you imagine how fewer riots there would be after sporting games if the Capitol Police did exactly what they did every time there was a post-sports ball riot? Because, you know, all the same excuses apply. They cause public damage. They harm police officers, sometimes even kill them. But that's just not good enough for the Capitol Police to set up field offices across the nation and start arresting grannies who showed up. It's not good enough. Okay, fucking Shiva over there. The 6 arms. Fuck. I didn't know that zombies could take that form. I knew there were at least 2, but that 3. Okay then. Yeah, we're alright. You'll have to forgive me for the verbal shit posting on January 6th. It hits particularly close to home for me. I live, I'm not even, you know, in the literal sense, close to home. I live about, if there's no traffic, I'm 20 minutes away from Washington, D.C. If there is traffic, usually 30 minutes to 45 minutes, depending on, you know, could anywhere between twice of that, whatever. I was actually going to, I was very interested to see if Pence would do it, if you guys remember the specifics about what January 6th was all about. Alternate slate of electors. Was Pence going to steal the... Fuck no. Pence just a fucking Reno, and he was never going to do it. But at the time, I didn't know that. At the time, I was like, oh man, Pence, he's that guy who wants to shock the gay people, right? No. Pence is just a fucking boomer, is all he is. Reno-ass boomer. He was never going to do it. But I was very curious, and if he did do it, that would have been a bigger situation than what January 6th ended up being. It ended up being some wacky shit, but if Pence had actually done it, things would have gotten very strange in the United States, about 20 times stranger than they are right now. So I'm actually kind of glad he didn't do it, but I was very curious to see if he would. And I actually put out the message to my Discord buddies, several of which are homies who live in the local area here. Said, anybody want to go up to the Lincoln Memorial and I'll bring some folding chairs. We're just going to set up there distant from the Capitol and just see if he does it, see what happens, see what the reaction is. But nobody replied. Nobody seemed interested in that. And my damn good thing for that, isn't it? Simply showing your fucking face at January 6th. I would not be here right now. I would not be live streaming. I would have probably had to, I'm a federal contractor, so I would have lost my job, and my clearance would have been revoked. I would never work again for the federal government. The ramifications of that silly little decision to not go put some fucking lawn chairs at the Lincoln Memorial and see what happens, to this day, is making a massive impact on my life. And really, all that, at the end of the day, it was just for one particular political side to get a big dub. Don't ever. I'm not gonna get too political here, but don't ever let a Democrat tell you that January 6th was a bad thing from a political standpoint. January 6th is the best thing to ever happen to the Democratic Party in the past decade, probably. Second only to Trump himself, because obviously everybody hates Trump, or they love him, or they hate him, or they love him. It doesn't really matter. He's extremely polarizing, and polarization is amazing for the cynical people at the top of the parties who just care about getting those numbers up, getting the turnout high, and getting the... this is why abortion will never be solved, by the way. It's extremely polarizing, and it's evergreen. People always get furious about it, and it gets fucking butts into the booths, is what it does. And January 6th does too, because now that's the day our democracy almost died. So regardless of how you feel about whether it was, what it truly was it a psyop? Was it an actual was it the worst thing that happened to democracy? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a good thing for democratically speaking. It wasn't a good thing. I do not at all in the slightest condone rioting over the results of an election. To anybody who would say the election was stolen, you didn't try hard enough. If they stole it, why the fuck couldn't you? Politics is an extremely dirty game. It's an extremely dirty game. If one side wins using tactics that the other side thinks are unfair, fuck weren't you using those tactics for? What's wrong with you? Yeah, it's super hot politically radical takes here. But no, I literally am just sitting here saying that anybody who ever thinks they lost an election due to illegitimate reasons, there are no illegitimate reasons. All's fair in love and war, and politics is war by other means. We evolved as a civilization to use politics to solve disputes without killing each other in huge quantities. So, literally just a skill issue. Hello. Okay. I heard it. Sounded like it was right next to this fucking asshole right here. Get away from my truck. But yeah, that's one of the reasons that if you guys keep hearing me make Ray Epps jokes and January 6th jokes, it's a mechanism of coping. Because that is probably one of the closest points I've flown to the sun. I almost wanted to go, but I didn't. And it doesn't matter that I like to say, I never would have never would have stepped inside, I never would have done this, and I would have done... Simply showing my face there. And make no mistake, they don't need flock cameras to have facial recognition. I would have been identified, and I would never again would I have worked for the federal government. That lovely job that I have right now that I talk about sometimes that I really enjoy doing, believe in my client's mission, all that stuff, that would all be gone forever if I had simply shown my fucking face. The Capitol Police would have shown up at my house. I don't think I would have been convicted on anything because I genuinely don't think I would have done anything, but sure as hell would have lost my clearance. That has happened to plenty of people who just showed their fucking face. Now, here's an interesting problem. Do you notice that zombies are highlighting every time we look at them? My inventory screen is not on right now. This is a 42.19 problem. I don't know what's going on here. I have to double tap I, turn the inventory off and on to get that to fix. I've just been kind of dealing with that without even saying anything about it. Hello. And this is why, yeah, this place, I didn't hear a single peep from this guy until he rounded that corner. Not the best place to be yapping about irrelevant things, but I wouldn't have heard him anyway, would I? To be honest, I'm perfectly fine with leaving the truck running here. I think it actually is helping us get people to jump off the ledge from up top. I think sometimes the zombies, when they see us directly, they won't jump off the edge. But if they hear something that's making noise but not see us, then they'll start walking towards the noise without doing stupid things like walking indefinitely towards a wall that they're failing to jump over. We just got sick, so I'm putting the bandana on, or I'm swapping the bandana for the respirator. Sickness will now start to go away, but our discomfort will go way up, so discomfort just means right now, maintain a quick kill cadence of zombies, and don't run around too much. Even if you're high fitness, discomfort reduces your stamina regeneration slightly. I'm gonna risk a little bit of noise. Now that's interesting. To be honest, I expected a little less for just hitting Q. I actually thought that because we have a particularly loud truck, I thought that the truck would have pulled a lot of these guys by now. Now, some of my homies in the chat have suggested to bring a generator and turn on the lights for half this place. That is not a bad idea, and I've unironically considered it. I'm not going to lie, I actually kind of like being forced to check my 6 this often. I feel like if I had lights, like full lights all around me, I feel like I might get a little complacent. I might get a little complacent and forget just how easily I could be surrounded, because the lights would not change anything about that. It would not widen my view cone that much. I would still have a very high likelihood of being surrounded if I don't constantly check my 6. And just seeing this massive dark blur behind me is incentivizing me to just constantly check over my shoulder. So I actually think the lack of lighting is actually helping me right now from a psychological perspective. It's making sure I don't forget about the threat. The omniscience of the threat, as it were. Yes, moving forward to get a little bit of attention and then falling back. Now, I know I have the shotgun on me. That's not the point. We're kind of saving it for slightly more condensed situation. Because once we pull out the shotgun, there's no going back. The shotgun will pull everybody within like 200 tiles. And that's going to be a lot more than what we're dealing with right now. What I would like to do is try to find the nearest pocket that are basically haven't been activated yet. I don't think we've found any such pocket yet. All of these guys, I believe, are just stragglers who didn't follow through when I fired up my light bar, when I punched in here a couple of hours ago. But I do think we get past this group when we start getting up to the little play park with the little mini train track and whatnot. Actually, okay, I take back part of what I just said. This distribution in this building doesn't make sense. Nah, I think we're seeing initial pops here. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna reorient the truck for a quick getaway and fire up the light bar again. Okay. So if I need to get out of here quickly, the truck is now staged for that. Before we get started on this, I'm going to check my flashlight battery is good. My mask respirator filters need to be replaced. We've got like a teeny tiny amount left. I'm just going to keep fighting until these respirator filters go, because that's only going to be like another, probably like a minute, 2 minutes tops. Those filters are really low. And the moment the filters go, we will notice our mood will pop up for the bad smell. So we'll maintain current pace for a moment. And there it is, there it is. So these filters are completely used up. Now I can recharge them with a clean conscience. Removing the current filters, unpacking the new ones, attaching. This is a little bit more recent that you have to pay very close attention to this. For the longest time, corpse stench didn't really do that much. But now it can kill you. It can straight up kill you if you get sick from it, and you don't do anything about the fact you're getting sick. So don't do that. Okay, you know what? Here's how I'm going to play this. I'm not going to open with the shotgun right away. We're going to open with the revolver, and then see if that gets us some clusters that are worthy of the shotgun. Hello. Okay. We also don't want that. Okay, here we go. And this is what I feared. Being flanked from odd angles of areas that I thought were 100% clear or close thereof. But I think we're alright. For now. And this right here, this guy, he's really ruining the fun. Because now I am... Now I every time somebody comes up behind me, I'm falling back farther. I will not acquiesce being surrounded. There's no need to. I don't care if that's the track that's playing right now. Hello, are we reloading the shotgun or not? Oh, jammed. I got into the truck and I turned on cruise control and I tried to reload and it didn't work. And that was because the weapon was jammed. Okay. Doing all right. In fact, we're doing great. As long as we do not get flanked, that's really the biggest problem right now. Just because nobody's come from that back left direction yet, does not mean they won't. Any second that could happen. Where are we at for the 9mm? 3. God, that is glorious. I love the shotgun so much. We got a couple of pentakills there. Never forget that long guns in this game right now, long guns are the only weapons capable of multi-hit without the sandbox setting. I usually try for at least 2, but if I'm next to a wall like this, we don't have to limit ourselves. We can make great things happen. We are level 10 aiming, by the way, if anybody is not familiar with the scaling factor on how well you do with guns in this game. Do not expect to see results like what we're getting right now at anything below 10. There is a significant change, even just between 9 and 10. It's less significant than it used to be. It used to be frickin' whack, but it is a little less dramatic. It's still pretty dramatic though. Like, you will notice when you go from 9 to 10, some of these shots that we're just nailing, just even at moderate range, like that one right there. Not a good example because it still required a 2-shot, but shots like that, we nail them a lot more often than we would otherwise. Don't ask me why my engine is doing that. It's doing the for no reason. Now, it was not necessary for me to stand my ground there. It really wasn't. If I was not supremely confident but in knowing what I'm doing here. If I was not supremely confident in my tactics, I would have... The most reasonable thing would have been to fall back a while ago. But we're doing alright. We're doing alright. We're managing. See, every single one coming from the right side this direction, I feel like is a potential target that could have gone around down here. I don't have a good beat on exactly how many ways in, how many routes would incentivize them to go that way, as opposed to just coming down the main hallway to the right like those guys have been doing. I don't know the layout of this place that well. Are you French, Kyle? No? Voulez-vous coucher manger toi, quoi, Kyle? No! Okay. That was beautiful. Now, considering how far away the shotgun can be heard, we can now say with a semi-accurate assessment that the large pockets from this initial air. Okay. What just happened right there? Why did we accelerate into that? That was because we started aiming. All I wanted to do was look around with the light here. But if you start aiming, watch what happens. I've got a gun in my hand right now, and I start aiming. Watch what happens if I start aiming after having my foot on the gas pedal. Wait, what? This used to be a serious problem. You know what? I'm okay with the fact that it's not. It used to be that if you put your foot on the gas and then you... Oops. Right, that was a... I actually forgot about that. There's another one over here somewhere. Potentially a second floor. Not potentially. Definitely. Only happens with long guns, right? Okay. That makes sense. Thank you, K2. So I pull out the shotgun and I start aiming with the shotgun. And look at this. I'm accelerating. It literally, allow me to just demonstrate. I can show you. This is where my over-the-shoulder cam is so great. I start accelerating a little bit and I right-click. I'm no hand on the left side of the keyboard and I'm still accelerating. Should not be possible. But that's what happens if you start aiming a long gun while you're driving. Your foot apparently gets fucking glued to the gas pedal or the brake, whichever it was laying on previously. Hand and leg separation is a figment of your imagination if there's a long gun in your hands right now. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Just zomboid things. But as you can see, we are now pretty much up to the edge, the back end of the book here. There's a little bit left. Oh, never mind. I forgot about the back hallway. Look at that. Okay. Interesting. First couple times I came here, I didn't know that this was the Grand Ohio Mall at first sight. And so driving past that doorway right here was actually how I spawned the entire building in. Didn't know. Learned the hard way that time. I have no idea what kind of population we'll see up here. I'm prepared to fall back if I need to, but I've also got the shotgun on me. And the heavy combat truck is right there. On my 6, that was not something I expected. I forgot that there are probably some buildings up here I did not clear. Okay, that's not good. Can't line up a ground stab very easily if a crawler is right on. Okay, nope, we're falling back. Right, it's an entirely unspawned pocket here. And we've got them coming from multiple directions. Do you know what I smell, boys? I smell a pipe bomb. Yeah. I smell another pipe bomb. I'm so glad that I did not use my last pipe bombing location in the front parking lot, because that's exactly where we're going to leave these guys. We about to lay some pipe. It's going to be good. Now that we're no longer going to be fighting with hand weapons, I can remove the respirator mask, just put the bandana back on. As long as we're sticking around in the vehicle, we'll be fine. However, we're also now pulling them from the top, like this side up here. I do recall there being quite a few up here. So these guys up here are going to join the party. And we'll get a nice little snake coming down the road. This is not the best weather for a pipe bombing. Not the best time of day either, but that's the situation upon us right now. We will not shy away from it. You know, I bet that the shotgun is actually louder than the horn honk and the siren. I don't often have the shotgun on me when I'm doing a pipe bombing, so I can actually, strategically, if the situation allows for it, that will actually maybe give us a little hand with getting some more attention. Alright, we just got fatigued. Now that this has been, we've pulled the trigger on this, I will go ahead and drink my, this half coffee that I still have sitting around. Perfect opportunity for it. Now, looping back on this road is actually going to be a little annoying. We can do it, it's just going to be a little long. Because they're probably still coming out of the building on this side. Actually, doesn't look like they're still coming out of the building, so that's fine. That just means all the loose ones up here, we want them to join the party, and then we got the music playing. Boosting it to 10 for this part. Now, I would go as far as to say that having ragdolls off makes it just a little harder to group zombies together. Just a little. Not significantly, but the ease with which we can bump a zombie into a ragdolled state and get it to not be an obstacle that we have to drive over. I actually have started finding that to be a little bit more helpful than harmful. If you had asked me a year ago, I would have told you ragdolls are horrific for personal safety while trying to drive. But after being exposed to them for this long, I finally understand how to use them to my advantage slightly. Basically, the short answer to how to use zombies to your ragdolled zombies to your advantage is to just make sure that you're not going directly over them. And that can result in you serpentining them, kind of like this, so that you're pushing them aside when they ragdoll, as opposed to knocking them over and then trying to power, drive directly over the zombie. If you push it to the side, ragdoll it off to the side, then you don't have to plow through it and go over it. And that actually kind of makes sense. That actually makes perfect sense to me. That does not feel like it's not functioning as intended. Now, if anybody watching is new, if you're not familiar with my pipe bombing tactics, it might look like we could just keep going and lead them all here, but we got the slow ones back here. The slow ones, they lose interest quickly, and then they get left behind. And we don't want that. We don't want to leave the slow ones behind and just party without them. That's no good. Oh, you have to play with ragdolls off. That's unfortunate. I do find them to be kind of useful here and there. Yeah, you know what, Kitten? I would agree that I feel like the ragdolls were like one of those things that the devs didn't really plan for until they saw the potential. They're like, oh, look at this. We can put this physics engine in here, and it actually works pretty well. And I think they might have slightly underestimated how many weird problems it can cause. But I don't know. I don't hate them. Like, I've found a use for them to actually be helpful here and there. And I can foresee a future where they iron out the silly glitches with them, and they actually become just something that we can manage, and they are no longer a problem at that point. So it's this group of slow ones up here that we're kind of waiting for. Gonna boost it to 10 to get past this group. Don't want to get stuck. But otherwise, when I'm herding groups like this, I try to keep it at 5 miles an hour as often as possible. Oh, that's all my tea. Wow, I've almost been at this for 8 hours. Okay. Good to know. Time can fly when you're doing the really fun stuff here. Now, we could probably fit through these bollards, but I'm not going to bother with it. I'm just going to go around just because we can do that. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go plant the bomb now. Where am I going to plant it? We don't have any good spots down here. Most of them have been taken. That was one of our best spots right there. Actually, it is still our best spot. Everybody who's reached us so far is a fast shambler. So we don't have to worry about the fact that zombies are already swarming over the spot that I want to bomb them. We'll just loop back and empty the parking lot again here, because we're going to have to loop back anyway if we want to get all the slow ones to join the party. And yes, they will break some parts of this fence. After a certain number of zombies flipping over the fence, you can already see one tile of the fence broken. But I am going to have to be quick about this. Okay, in fact, here's how I'm going to prosecute this part of the equation. I'm going to go down here, staying on this side of the road, and I'm going to get the pipe bomb out now and link it. So we got one bomb left, remote controller, and right-click, link to the remote controller. All right, we've got a linked bomb right in our inventory now. And now, we're going to use that fence to our advantage once again, and just loop back into the correct location and plant it. Arm and set remote pipe bomb, here we go. Bomb is planted on this streetlight. If anybody's not familiar, streetlights make great points of reference when there's a billion corpses walking around and you forget where you placed it. You can see by these other piles, we made great use of that already. Honestly, this fence is helping us out tremendously, keeping the fast ones busy while we loop back to keep the attention of the slow ones. And I think we got them all, actually. Yeah, everybody who's up here right now, even the slow ones, they will still be able to hear us if we drive around in the parking lot with our sirens going, so we're good to go. Not quite critical mass yet, but we've got our group, and we don't need to worry about bringing them in anymore. They will file in of their own accord now. That poor fence. Good thing it can take it. Now we've actually got a lot of denied driving space here. I don't really like doing pipe bombings, repeated pipe bombings right next to each other. I don't like doing that, but we don't have much of a choice right now. I don't want to lead them too much farther afield. Here's where I can show you the serpentine effect. I don't know how well it's going to work with ragdolls off, but this is where having ragdolls on helps ensure that I don't have to go right through them and over them. It worked all right. We only had to hit like 3 though. That was just good driving. If I can avoid the hits completely, I will. Okay, look at that. I think we're approaching critical mass, despite this very small circle space here. We could have detonated it right there and probably taken out a good 70%. But we can do better than that. We can do a lot better than that. We can do way better than 70%. We have gotten to like 95% of a group blown up with a single bomb. And that is currently my obsession, is improving our totals. Okay, let me get my UI set up here. Make that a little smaller. Honestly, I think we're just about there. Let me go to 10 and get around to this side. Right click and... Oh yeah, we wiped almost all of them out, boys. Alright, cleanup time. Any issue you can't do the server, workshop item versions, different in the servers. That's, I don't have an answer for that, like how to fix it, but I do have a meme. Just to let you know that I've been through that problem so many times that I almost gave up. And when I say gave up, I mean like I just started trimming down the mod list. I started identifying who was fucking updating their mods. And I just stopped using their mods. Finally got to see it in real time. Yeah, this is a nighttime bombing, so it's a little bit harder to show the movement of the entire group, right? Because during the day we've got like a, gosh, what is it? Like a almost 200 degree, like over 200 degree view cone, right? So we can see more than like a flat axis. We can see behind us a little bit, but at night, as you can see, this is less than 90 degrees. This isn't even a right angle right here that we've got a view cone for. So we have to constantly be looking around with the flashlight sticking out the window like this. A public service announcement. I didn't know this for quite a while, but if anybody was not familiar, you can now have a flashlight on, equipped somehow, and you can stick it out the window now. Just have it on and then aim. So I have my chest flashlight, the angle head flashlight, and I'm just aiming out the window. That does help looking around at night. But yeah, our base is right here, so it genuinely is that close. I think we'll be fine, though. At the end there, we left the sirens running for a good couple of seconds, and nada. But yeah, the last time I played this game heavily modded, I had a collection. Where is it? Your items. Your collections. You'll notice I have two collections. One collection is because of Vanilla isn't autistic enough. The second one is called PZ Autism Light. And the description is fucking modders updating their fucking mods all the goddamn time. Because that's what happens. Oh fuck, man! The stupid ass that nerd Armin from Attack on Titan. Oh man, that still fucks me up every time I see it. I always just use shit posts for my my banners. The other one there. Oh man, oh man. I don't bring these up for no reason. If you're interested, I actually enjoyed this mod list a lot. So if anybody's playing B41 and you're interested in my B41 mod list, I'll stand by this mod list. It's pretty good. I cannot confirm that it hasn't been broken, right? I can't confirm it hasn't been. I've not played B41 in a year and a half, I think. Yeah, it's been a long time, so can't guarantee that it still works. But if it does work, that mod list was a lot of fun. I need to take my armor off. I'm still wearing my heavy armor. We don't want to sleep in our heavy armor. We'll probably wake up stressed if we do. That's no good. Okay, and in this context, heavy armor just means gloves, choker, and chest plate. Once we take those off, everything else that we're wearing is not uncomfortable to the point of getting the noodle. Right? Why am I still uncomfortable? What am I missing? Nothing. We're good. I was just uncomfortable for no reason there. And we actually just got hungry, but we still have one salad left. It's really growing on me doing the 2 salads that do 40 hunger. At first I was kind of hesitant to do that, but this is working for me. Just 2 salads a day, 40 hunger each. It's working. I mean, like, it's midnight the next day, and we're well fed going into the next day forward. That's I also never considered this before. This is just accidental that I ended up putting my sharpening stone right next to my bed. But that's working for me. Because now I can, if I need to sharpen something before going to bed or when I wake up while I'm waiting for the right time to sleep or whatever. It's great. And it reminds me to check for sharpening needs. When the thing happened. So we've had to close and reopen the game several times today. And here's a reason that we have to do it again. Mostly a QOL reason, right? You see that there's water on the ground. You also see that it's snowing. This is a checkmate. When there's water on the ground from rain, and then it starts snowing, that water will remain on the ground forever unless it rains again, right? So unless this snow turns to rain, this water is now stuck on the ground forever. And what's worse is the devs actually seem to be kind of looking into the problem. They've made it so that the water disappears visually, but the sloshing, you hear the sloshing? That is there forever now. That will not go away until they fix something about that. So it bothers me a lot. I don't know why. I'm one of the reasons I'm probably still alive in this game right now is I'm sensitive, extremely sensitive to really, really minute noises. That's probably keeping me alive. It's also stressing me the fuck out when there's sloshing that shouldn't be there. These weather patterns right here just turning from... You're not really going to see this too often where the ground is just covered in water that's not already ice and then it's snowing. No. Freezing rain is a thing, but this would have turned into black ice a long time ago if it was going to do this. Yeah. I'm gonna wait until we get our next sleep. Yeah, 5 a.m. I'll get our next sleep, and then I will close and reopen the game. Or, actually, okay. I hate to be disappointing, but we've been at this about 8 hours here, and it is a Friday afternoon. I tend to get some pretty bad numbers on Friday afternoons from a YouTube perspective. So usually, I mean, you know, that's a good sign, honestly. That just means my audience are people who are interested in my content probably also have a bit of a life here and there. At least some of us do, right? Not all of us. I would probably still be here playing Zomboid, depending on the circumstances. But I also do have a couple of things to do this afternoon. Nothing overly urgent, but just enough that I think we're going to call the stream after our second sleep here. Because otherwise, I'm just closing and reopening the game. But for how long, right? Because I don't want to go over 8 hours on my streams unless we're doing something incredibly big. The Grand Ohio Mall is so big that I will not finish it in the duration of the stream, right? Unless I were to go over the 12-hour mark, which I'm not going to do that. No, Grand Ohio Mall is not going anywhere, right, guys? It's not going anywhere. So I do think I'll go ahead and call the stream after we get cleaned up overnight here. And I mean cleaned up in the literal sense. We are quite covered in blood right now. But yeah, if anybody, of course, usually YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of bad at the YouTuber thing, but I am here to grow my channel to build an internet presence and whatnot. So if you like what you see, feel free to hit that sub button, ring the bell, as it were. This is an easy win for the overnight hour. We can just take a look at our neighbors here. Hey, sunflower seeds. I need these. As soon as April rolls around, we want sunflowers. The devs have finally fixed seed oil. We can make vegetable oil at a reasonable ratio now. So if you go out there, you plant a bunch of sunflowers. And then you harvest them. You dry the heads, and then you flake the seeds out of the heads, right? So multiple steps here. If you process sunflowers all the way to the point of getting a bunch of seeds, sunflower seeds can then be turned into seed paste. Seed paste can be pressed into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil will help you put on weight really quickly. So it's kind of a really long and convoluted chain to get there. But you will be able to get yourself some, you'll be able to put on some calories, put on some fats and calories. Oh yeah, so this is what I was complaining about earlier, right? The devs seem to have successfully removed the visual of the water being stuck on the ground, but if you listen carefully... Slosh, 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 slosh. For some reason, it seems even more egregious to me when I can't even see the water there. It's like, because then I'll forget about it until I start running outside again, and suddenly I'm annoyed by it. I was gonna actually wash up by using neighboring bathtubs, but I remember now that there are no apartments on the ground floor of this building. I'd have to go to the second floor. Find a lot of bathtubs there. I'd also spawn in about 500 zombies. So we're not doing that. I'm not going to deal with the upper floors of these apartment buildings for a little while because I don't have to. And if I don't have to, I'm gonna put it off a little bit. If we're gonna get sky water, we might as well make use of it, right? The buckets, public service announcement, of course, buckets fill up faster than barrels do. So if you have buckets on the floor in front of your barrels. Dump the buckets into the barrels periodically, and you're getting more water, a lot more. And then you can even, after you do that long enough, you'll be able to afford a little bit of what others would probably consider a waste. I'm still not going to be washing everything. Yeah, I'm just going to do the essentials here. Whenever I get blood on my actual clothes, yeah, like my scarf, my gloves, my boots, I don't care as much about blood on my armor. Like, I'm trying to put myself in my character's position, right? I would care a lot more about blood on my actual clothes than something like a knee pad. Or an arm pad, which have a tendency to actually intercept most of the blood. This is important if anybody ever takes the, like, you know, the fear of blood trait. That is a trait that, in my opinion, it costs you a lot of time, because the most effective thing to do is to just wash your clothes. Washing your clothes is a very time-consuming activity. So, things to think about if you want to go that route. You can get to a point where you have enough water that that's not a problem, but it takes you a little time to get there. And speaking of taking time, I do believe we have reached the conclusion of today's activities. I'm just getting my... I think I'm going to stick with shotgun on my back and the bandolier. I will need to open some more boxes. And would you look at that? We've got our loose ammo van right here. Almost as if this was the best decision I've made in a while. Because I would have otherwise had to run outside for this. And that's why would I do that? Nah. So I'm going to open like 5 boxes of 12 gauge here, so that I'm just over 100 in the backpack and a full bandolier of 33. That feels like I can do a lot of good things when we hit the Grand Ohio Mall and finish the fight tomorrow. Yeah, Saturday afternoon, that's what I'll do. So, it is Friday, right? Sometimes, guys, sometimes I lose track. These sunflower seeds, I need to not forget about them, so I'm just going to put them directly in the trunk. Replacement filters staged, that's fine. I'm just going to leave the mask in there. And the empty filters. Once my filters are empty, they go into the golf bag here for the filter recharge later. And after that, we just take a couple of salads out of the freezer, and then we go to sleep. By the time we wake up, they're thawed, and we're ready for tomorrow. All right, folks, catch a sleep, and then we're out of here. Don't worry, Katia, there will be plenty of bombing tomorrow, most likely, because even if we finish with Grand Ohio, there will still be plenty of infested POIs in this area. Something I always recommend to everybody, regardless of what stage you're at. If you put any effort to building a base up, screenshot it. Take screenshots of your bases. There's literally no reason not to, and you never know when an update could come along and break your save. I actually want to catch the outdoor too here. We'll get both ambulance fleets. And we'll have Dani bid farewell here. Alright, folks. I will catch you guys in the next one. I'll be bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. And I'll catch you guys then. Peace out and have a good one.